Hi there, everybody. Welcome on in, trainers, players, watchers, lurkers, all of the above. Welcome to Unity Clash Winter Showdown Season 6. My name is Lobo. I am joined by the wonderful, the eccentric, the beautiful, the always mysterious Nitera, my guy. It's been a minute since we've been in the same voice chat together, behind the caster's desk together. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I think the last time we've worked together was like a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was last year.
So, it's been a while. It's so exciting to see you behind the caster's desk with myself again. We are on day number 2 of the Unity Clash Winter Showdown. Yesterday, we had the Swiss rounds. We had teams battling it out to hit the top 8, and we've got our top 8 right now, Nitera. We have True Rippers, 6 Upper Moon, Ranked Demons, Secret Rare, Fly, Thunderclap Blackout. I can't see the whole name, but I assume it's Thunderclap Blackout, QRS, and 1, 2, 3. Now, I believe you have a little bit more knowledge on this region than I do. You must recognize some of these names, some of these teams, some of these players. I had my favorite team from yesterday because Team Fly entered a Talonflame into the mix and scored a double 100k game. 2 games, 100k damage in a row. They became mine and Spartan Tano's favorite team to watch, and they're the team that we're kind of rooting for this time around. Give me your thoughts on the teams that I just mentioned.
I mean, when we talk about like the composition and everything on how they did, yes, I think that is a very good point to note. Talonflame is one of the lowest picked Pokemon, given that it has not been filling up its duty and role, and there are other Pokemon that does the role better. I mean, we've seen like Pokemon where we switched from the early season 1 from Talonflame, it turned to Absol. When we go to season 2, there was a whole switch up from there. Serena's the one running this show, and it slowly just changed out. And so you can definitely see how when Talonflame is picked, everyone's like, you know, whoa, Talonflame. So I think one of the teams that you really want to look out for when it comes to something eccentric and, you know, global, you can look at True Rippers. I mean, true to their name, their job is really to play out the 8 minutes, stall it out long enough so they can hit to that one point that really matters, and that's Rayquaza. And that's going to be my pick for the teams. However, 1, 2, 3 is no slack as well, as we're going to actually see them come up in just a bit actually. So I'm not going to give you too much information to work with. I'm going to let you watch the games as it goes into it. So hold that thought, hold that thought.
Look, we got to watch True Rippers yesterday. They had a incredible series of matches and held true to their form, whether they ripped an objective or they ripped the team opposite, standing opposite to them. This time around, they are standing across from 1, 2, 3, so I'm very excited. I think the teams are ready to go, so production is just ready to send us in whenever we'd like. Let's talk a little bit about the bans, because one of the biggest problems right now when it comes to Pokemon Unite is the bans. The most annoying Pokemon is not a Miraidon, it's not a Darkrai, it's not an annoying Speedster, but it seems to be the little egg that enhances all of them in that Blissey. Give me your thoughts on Blissey at the moment. It just seems very highly tuned.
I mean, let's just talk about what Blissey is outside of Unite as well, because Blissey does spot one of the highest HPs in the entire Pokemon universe when it comes to stats. And so you can definitely see how this is going to be a big problem. Not only does he supplement as a support that can heal, but sometimes if you need a sub-tank, you're going to see that coming. But I thought you were going to actually mention that the problem of the day is going to be Psyduck. Because Psyduck is definitely a menace, and we've seen it come in and out of the fray here. In fact, getting banned immediately with alongside Darkrai, I mean, you cannot go wrong.
Yeah, Umbreon's going to join Psyduck as well. Psyduck is definitely a Pokemon that has been giving people headaches the minute it started, passing on the pain that it feels. And my favorite Pokemon that always seems to enter the ban jail is the Mimikyu. People just don't want to deal with the Mimikyu right now because it has such a versatile moveset, and its Unite move, Play With Me, is just an Isolate. But Pardesi is going to pick up the annoying egg. First off, I don't know about you, Nitera, but that face that Blissey has is the one of terror. We're going to see what that Blissey picks up as well as a partner alongside it. Noxie and Aizen are up to bat with their picks. I'm very curious as to what they're going to lock in.
I'm hoping to see a little bit of Boswell again coming into the fray. As the last patch have shown, Boswell has been quite the menace, and we've definitely seen a little bit here and there, but I wouldn't dare venture too far to say Garchomp will be picked up here, as we do see Cold Flux picking it up, locking it in, and Rook might actually just go for something to really give Garchomp a run for his money. Something maybe that will push them out, like Blastoise, maybe a Metagross with his, compute and crash here. We might see something like that.
Rook is hovering over the Blastoise, and Blastoise did get that buff in the patch. It's Unite move, Hydro Typhoon being used a lot more often, and it's just becoming a bully in those lanes. On the opposite side, True Ripper's obviously starting off with the secure god themselves. Bora is picking up Urshifu, and Kale showed such promise and preciseness with that Miraidon yesterday as well. Noxie gonna pick up the Trickster Hooper. Hooper Highway has been active again, but we've also seen Trick come into effect. But having a look at Bora's held item there with the full heal, there's no eject button. Eject button is usually an indication that Urshifu is gonna go with that single strike Wicked Blow combination, but the Rapid Strike got buffed recently. Could we see a debut of Rapid Strike, but Blair locking in the ever popular Pokemon in this region, which is Zoroark?
I mean, you definitely love to see a Zoroark come into the fray here. I know one thing's for sure, and that's Asia loves their assassins back and forth. If you want to see a brawl and a real fight, go to NA, go to EU. If you want to see something of a sweet back and forth, that is where you're at. Asia region. Now, I've got to give it to my boys and girls here, the trainers here. They love to try and find a way to the backlines, and this is going to be how they're going to play it out. But we are seeing True Rippers turn this around at them and saying that, hey, if you're gonna do this, we're gonna be a little bit more tanky. We have a Miraidon, we have a Zacian. We've got a little bit more inflated stats. We've got the ability to move around the map fast. Lapras to bring us to the front lines. What's your assassin gonna do?
Yeah, I really like what you're saying there. There's not too much speed. This is why, okay, as we see, Bora has switched over that eject button. He's in my head. He switched over that eject button, so I have a feeling the secure god is coming out with the Wicked Blow Urshifu. I'm really interested in Berserker's Gardevoir here as well. That Unite move, the Fairy Singularity, is so strong, so devastating. If you're able to hit as many people as you possibly can with that Fairy Singularity, there is no chance that Zoroark is going to come on in, clean everybody up with the Feint Attack or the Night Slash, and then just pop that Nightfall Daze with the Unite move and really get a clean sweep ready for a team wipe. Blastoise also able to Hydro Typhoon stun. So what I'm seeing on the side of, I think it's 1, 2, 3, is that they have Unite moves that are going to stack on top of each other, and I really, really am interested to see how well those Unite moves really stack. But we're heading on into the game right now.
Right, let's get to it. We're going to see a very similar composition here, and obviously the key players we want to look out for is actually, of course, the Zoroark, because, that's the assassin of the team. They want to get it up and running ASAP. On the other side, we are going to see Ghatlue going into it, hopefully getting that rapid strikes, but with a little bit of assistance from Hoopa here, we might be able to see get online just a tad bit faster compared to the Speedster.
I think Hooper taking a red buff is really common here, because inside that top lane right now, he can just A-press and make sure that Gibble and Blissey don't take too much. But now Zacian forcing out the eject button onside the Gibble. Chansey's barely holding on. Zoroark's still inside that central area. So now Zacian's going to put some pressure on that top path, and that Hooper with the red buff is super important, Nitera.
Yeah, of course. So let's take a look at that. They're gonna get the first KO of the game here, pushing it out. There's no surprise here how this legendary got itself a giant sword and someone to the side at the end. But with that being said though, this means that they've got a little bit of a small advantage pushing forward there, and they're gonna need assistance from our dear Zoroark.
Yeah, and here Zoroark is inside that top path. Urshifu is here. Double buffs on Zoroark. Split buffs on the side of True Rippers. 1 second to go. Are we going to see a Night Slash go in? No, the Sand Attack's going in. And Electro Drift's coming out from Miraidon, who's made its way to the top path. Targets that. Zoroark goes in for the score. Zoroark is on a HP and a dream. Picks up that Citrus Berry and heads right on out. Blissey can't do anything to stop them. Sorry, Chansey cannot do anything. And now True Rippers might head on into that central area and stop 1, 2, 3 from doing what they can, and we've got the opposite moveset coming out from Zacian this time.
I also want to note that we are seeing Electric Drift coming from Miraidon, as we've said, right? There is an assassin on our team. I don't want to stand behind and get myself be a free target, that's putting an X on my back. With Electro Drift, you're now just kind of in the fray here, and this lone Zoroark has to decide, how can I hit the one in this giant mess of a fight? And I love how they're doing this.
Zorak has just left their central area for Zacian to go, who is running that Metal Claw moveset alongside that Electro Drift, which means that the side of 1, 2, 3 have to be very, very careful when they head in. Squirtle's still not evolved yet. Inside that top path, we've got Zacian taking on Gible and Gabite. Blissey is on an HP, but it manages to get that Citrus Berry and head on out. We got 20 seconds until those Otaras, 40 seconds until the Reggies make their appearance.
Now, Lobo, hold that thought. Did you actually see the fight that was happening at the bottom? Because I saw Future Sight being used on that Curlia.
I did. I saw a little bit of Future Sight, but I thought my brain was playing tricks on me. But here we've got another engage with the Electric managing to take down the Blissey. Zacian has focused on the Zoroark, and Zoroark just does not have enough freedom. A Future Sight might save, but now we've got a double up on the Gible. We've got the Wicked Blow coming out. Zoroark trying to go defender one off with the Miraidon, but Miraidon gets set back with a beautiful Hooper Portal, and True Ripper's really feeling the momentum in this early match.
1, 2, 3 is not letting it up though, as that Future Sight has hit at least 3 times out of the 5 that's been shot out. And I'm really surprised to see how they're going to take this one out. Miraidon is out of the count here, going to Blissey, but it is not over just yet, as we are going into the Reggies here with a little bit of time to spare as well, because the teams are all kind of locked up onto Regieleki.
Here in the top path, we've got Zacian trying to make its move onto the Curlia inside that top path. Zoroark going to get taken down, and Urshifu is here. Airborne Fist into the Gabite, gets taken down. Zacian takes down the Blissey in turn, and Curlia has no choice but to just back it on off. And True Rippers taking a very early lead. I love this aggressive start from True Rippers.
Yeah, they're pushing at 74 points compared to the 8 points that they have. So let's take a look at the numbers real quick, as we are seeing high level 7s going on to the side of 1, 2, 3. But on the other side, we are pushing on an average of 9 on the lower side. And that's crazy to see, and because they have a lot of legendaries as well. And so in terms of stat-wise, I'm pretty sure True Rippers are on a much heavier lead.
And this is another important thing that is going to be super key for True Rippers maintaining their lead. That Hooper Highway, just able to send Pokemon back and forth as quickly as they can. Look at where Lapras is, making sure Gardevoir can't get in. Miraidon secures that Regirock. And I think now True Rippers might sense a little bit of blood in the water, but I think they're going to play careful, just back off. But Urshifu's here. They could have pushed on, but they're not gonna.
I don't think there's a need to, right? Like, one thing for sure is that if you're the team that's winning, you don't ever want to give them opportunity to, like, take a fight that could turn it back, right? Opportunities given is something that they will take of. And so I like how they're really playing it out. They're only taking fights if they need to. And so for now, at the very least, they're definitely in the lead, squarely ahead.
They're just not letting these moveset choices by Zacian and by Miraidon here are just not allowing Zoroark to do its thing. Zoroark allowed to go in and out, and really break those ankles, but Zacian and Miraidon are holding firm, going with it. And now I'm seeing them targeting the Blissey of all things as the first Pokemon to take out that Blissey. Garchomp's got no safeguard, no helping hand. Smart play by True Rippers, my guy.
Yeah, and now as we take a look at it, the question remains on my mind is that how can they possibly turn this around? And if you're looking at it here, I do believe actually the key playmaker here is going to be Blastoise with that Hydro Typhoon. One knockup could really spell the difference, because it just means, number 1, a free Future Sight hit. Number 2, Zoroark also gets a free target on exactly what he wants, because they're not going to move. So that might really be how they're going to play this out. But as we take a fight here, Electric Drip coming in to take the damage, pushing it back forth here. Draco Meteors coming from the sky. They're raining down, not letting it down. But of course, we do see Hoopa about popping it off, and we're gonna break them back into it. As the Surf pushes them back here, it looks like our Blastoise is alone, and he's going to be backed away. But Miraidon, why is he choosing to try and push for his team here? Because, hey, you know what? This Blastoise doesn't give me anything of value. This objective is more important. We drop the points, we get the value.
I 100% agree with you. That was incredible. Incredible play there, just to understand. But look at how low this Regieleki is. Zacian's powered up that Unite move, and it beats the scoop of the Dragon Rush and forcing the ejector. Garchomp just has to fall on back. And now, Blastoise trying to make sure that Garchomp gets out with the Surf, goes down inside the process, but Garchomp does not give any levels away. It's a better idea for the Blastoise to go down there, and now they have a Regieleki to deal with. But look, inside that bottom path, 50's going in. That's going to be a huge 43 overdunk, as True Rippers are just going to secure the Regirock with absolutely no contention, and Zacian doing a bit of window shopping.
I mean, that's definitely a very good point to note, because right now, as we look at a point lead, it's almost not even doubled, 10 times, right? And we're gonna see how they can really turn this around, and the best time that they can do it now is just to take a fight. They
Yeah,
need to be able to fight for the Ray, right? The point is just way too big for them to try and force it.
I agree with you. With the 3-minute mark just coming up now, the Unite moves should be off the table for all teams. We've got Unite moves on the deck for or all 5 Unite moves for the side of 1, 2, 3. We've got a Zacian Unite and a Hooper Unite missing, but Zacian has found them in the bush, gets hit with a Moonblast, stunned and pushed away by Blastoise. But look at where Urshifu is, surrounded by 4, but 1, 2, 3 are not going to punish that, and Urshifu has no right, Nitera, to get out of that situation, surrounded by 4 members of 1, 2, 3.
Says who? I believe that they had a chance for that one. That was absolutely insane. You are actually right, though. There was no reason for them to actually take that one, and it just felt so out of place here. Now, Garchomp going into this fight here, trying to take some damage onto Lapras here. Tacked a little bit here, but we are going into the Rayquaza. As we do see them postured for success here, it looks like the other side of the team needs to try and take a fight here. Right? They have a Gardevoir, and that's like actually the other key playmaker, right? Like, if you hit like a Future Sight, you know where they are.
We haven't seen Fairy Singularity be released at all yet from the Gardevoir. Really holding on to that Unite move because how important it is. Zacian inside that top path. Found by the Garchomp. We're going to get a little skirmish here. Dragon Pulse to get it back. There's the limit. Outrage is going to come out. Lapras is going to make sure they tank all of that damage. But Lapras gets taken out inside their area. I think it's going to have to pop. It's Lapras Express to just move its way on out. Choo-choo out of my way, says Lapras. And it's looking for the Zoroark. But it goes onto the Blizzy. But Safeguard is going to guard it there. And Hooper going to reset the Lapras. No problems whatsoever. I think these teams are going to take a break, but no team has decided to go in and go take this fight, except Lapras could go down. No.
Lapras going down is not the worst thing here. They are actually technically buying time. Now, the fact is that they have to run all the way back. Means they've got a little bit of extra pockets of time to make this work. Though 1 minute on the clock here, they are actually forcing this out. Hoopa, Rings Unbound coming in here. The Rayquaza is on half. They push back into the sword. But coming in back from the corner here, we do see the Meteors coming out. Zacian picking himself up for the side here. True Rippers have picking up the Rayquaza and turned this fight around back into their favor once again.
True to their name, they ripped, and there is the surrender from 1, 2, 3. That's going to be game number 1 to True Rippers. Just a powerhouse draft coming up from True Rippers. Miraidon, Zacian, Urshifu, all legendary Pokemon, mind you, in the lore of the Pokedex. Lapras did a fantastic job distracting and really, even though it got taken out, Aizen had no problem going down because it bought their team some space. And just look at this graph here.
Right.
Complete control, domination, and I think True Rippers really deserved that win. Going to game number 2, Nitera now. Fortunately, Blair on the Zoroark, not as effective as we've seen Zoroark be, but when you're coming up against Kale, Bora, and Magnus on those 3 Pokemon, what are you going to do?
It is a tough call, to say the least, right? There are a few things you could do, but they don't really feel something like that could really secure you a win. That's kind of the biggest problem I have when I'm trying to answer this question. I don't see a concrete answer, 100% here. And so when I'm looking at it, I think the best play is kind of just wait it out, right? Let them expend their resources as and when they can, and then they can try and push back for it afterwards. Because when we come into a game of seesaw, right, like eventually there'll come a time where they'll come pushing back to you, and that's when maybe you can try and take an advantage from there. But we have seen True Rippers being very, very safe, and so I'm not too sure if that's going to be how they can really work it out.
Now talk to me about Gardevoir, right? A very odd pick. We haven't seen it too much. I don't know how much it's played inside the Asia region, but Future Sight was not the move I was expecting. Psyshock could have done a lot more damage because when it does a lot of area burst damage, hitting multiple targets, really able to zone as well. And unfortunately, I don't know if I saw it. I didn't see the Fairy Singularity come out at all inside that game, maybe holding it a little bit too close to the chest. We did see yesterday a few pavement ults from a few Guardies. It's a very important Unite move that we don't really want to waste. So talk to me about Gardevoir. I think that pick has to be changed.
I guess you're right, or at least changing Future Sight to Psyshock. Because I do agree with you, right? Like, yes, you're creating space, but like, if you miss that, that's like about like an 8-second timer that you gotta wait out. But the damage is just not something you can neglect. Let's be very fair here, right? Gardevoir has definitely been seen play on and off here with how much damage he's got. But I also agree to the fact that because there's downtime to a lot of the moves, unless you are 100% sure your Future Sight's knocking it up, that's going to be a big problem. Fairy Singularity as well, a very strong Unite move that can be paired with Hydro Typhoon, is something we didn't even get to see very often. In fact, I did not see that game at all. If it was used, then very clearly our camera was not on it.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, like we mentioned it in the very start of the broadcast, they had a lot of Unite moves that 1, 2, 3 could have stacked on top of each other. Unfortunately, we didn't really see that come out. Hopefully, they can, it's the first game of the night, right? It's the first game of the tournament.
Warm
It's
up.
the first game of the double elim. So these guys are still shaking off the rust, but we're seeing Urshifu probably being banned up straight away. I guess they don't want to deal with the secure god, but there is another secure god that is going up as well. That leaves the door open to Blaziken to come out and play.
Right. And I'm hoping to see, or at least I don't hope to see Blaziken, but what I do really want to see a little bit more from 1, 2, 3, if they're going to go in for a more like huddle up build, I feel like Metagross would have been absolutely fine here, right? Like, we should have seen a Metagross. Lock them in here, give them a little bit of a more, a better chance to fight.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Every time I have had a chance to cast the EU region or any other region, Metagross is now known as the all-rounder killer because it has the ability to just counter most all-rounders when they want to be here and in Brawl. The more times you hit that gyrable moveset, the more opponents you hit, the more shields you're going to get. And Metagross is just a good brawly Pokemon. Bora is going to bring out the Mimikyu. That makes my little Lobo heart so happy because we never get to see this Pokemon. It's always in the ban jail. And Bora popped off a few times last night on it. Slowbro Psyduck going to be your bans, but Pasta's going to stick with the Blissey.
Right. Do you think we'll see a Lucario? I'm just, come on.
Whoa.
Like,
what kind of question is that? I have not seen a Lucario played in a long time. I think not too long ago I saw Lucario played. We saw Extreme Speed Bone Rush. I'm like, what is this, season 1? Again of Pokemon Unite?
You're hurting me, Lobo. You're hurting me.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to, buddy, but sometimes you gotta be a little realistic in this. Berserker gonna stick with the Miraidon. Aizen picking up the Blastoise. Noxie back on the Hooper. And I think we could see the Garchomp once again. Look, I would love to see a Lucario. I love seeing picks. I love seeing picks that we don't usually see. But for me, I just don't think Lucario is gonna come out. There are just some other all-rounders that do it a little bit better.
But Lucario's got swag. Come on. We're gonna go with that.
Look, sometimes you play a Pokemon just because of the Hollow Egg. You know, the fact is, you gotta play the Pokemon because of the Hollow Egg. Lucario is a Pokemon that has some really nice Hollow Eggs. Look, Rook's gonna pick up the Snorlax, and Kale hiding on that Espeon. Now, here's a question for you. I am a Psyshock stan. I like it's stored power. Not my favorite moveset to play on Espeon, even though it does a lot of damage. It provides a little bit of movement as well. But Psyshock, I think, is just so effective with the stun and the damage that it provides.
Are you kidding me? This is like the perfect moment to use Psyshock, right? They're all clumped up here, right? Blissey and Snorlax are gonna see stuck together. You're gonna see Garchomp coming in from behind them. And you're telling me that was not the perfect opportunity to just let it rip. I feel like it is, right? I
agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Magnus is going to go back on to that Zacian. So effective in that first game. Blair's going to go... They're going to stick with the Zoroark this time round. Now, if Bora's going to go for Play Rough, which I cannot imagine you wouldn't do in this situation, because that completely takes out the idea of Zoroark. But maybe True Rippers aren't afraid of Zoroark after that, but Blair could have a performance to make them really fear it.
Ooh, I'm really loving this. I mean, initial thoughts on the composition. Again, 1, 2, 3 has a very interesting composition. I love it coming into it. But like we said, there's just so many factors that feel so against them, right? Like, let's say if they run a Trick Room here with Mimikyu. Then we have a Sacred Sword run into them. We have a Psyshock hits. We have a Hydro Typhoon to knock them out. There's just so many things that are so clustered up together. The only Pokemon that could potentially walk out of there unscathed because he's not in the fight might be Zoroark. Because, he's hunting. So I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit interesting to see, but True Rippers did win one, and I did also go for the fact that 1, 2, 3 was my go-to team when it comes to composition, so you know what? Caster's Curse might be in effect.
Look, we don't like to provide our Caster's Curse onto anybody, but I actually am interested about the Trick Room that you mentioned. I feel like I've been told that it's a quite common moveset to be used. It hasn't been super popular over on our side, but I'm slowly seeing it being used more and more. Just me personally. The games that I'm casting, the games I'm seeing, even though I am a Mimikyu player as well, I love my Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak, but slowly seeing the effectiveness of Trick Room into this composition now is something that I'm really, really enjoying. Zoroark's going to take that central area, Zacian, Blissey into that top path alongside Gible and Hooper. But already Snorlax has a problem here dealing with an Eevee and a Squirtle. Snorlax has a problem.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of flipping hits with the Eevee here, doing 20 damage each time for every hit. That's crazy coming into it. Oh, sorry, wrong game, not Pocket. But as we go into it right here, we are seeing Zacian go in for a lot of the fights here. He's not letting it down. He's relentless all the same.
Yeah, stealing that Citrus Berry as well, keeping Zacian away. In the bottom path, Eevee Espeon managing to pick up the KO on the Snorlax. Unfortunately, I'm interested to see what move this Espeon is running. Eevees are so dangerous with those passives. Heading on into those middle Altarias, Eevee's going to head on up to make it a 4v3 situation as Mimikyu finds Zorak in that bush.
Ooh, and he's hiding here too. That means there's absolutely no way they know how to do this. Pushing it out here. They are gonna knock it back and clean this one up here. Zorak out for the count. No! Zorak not out for the count. Everyone else just got demolished back into it here as they are kind of stuck into another fight. But pushback is coming in. There it is. The first one coming in is gonna be Gippo here and a back for the Chansey. Now we have been right on, kind of just stuck here waiting for an opportunity, but they're not seeing anything.
I thought they all got demolished by that Electro Drift, but instead it was the Hoopa Hyperspace that managed to take it out. And then Mimikyu comes back, and now it's just going to get some very, very needed stacks. Zorak decided not to go back in. Blair playing it a little bit safe, but now True Rippers to their form are schmoving Nitera. They are schmoving very well.
Yeah, and I definitely love to see how they're going to go about this. We have 1 minute left before we see the first set of major objectives with the Reggies. But as we are looking at right now, we have a massive lead. True Rippers going in with about an average level 6 here. On the other side, we're going to push into a low 5s here with Chansey not even evolved yet.
We are seeing that stored power moves that come out as well alongside that side beam. Side beam's so good because it just reflects on everybody doing damage. There's the metal core coming out. Akon the push with the Zacian, and Zorak decide to go in, but again misses the combo because Hooper sends them away. But look at how menacing this is by Electro Drift's gonna go in. Mimikyu's gonna dodge it with the play rough. Beautiful play there by Mimikyu. Zorak gonna go off, target the Zacian. Snorlax in a heavy slam in. Gabite trying to push anyone away. Mimikyu has got it. Play with me onto the Zoroark. Gonna take it down. 2 KO streak, 3 KO streak for Mimikyu. The Ghost Puppet's cooking it. Just wants some friends to play with. And 1, 2, 3 is providing those friends.
Oh, and this is such a menace coming in from it. We saw the play with me come in, giving him so much value because they've just locked down Zacian here, and it just continue to just make it out here. There's nothing they could possibly do to turn this one back, and as they had their time to shine, you just realize that, wow, he's the key playmaker here. Without him, that's it.
It's so important to see that. Another important thing, that Hooper Highway, making sure that the entirety of True Rippers goes down. They are here for another fight. Zorak wants to go in, but he's got to be very careful that Blastoise is on its game today, surfing everything out of the way. Snorlax has to hit those heavy slams to really give 1, 2, 3 a chance here. But Gabai could go down to Hooper. Oh, and a beautiful scoop to make sure that Hooper doesn't get anywhere. But inside that bottom part, Psychic Soleil goes up, Nitera.
Yeah, and now we're gonna keep on the onslaught here as they're gonna push in for another potentially 40-ish points. There we go, 166 going into it with 9 points remaining on that pad here. I'm not too sure why they can possibly turn this around. At 9 points, it's not even in the double digits here, and we're gonna have to see how they can push this one back. But as I say that, they're able to take this fight here. Zacian going in for the count, but not enough to fight it back as Garchomp not able to dish the damage out. Zacian making it away with just a little bit of help from the Blissey, and this is gonna be a bit of a problem. Now they're kind of just power scaling off this.
Yeah, unfortunately, Garchomp decided to Dragon Rush out whilst Bliss Assistance was going onto it, so all the damage did not actually stack with the Blissey Unite move. Zorak's about to jump right into an Espeon. It misses the Nightfall Days as Espeon. That is the beauty of stored power because it's just able to provide that extra bit of movement, and Zorak's Unite move stops Miraidon's gonna Electro Drift in, send the Hooper back to Nurse Joy. It's targeted onto the Zacian. Shadow Sneak has hit its mark, and Blissey is going to be the target of the player. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to rain down on tier 1 pad, not on the top path, and Espeon just going to back them off with stored power.
And now that we're going into this is a good time to actually burn your Unite moves, right? We're pushing into the 4-minute mark here, which is about enough time for you to pick up your Unite back for another fight at Rayquaza here. But the problem is that they were so ineffective, and that's a problem, right? What if the Behemoth Blade comes out here, right? And that what can they do?
It doesn't matter. Playoff's going to sort out that problem. Psychic Solaire went up, and Garchomp decided to Dragon Rush in. Play with me, but the Bliss Assistance is going to choke the Mimikyu damage down. That is the Mimikyu taken down, but Zora can't get the score off. Instead, it takes a big amount of damage with Stored Power and the Hoopa Unbound. Now, 1, 2, 3 can't even take advantage of the takedown of the Mimikyu.
Oh, no! He didn't. Oh, he didn't pay attention. I think he was checking something.
Oh, the Blissey going down for no reason there.
Oh no, wait! It could be a very tactical reason, you know, because we did see Garchomp going down for a bit, and like they might have chased the Garchomp if we weren't for Blissey. The level 9 trait for the level 12, you know.
But look at the level of Garchomp right now, just hitting that level 13. Mimikyu on the other side. Zacian has, Miraidon's gone in with the Electric Drift, managing to get the secure on the Regice, and now it's Box Out Legendary versus Box Out Legendary, and Zacian swipes it off the field. Blissey has no chance of getting out here, and now 1, 2, 3 have a problem. They're gonna engage because Zacian Unite's not on the map, but they still have to deal with Blastoise Unite.
Well, I guess you could say there was no future for Miraidon right there, as we do see that coming out. But with the Blunt Elder Stick coming back in here, we are going to see a little bit of a problem. Miraidon's a little bit stuck in this corner, not too sure why he was there all alone, really trying to fish for a KO here, but you're kind of stuck in this problem where you're not strong enough to really take most of them down already.
Miraidon's sitting at that level 11. That's not where you want it to be. It really needs to farm up, get some KOs, really hit that power spike, because that's going to be a very effective Pokemon heading on into that Rayquaza fight. If we have a look at the levels, Nitera, we got level 13 Mimikyu, level 12 Zacian, level 14 Mimikyu right now. We've got a fight going on the top path, but no, but 1, 2, 3 finally get rid of that top tier pad.
We really need to see if they can get that level 13 up for the Zoroark here, as that is going to be the other key playmaker, right? They want the damage, they want to increase their move output. And so as we go about it here, Mimikyu is going to try and take a bit of damage coming into it, and they are actually managing themselves to pick up the Regieleki, which is great. They have a little bit of pressure onto the map here. The point lead isn't too far off like the first round, and I do see a chance that 1, 2, 3 might actually be able to turn this around. They are posturing themselves back into the fray here, putting themselves in a good position to try and take this around. But the first pickup here is going to be Snorlax here from a nice position coming in from Blastoise, waiting for him. And then going to the fight again. Play with me coming in, not letting it out. As we do see Miraidon also going down to Zacian once again for a 3rd time in a row. Moving in for it, we are going to see the fight against the Dragon and a little doll who's coming in, trying to make something work here. But Blastoise pushing it back to the corner here, not allowing them to go in. Limit Outrage popping it off, trying to make something work here. They aren't going to pick themselves up or anything here, and he's unable to chase it out. But Zora coming from the back, trying to chase it down. They do see the pickup. They do not make it out of there. Unfortunately, Hydro Typhoon pops it up here, and they're going to continue taking the fight. Rings Unbound, popping it back in, trying to get the team back together here as they go in for one. Blastoise going in for the Garchomp here, making it out for one. But Zora has to back away here. The entire team is faltering here, and now we're back into the reset, as we do see now Miraidon also going down again.
Beautiful Shadow Sneak by the Mimikyu to find Miraidon hiding in that bush. Finish it off with a play of Zoroark is lurking inside that top up. No Bliss Assistance is left. Miraidon still has access to that Bright Future Meteor Storm Unite move. And Espeon has access to Psychic Solaire. The contest comes down. It is Espeon securing for the side of True Rippers. And now this points lead is about to get even higher.
It might not be over yet. Remember, they have a Snorlax here with block. And so actually, that's one of the greatest moves you can get coming into it. But a nice push coming in for it. Unfortunately, not enough to block them out here. That point lead is steadily going up.
Steadily going up 400 points. Bright Future Meteor Storm able to break some shields, but Espeon holds on to that Psychic Solaire until the very last minute. Stop the Miraidon. Beautiful surf by the Blastoise. Able to chunk them down. One more sword power, and that's going to be a 2 KO streak. A 3 KO streak could come out. Play with me. He's going to take down the Zoroark, and Blissey has no choice but to retreat. True Rippers have ripped through the competition in the first game of the Winter Showdown Season 6, and what a series of games. True Rippers, I think, are a team to watch, Nitera.
Yeah, unfortunately 1, 2, 3, which was my go-to team, is gonna count themselves down for a 3, 2, 1 into 0 here, as they make themselves up as one of the top 8 coming into Unity Clash. But that's the end. That's it. The quarterfinals run for them here is cut off, and they're gonna be seeing themselves out from this one. But it's not over just yet, because I mean, this is only the first match. 1, 2, 3 still has a chance.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They are going down into the losers bracket where they're going to meet another one of the teams that weren't able to get a victory. So it's not over for them. Double elimination. They do have a chance to fight their way through the losers bracket and make it back to the grand final. But just having a look at these stats, they're a lot closer game across the board. But True Rippers played that Ray fight incredibly well. It popped off quite early, Nighttower.
Yeah, I really love how to see they make it work just like that. But let's take a look at the damage numbers here, because it definitely says a lot. 70k on average, 80k going in for the highest. I mean, that's actually a very nice number. It means you're taking a good chunk of fights. However, on the other side, you can see that these numbers are not very high here, and it's very true because we did not see Zora going to the backlines a lot, to take any fights here. In fact, not really a lot of opportunities when you are like behind levels.
Zorak, the targets for Zorak are kind of clear. You take out the squishies in the back line. You try and put damage on your front line so your big bulkier attackers can come and take them out. But when you have an Espeon that has abilities that allow you to have a little bit of extra movement in stored power, also the passive that really doesn't allow for that stun to really become effective, Espeon's not the best target that you want to target down with a Zorak. And then you've got the iframe move in Play Rough Mimikyu that if your Zorak gets even close, Mimikyu's going to do a big amount of damage there. So unfortunate, but let's see if 1-2-3 can bring it on back inside the losers bracket.
Definitely love to see if we can make it work here. But let's take a look at the brackets real quick here as to see how they're going to turn this around. So we did just see True Rippers and 1-2-3, and the losers of A will be dropping down to bracket J. Losers round 1 will be 1-2-3 and Thunderclap Backdrop. As we do see, though, True Rippers will be pushing up into the winner semifinals and going to be fighting against Rank Demons, who also had a 2-0 going into them. However, we have yet to see the other quarterfinals matches here, so Lobo, I guess it's time. We're going to have to see where they're going about this.
Yeah, look, 6 Up Moon go 2-0 against QRS, and Secret Rare and Fly are at 1 apiece, so first Game 3 situation of the night there. But, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure we get the rest of the game sorted out. Don't go anywhere. Grab a bit of water. Grab a snack. It's going to be a fun night of Pokemon Unite for all of us to watch. See you guys very soon.
Sudoku.
ดีครับทางด้านฝั่งของ Thunderclap Back Out ด้านล่าง
Welcome back, gamers, one and all, whether you're a lurker, a player, a caster, an observer, or just an enjoyer of all things Pokemon. We are bringing you back to Unity Clash Winter Showdown Season number 6. I'm joined by the ever-colorful Nitera, and we have been having some fun behind the scenes here, laughing, having a bit of fun, but these teams are turning it up, Nitera. We have an update from the bracket, as you guys can see right below us, what game we are going to watch next. But do you want to give us a update on the bracket and the scores of what we're seeing on the screen?
Sure, I mean, just an update on the bracket. Thank you so much. Shivam has made the bracket for us. Producer of the year. Doing a great job to push everyone up into the thing here. I hope that's the update you were looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Big shout outs to Shivam. We love him behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. Big shout outs to him. But
totally, 100%.
Let's have a look at the teams and those scores from those winner quarterfinals, Nitera.
Right, as we look at it here, winner quarterfinals, True Rippers, which are what we watched, and if you didn't watch that, shame on you. 2-0 to 1-3. We are moving up. Rank Demons also 2-0 to Thunderclap Backdrop, which is also going to be moved up, which have actually started their match. Right now, Rank Demons are actually 1 point up. 6 Upper Moons versus QRS. I see a little Demon Slayer reference here. The 6 Upper Moons have pushed themselves up here for 2-0. And against Secret Rare and Fly, we are going to be moving Secret Rare up here with a 2. So, that being said though, we are also going to look at the losers round 1 here, where 1-3 versus Thunderclat's Backdrop. Thunderclat's Backdrop have pushed on to the losers quarterfinals, beating 1-3, and so adios amigos. But QRS going to be moving up as well due to Fly dropping out here, and now we are moving into the match that we're going to watch, which is 6 Upper Moons versus Secret Rare.
Yeah, unfortunately, both of the teams that we picked to go the whole distance inside this tournament have unfortunately dropped out, so we're going to have to pick new ones after this one goes through. But 6 Upper Moon versus Secret Rare is going to be an interesting one. Now, I'm just pulling up the players on each of these teams for the side of a Secret Moon. We're going to see them when we go into the draft screen. Anyway, we've got Ghoul, we've got Melon, we've got Arigato, Paria, Tasni, Genus, and Adi. They put on a stellar performance inside a day number 1. Secret Rare came in at the very last minute to scoop that one of the spots inside the top 8. But we've got Heather, Mike Tyson about to throw those hooks to anybody that's going to stop him. We got Sam, Wah, and Nope, as well as Sylveon. I'm so excited to see these two teams play. Nitera, can you give me a little bit of insight into these two teams?
No.
It's okay. All right, fine. I guess. All right, fine. I guess we'll go straight into the game. But after what we saw in the first game, the band stayed kind of relatively the same. We saw Garchomps, we saw Urshifus, we saw Miraidons. What do you think? We're going to see something different? Or do you... Actually, when we were watching the highlights of Secret Rare and Fly, you got on my case about a Lucario, but we did see a Lucario come out from the side of Fly inside those highlights we saw inside the BR back screen. So, I'm curious now, what do you think we're going to see when 6 Upper Moon take out Secret Rare?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to ask here. I don't know. You know what? We're good. Let's see if I can find something that Nitera wants to talk about. Let's talk about the patch. And if you say no, I swear, if you say no, we're gonna have words. I'm
sorry, Lobo. I don't like being put on the spot.
That's not true at all.
That's absolutely not true.
We're gonna go through the patch notes for you guys. I believe there might be an issue with the match being set up. It's coming through, but as we go through, we're gonna talk about the patch that you guys have experienced. It is called the Unison Strike patch. Of course, they come up with incredible names for this. We've got Goodra being buffed. Gooey, its ability has been buffed. Muddy Water has been buffed. Acid Spray have been buffed, but yet we have not seen any Goodra. However, I have seen chat calling for Goodra to be played, so we could see another defender head onto the thing. And now the buff that I like the most, Nitera,
I'm reading it. Yeah,
Aegislash.
It's a whole big buff into stats here, almost like 30 stats up for each level. And it's crazy to see that it's not being played. In fact, we do see boosted attack coming in here with the sword stance going up from an additional 1.5 max HP damage. So that's basically like a muscle band equivalent and double. Right? Cooldown's also reduced here, and we are seeing White Guard be buffed, but this only helps it with the early game, and I still don't see it being played at all.
I'm gonna. You've disagreed with me before, but well, I guess I'm biased because I really like Aegislash, but
I do too.
we saw it. We saw it get played early, but that's gonna be enough talk about the drafts. We'll get more information on those drafts, and we'll go through it with you guys after this set concludes. Marcus Gaming on your purple side, Secret Rare on your orange side. But here I think Psyduck's gonna be the first one off the chopping block.
Right, as you do see the Psyduck being off the chopping block, though, it is going to be a little bit different here, as we are going to see a pickup potentially onto Mimikyu, but I do believe that one that needs to be locked out in that case has gotta be one of the Sylveons. Sylveons or the Leafeons. I do believe they're still quite prominent here, and the fact that they're not being banned here, the EVs are going off scot-free.
Oh, not so scot-free, because Genius is hovering over that Umbreon. Mimikyu being picked up in that second ban slot for the side of Secret Rare. Umbreon is going to be on the chopping block for the fourth side. I got into a lot of heat for saying this yesterday.
And you want to get into heat again?
I might as well. I'm just going to double down.
Know.
I'm going to double down. If you want to nerf the Evolutions, anyone calling for a nerf on the Evolutions, make them all evolve at level 5. That's it. Make them all evolve at level 5. That's all I want. Make the Evolutions evolve at level 5. I will defend that position. I mean, not to my last breath, but you know, it's a point that I think should really be made across. Audi's gonna pick up the Blissey. Sam's gonna pick up Hover over the Garchomp, and Wah, he's gonna pick up the Miraidon.
Wah, he's gonna pick up the Miraidon. You're right. That's his name from now on. I'm just gonna let you know.
What?
Yeah, it is gonna be. Oh, and he's going for it. Wow! Goes in for Electro Dream. Wow! Goes for a Charge Beam. Wow!
I didn't mean
kill.
I didn't mean to say it like that, but I guess that's just the way you gotta say it, right?
We're gonna bring it in.
Okay, Tasni's gonna go. The Queen is entering this stage. Serena, such a strong Pokemon right now. Melon gonna pick up the Trevenant. Heather hovering over the Greedent, even though Greedent got a few buffs, which I know Ghatlue is very, very upset about, but Sylveon is going to hover over the little Trickster.
Ooh, and I'm really loving how they just continue to pick up the Blastoise back again. Definitely something that is so strong. On the other side, though, we are seeing Trevenant being picked up, and I do believe Secret Rare against Fly, they did use Trevenant as well, and so this is interesting to see, because this means that technically speaking, Marcus Gaming were trying to deny Secret Rare, but what I'm more interested in is Go picking up onto Absol here, which has been a fan favorite in the Asia region for a very long time.
I've seen Absols pop off and do incredible things. We saw a 100k game coming out from Entertainer, a player inside the Asia region. I've forgotten the team that they are on, but they did entertain us incredibly. Are you not entertained? Genius is coming to pick up the Espeon as well. And Mike Tyson is going to switch those gloves for claws and see if Zoroark can get a few picks on this team. I'm actually really excited. What do you think of these comps so far? I like the Blastoise, Miraidon, Garchomp combination.
I'm actually with you on this. I love Secret Rare a lot more, but for all the wrong reasons.
Wait, what? What do you mean, the wrong reasons?
I love Secret Rare because of wow.
You can't just stop and be like, I like them for the wrong reasons, and then just cut your sentence off. What? You need to explain.
The Secret Rare's team is now just revolved about wow.
I should. It's not my fault. His name, the player's name is Wah.
Tell that to the judge.
The player's name is what? This is not fair. Every single time we have a cast, Nitera does his best to make me to try and make me break, and the fact that you did it second game in, but it's not fair. It's not fair. But again, we have some fun here. I'm super excited to see this game go through.
We'll really love to see how Wah goes about it. Man, it's gonna be whacktacular.
Oh my god. Alright, Marcus Gaming versus Secret Rare. Marcus Gaming, also known as 6 Upper Moon. They changed their names about 5 different times yesterday as well, confusing us all. They are going to be on your purple side. Absol taking the central area like we expected. Zoroark heading on into the central area alongside the Hooper's going to take the red buff. And it seems like Wah is heading into the bot side path with Squirtle as a partner.
And they're doing so well too. Wow, pushing in the damage here onto a little tree who's going to slowly be popped off here. Phantom not looking too good here, but slowly finding its way back against the Squirtle here. Making it out on the other side though, we are going to see a much bigger lead going into Gibbo here, who's also going to be taking the Bundle B, which might actually be onto their favor. But another fight is ensuing here as they are going to see themselves go out for an evolution here. We are going to see Steely coming to the fray here as Absol dishing out the damage, not letting them out.
Oh, Absol coming in here to try and secure, but great stun by the Hooper. Absol just has to back on out. Zoroark is here with only one buff. It's going to be a 3v3. I want to see if anyone on either side is going to send someone up to the top side path. Espeon looks like it's staying bot path. We're going to get a fight between an illusioned Absol one more time and a beautiful combination play, but Absol waits to go in. Hooper
he makes it out.
Oh, he gets away.
That was such a beautiful thing, and they can still continue to take this fight here. They're gonna push into the Chansey here for one. They get the point drop here into Gabite, and now they're able to continue this onslaught here for another one. But just a little bit more here as Gabite pushes it back for Absol. They're able to take his 3v3 into a 3 KO for 2. Oh, no, a 2 KO for 2. That is actually a little bit worse, but not too bad. Now we're looking at bottom side though, and we are gonna see going back for another free EXP farm for himself here. He's looking pretty good here at level 6 and pushing it for the other side.
I'm so curious if it's actually you know, we're going to see which one they go. We've got the Altarius here inside that central area. Zorak's just going to slash on through them, assisted by Wah on the the charge beam. Charge beam there. I nearly got a little bit confused. Absol's going to head into the top of the Thunder. Just make sure that they stay away. Hooper Highway going to port everybody down bottom. And oh, no, they're actually going to port to the top side. But there's going to be a 4v3 situation. Marcus Gaming looking to pounce. Zoroark managed to get away, push away. And now I think Marcus Gaming just have to call it back this time.
Yeah, it's looking very neutral right now here. We're going into the next set of Altarias and Swablues, but we're gonna have to see how they want to prioritize this, because right now at the bottom side they're leaving their best player all alone as they take the fight here. A lot of damage is being dished out here. It's Absol's going to be the first one to go down here. Storm Power allowing them to run away just a little bit of Sylveon, but Zoroark taking massive damage here as we do see the champion coming in with a Wow Beam, pushing it again, throwing for everything. Okay, wow. And they're not making it down here as we do see Zoroark pushing back into it. Blissey almost going down. He's gonna try Chicks for it, but it's looking so low. Getting punished just like that. Going in for this Espeon. Not something you want to see here. Should have taken the wise words of the wow and move away.
I can't believe it. I think Zoroark definitely should have gone back there. Stored power is too dangerous for a... but the charge beam is not going to secure against the stored power. The Queen's going to head in. It's seen Maridon as a target. No, it's picked up Hooper. Triple Axel spin to win. The Dragon Push actually pushed it towards the pad of all things. I don't know why Gabite did that, but Regieleki is going to move right back to its spot. That is why it did that. It moved. It made sure the Regieleki had more space to walk. Never actually seen that being done, but inside the bottom part, the defenders having a 1v1 situation. Push with the tree, push with the pump, but now I think they're just going to disengage. 113 to 40 points. We're 6 minutes into this. Both teams looking very strong, Nightera.
Yeah, it's not actually Wa's fault that he missed the secure there. I mean, just a lucky stored power. Can never blame Wa. As they go in for it though, we are going to see them position themselves a little bit more to try and be a bit more aggressive. Espeon is just waiting for the corner here with the side going into Blastoise. He's going to see it and realize, hey, there's nothing wrong. But psych, we're going into the Blissey. Pushing back for it, they are starting a fight here. We are going to see the Meteor Star going down here and then dishing damage here, but not enough to actually help them out. They are going to take the knockup here, and Garchomp goes in for the limit outrage going in. He's going to try and push into Absol, not enough, but which is a little bit more. They might be able to take it down here. Blastoise going down for the count here. He's going very deep in. He's not looking too good here as we do see our Hoopa look and stuck at the back here. He's not able to back away here as Garchomp's now going to take a massive amount of damage and not able to run away. That's another one down from the side here. We do see Secret Rare going out with a negative from all of this. But Wa is alive. The dream is still alive.
The dream is alive with Wa. Zoroark's back in. Night Slash taking down the Absol. Blastoise is going to serve everybody back. Hooper is now in no man's land alongside the Blissey. The slashes are going in. Beautiful. Horn needs to regain that health. Incredibly, Marcos Gaming managed to come out of that with only the Absol going down. Garchomp is inside that top path. Again, the scores have not changed, but check out these levels. We've got 2 level 11s and the rest level 9s, except for Serena on level 10 on the side of Marco's Gaming. We've got 2 level 10s, 1 level 11, 2 level 9s for the side of Secret Rare. Secret Rare's just a little bit behind. Quinley Ascendant comes out onto the Garchomp. Charge beam is going to make sure Blitz Assistant is going to hit down. The Queen charges onto Wah. He's trying to make his way out, but he finally goes down. The power of Wah is not going to be instilled on Secret Rare anymore. And Marcus Gaming going to pick up these KOs and head to tier 2. But Hooper's going to come on bound.
And they're gonna turn the entire team back onto them here. They're gonna try and push for it here. That Quinley Ascendant just not make it work here. They're able to pick themselves out here with taking the final shot there. Looking very snazzy indeed. Now they're able to break this one and actually go in for the Regieleki. The entire team is all spread out here. Zoro is gonna go to the bottom here. They try and get his way around to the app. So potentially actually getting a free KO before actually doing anything else. So to go in for it here, we are gonna see the fight come in. Nice dodge here with Fing and Bobbin.
Oh my days, the scoreline is looking a lot better. Garchomp ripping down that Regieleki inside the top path. Absol just tidying up between it and the Zoroark. Hooper is there to assist. Illusion to make it C double. And I think the two central area laners are just going to back off from one another. But Absol goes in onto Y. Y's out in trouble here. It does go down, but sets the electric terrain, giving a little bit of advantage for Marcus Gaming. Stored power is going to come and do a little bit of damage. Garchomp's going to scoop everywhere. Zoroark transforming into a Regirock. Shoutouts to Regirock. Both teams ascending on this. Eject Psychic Solar. Eject Psychic Solar. Oh, Hydro Typhoon into the
They pick themselves up. Secret Rare pick themselves up on the Regirock here. They might be able to turn this back into it. Pushing back for it. They're going in. The War Beam is going out. It's not dishing it out to the Absol though. And he's unable to pick themselves up the KO here. They have lost quite a bit of members just for the Regirock. I'm not even sure if this is worth it anymore.
We have just passed the 3-minute mark, which means there are 3 Unite moves down for the side of Marco Gaming. We've got 3 Unite moves down for the side of Secret Rare. They just don't care. The push on to the Serena to pull it back into the space of their pad. Serena getting out with the drop kick into the triple axel. 30 seconds left on the clock. Nitara, let's get another look at these levels. Level 13 has been on level 14. Absol level 11. Blissey and Trevor at level 13. Serena on the side of Secret Rare, level 13, Zoroark, Gyarados, Wah, coming up with level 12, level 11 Hooper, level 11 Blastoise, 17 seconds. I don't think these teams want to fight anymore. It's so close.
See, the problem in this entire fight is that Secret Rare has a secret strategy and they're just not utilizing it. Even they don't realize that the real strategy is to funnel Wah, and they can actually win. He needs to be level 15 and pushing 16. He's not there.
16 is impossible. If anyone could do it, Wah is the player to do it. We want to see if that Bright Future Meteor Storm can hit its target. Zoroark so far into that top path, going for a sneaky little back out because Hooper can bring them in. But the Green Dragon has spawned Nitara. Absol is just waiting patiently to score this back out, put the onus on Marcos Gaming.
Right. With that being said, though, they are slowly just trying to chip away the Rayquaza, trying to get them to do something about it, but it's just to no avail here. A weird surf here just to push them back, but a nice pickup here onto the Blastoise, and they're just gonna slowly make it work here. With the Hooper Highway going out, they're in great position again.
Zoroark did not manage to get that score in. It's still holding on to those that pocket full of Aeos coins. 1 minute on the clock. Marcos Gaming, 60 points to the good, but now we've gotten engaged with Trevor and Blastoise on the surf.
Ooh, they're trying to make it work here, slowly picking up a little bit more EXP here and there. We are seeing the 13 coming in for the Wah Beam as they're going to dish it out here. They might be able to pick up this Trevenant here, and that might be a good start here. The Phantom Forest comes in, but we're not going to see them pick anything up here as the Dragon is still going onto the Blissey. Going from the back here, absolute dish damage here. Livid Outrage coming in. They might almost begin a Midnight Slash coming in just to save him. What an Invound coming in from there. We do see the Dragon Meteor Storm coming in, dishing the damage here, and it's not looking too good for them. They just need to drop a few points here, but on the other side, Marcos Gaming actually dropped in a set of points here, 100, just to make it a little bit tougher on them. Star Power coming in to dish the damage here, as we do see Serena in a very weird spot, picking themselves up for the 1, but it's 20 seconds on the clock here. They need to get the points in right now. Maybe Rayquaza, maybe something, but now is the time. Secret Rare has to move in. Another 50 coming in for the back here, but Melon just not making it out of that. Go able to run away here, as we do see another fight ensue here. There is just not enough time. They have to make something work on the top side, but with that being said, here the points are dropping, and that is it. 74 extra points. There's nothing more they can do here, Lobo.
No, absolutely not. I think they were over 150 points. They needed a lot more, but that is going to be game number 1. Actually, I'm not going to say anything because I want to make sure that no other points went in across the board when we were focused on that bottom side path. Marcos Gaming taking the lead with the Serena back cap of 50 and 100 to push them into the lead in this game number 1. What a game number 1 we just witnessed. I think both teams just felt like fighting that entire time, Nitara.
Yeah, they were. And if we're going to see the numbers here, it should be pretty high across the board. Maybe Mike is a little bit behind, but otherwise, we are going to see a lot of damage coming in from both sides. Especially from my favorite player of today.
I am never going to be able to live that down. That's going to follow me for the rest of my life. Ghoul doing a fantastic 72. Genius picking up 77k as well. But check out Audi, the big thick egg, tanking more than Trevenant with 70k, as well as 120k healing. Shout outs to the Blissey for that one. Sorry, not Nitera. Tyson and Wah picking up with top damage on the side of Secret Rare. Going into this second game, are you going to stick with the Miraidon? Are you going to find something to try and deal with the Zoroark? I think both teams played very well throughout those fights. But unfortunately for Secret Rare, I think they just got a little too split. Bright Future Meteor Storm didn't really manage to get hit any KOs. And I think Phantom Forest as well managed to zone them out. So Secret Rare were pushed out at that Rayquaza fight, really unable to regroup towards the end.
Now, I'm going to be a little bit more serious on this one now, because I do believe, like, Miraidon, while it's a good pick, there is no sense of agency when you're playing with Miraidon, right? Because, okay, when Charge Beam is up, you just go... Yeah. Right? So, what I feel like maybe they could try is go for Dragonite with Hyper Beam instead, right? With Dragonite Hyper Beam, there's a little bit more agency of when you need to press the button, and so you're kind of just really playing out the long game. Which is something that they were doing very well, and Secret Rare were able to pull it back out of there, as we do see in the last fight. Marcos Gaming was struggling a little bit. If it went for a few Unite moves that gave invulnerability, I'm pretty sure the Absol would have gone down. I'm pretty sure we have seen a few Pokemon be knocked out just like that. So they are not too far away from a victory, and a little shift in the game plan, while still retaining some of the more core features, could really help it out. So Lobo, you tell me, what about you?
I don't know, man. I thought Absol played very well going in and out. Zoroark challenged the Absol very well. So both Speedster, Assassin type central laners, I think, really doing the job that they needed to do. Trevenant surviving a lot more than I expected it to survive as well. I think everyone did their roles and their jobs correctly. It was just the Ray fight, a little bit disorganized, getting pushed out, getting separated. Serena unable to use Queenly Ascendance in that last Ray fight, getting stunned by the Hooper, putting that new Night Move on reset. So them going down and then one going down after the other was a big problem. But Urshifu gonna be taken away, and Psyduck is also gonna be taken away as well.
Let me see how they can turn this around here. It's the right play to actually ban out what they have, because let's be real here, with Marcos Gaming is looking confident, they wouldn't even bother trying to ban anything that they have, right? They just want to ban things that would actually hinder them. And it looks to be the same thing across the board here. The bans have remained the same, and we're gonna see if we can make it work.
I see. I don't like Mimikyu getting banned off. I always like watching my little ghost puppet play off. I haven't actually asked you, Nitara. I've said Mimikyu is my favorite Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. What is yours? Sylveon picking up the Blissey straight away. It's so interesting to see Blissey being picked up in that first slot.
I don't know, man. Like, are you really asking me that question? I feel like it's pretty obvious, no?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking you that question. Whether it's at the moment I can't tell if it's Miraidon or I can't tell if it's Lucario. So until I just ask you straight away.
Okay, my favorite is Wah.
Okay, it's definitely okay. So it's whatever
Wah. It's Lucario.
It's Lucario. Okay. Because Genius is gonna pick up Miraidon. Ghoul's gonna pick up Ceruledge. First time we're seeing Ceruledge today. Wow, hovering over a very interesting Pokemon. Damn it. I would have loved to see a Decidueye come to play. A Decidueye has not been seen in a long time, but I think it's one of those Pokemon that could do a lot of range. The only thing that hinders it is its movement sometimes.
Yeah. But I do believe that Marcos Gaming is on the right track here, because definitely the Miraidon was dishing out a lot of damage, though I think it's a very cowardly strategy coming from them to pick up strongest character here. But you know what? I'll let it slide. It's a strategy. No shade.
Audi's gonna stay on the Hooper as well. Melon's gonna pick up the Blastoise while still hovering over the Decidueye. I would love to see a Decidueye, but I don't think we are. We're gonna see another. Well, what? I think they're baiting me, Nitara. They're baiting me.
Yeah, they're definitely baiting you.
They're baiting me.
I do really believe that Sylveon could be it, right? I mean, look at the team. It's so squishy.
Mm-hmm.
If they choose to go Electro Drift, they're coming into the Garchomp. If they choose to play backline, Leafeon is going to jump into the back.
With double evolutions on the side of Secret Rare, that's going to be fun to watch play. Leafeon is such a danger to any single Pokemon because it gets that level 4, especially if you let it take the central area. It can take one of those buffs. Espeon can take another one of those buffs as well. And you've got 2 evolutions online even before you've got anything that... I think any evolutions on the side of Marco's Gaming. So very nice early game, as well as a late game scaler inside Garchomp 2. Tasni gonna pick up the 3-headed menace in Dodrio. Speedster versus Speedster. This is gonna be a fun one to watch. Both Speedsters able to cause such chaos.
Yeah, as we go about it here, I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to turn out here. A run into the back is an interesting strategy considering a lot of your team is kind of stuck in this position of like, I kind of want to hold back a little bit. I kind of want to go front a little bit. And then there's like Dodrio who's like, eh.
It's going to be interesting to see if Dodrio gets caught by anything here, especially in terms of the Horn Leech from the Trevenant. It's going to be caught. It could be caught by the Scoop from the Garchomp. And also has to be very, very aware of the Psychic Soleil Unite move coming out from Espeon. Stored Power is a great choice here because no matter what, you can Stored Power away from it, hit damage, and put damage on to the Dodrio. Leafeon on the other side, if it gets caught by a Blastoise, if it gets caught by anything else, it is still such a quick Pokemon with Razor Leaf and Aerial Ace, and then into the Emerald 2-step. It's going to be fun to watch these two species duke it out. I wonder if they fight each other, or if they just go for the easy picks on the opposing team.
Right, and so as we turn this one back into it though, we are gonna see the very simple fact of the matter, which is gonna be, of course, Leafeon going into the central area. We are gonna see Charcadet go into the central area. Those are the key Pokemon that has the damage to dish it out here. However, I'm still surprised that, you know, we're not gonna see the best player in the game.
Just to remind you guys, as we head on into the top side, Dodrio and Hooper alongside Garchomp and a Blissey. This is Unity Clash, the Winter Edition, season number 6 for the Asia region, guys. We are watching the Asian teams duke it out in this winners semi-final. Secret Rare versus Marco's Game. We've got a clash inside the top path. We've got Leafeon onside that red buff, but Cerule Edge is here. The double-bladed menace has come on in, but Leafeon is just going to make its way out.
Alright, it's not gonna make anything work here. We are gonna see the Bitter Blade pop out in a bit, but it's just a little bit too soon for me as we're gonna wait for an opportunity here. They are just trying to hunt down the entire bird family, and they're just not letting it relent. Let's see here, waiting for a bit here, comes in, throws it out. They are gonna slowly pick onto the Chansey here, but just not enough. Choshing it back here, he's kind of caught off guard here. He's gonna go in for it for Chansey, but losing himself out like that, I don't know if that was the right play.
Unfortunately, the push there from Cerule Edge really caught it out of position. Hooper did not have its hyperspace hole up, so Cerule Edge going down there, unfortunate, but Charge Beam is just going to whittle down Wah, who is going to get a taste of his own medicine that he dished out in the previous game. This time round, Marco's Gaming looking to push strongly on to this pad. Secret Rare have the ability. There's the Hooper hyperspace hole, but sends Dodrio back. And it comes back and takes the stun. Both members waiting for that bird to come back, but it turned out to their own detriment.
Right, and now as we take a look at the numbers here, well, it's 18 points difference. We are the central area. The numbers are looking 4-2. I'm not really sure if they want to do this. We are seeing Charge Beam go out here, and a nice Wood Hammer coming in to pick themselves up for the war total here, but he's stuck in the corner here as Leafeon finishes it off here. They're looking so good. Secret Rare is pushing out and coming.
They're pushing 5 people inside this top part. Dodrio is here. That is not a 5-stack that you want to come past. The Rule Edge heads in with the Bitter Blade. Picks up the KO on the Trevenant. Espeon picking up a KO on the Dodrio. Wartortle caught out between a wall and a down place. There's the 2 KO streak coming up from Wartortle. Gabite picks up a KO on the... on the Dodrio. My apologies. Oh my god, the chaos. You can't see who's getting taken down, but Boaty's have to reset. Beautiful Wood Hammer to catch out this Cerule Edge who came on back. But now Boaty's going to reset. Very low scoring for being 7 minutes in, Nitara.
Yeah, and now that we're taking a look at it again, the numbers actually haven't changed at all. 28-10 as I open my mouth, and now 32. So now we take a look at the numbers here. We are definitely seeing Marco's Gaming in a little bit of a better position, pushing up in towards the average 7s. A nice Emerald 2-step here coming in. But on the other side, we are going to see them actually be a little bit pushing towards the 8s here, having a lot of key players actually up and ready to go.
They just want to push this top part with a 5. Beautiful Emerald 2-step picking up a 2KO. Hooper and Miraidon are back for more after dealing with Leafeon already. Leafeon's going to go in. Razor Leaf onto the Hooper. Gets poked back. Psychic Solaire's going to pop out. Regieleki's going to walk in at 6:30 on the clock. This bottom pad is already down to 20 points. That's going to be very, very important heading on into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, and as we do take a look at it again, another pickup from the side here. This Leafeon is just not letting it go. But that's the problem though. If you're not going to let it go, eventually someone's going to catch up. As they slowly pick their way at it, he's just barely able to make it off of that. And now, with that being said though, the entire farm on the side of the central area is just all of the Leafeons to pick up for himself. As Dodrio runs around though to try and cause a menace towards the top side here, he's going to be able to find himself fighting against a tree soon.
5 minutes, 50 on the clock, 177 points, 96. Neither team going for an engage just yet, but Dodrio trying to make himself a menace. Chargeby's going to secure all of those Altares. There's 4 Altares. Espeon managed to secure one. We've got an engage here. Hydro Typhoon. Into the eject, into the limit. Outrage going to surf its way out. Dodrio is here with the try attack, but Bliss assistance on it to the Garchomp, and Blastoise is still in, trying to make sure that the rest of its team get away. Marcos Gaming are not going to go in, but Secret Rare could chase down their opponents.
Oh, and a nice fight here coming in. They have the damage to push it out, but just not enough to clean it up here. But if a little bit more here, the Garchomp almost falls down. They try for it. Dodrio running to the back here, almost picking himself up, but just not enough. Pushing it back. Garchomp is down for the count. He's able to run away. This is going to be the opportunity to pick for 2 for the side. Trevenant is going to be felled here with a little bit more. The sword is swinging, and of course, chopped down the tree is Dodrio pecking its way through the wood.
Triple trample. We thought it missed, but it was a great play to head into the backline, supported by Bright Future Meteor Storm. Hooper is going to get a score in and head on back to its home pad. Leafeon going to chase down the Miraidon. Beautiful eject to get past a wall, and Leafeon has no choice but to retreat. But Hooper gets taken down in the process as they came back through the hyperspace hole, and Secret Rare ripped that Regieleki in no time flat. Bottom Reggie has spawned as well. We're 4 minutes 30 on the clock. And it's a Registeel, and Marcus Gaming are going to be really happy that nobody else is there, but Leafeon is lurking to try and steal as the rest of Secret Rare are going to push into this top half.
The question is, are you sure you want to be happy about the fact that you got a Registeel here? Because the point lead is slowly going to increase, and the more reliant you are going to be on the entire Rayquaza, which is the whole point you don't want to really be stuck with, right? And so as they go on this here, we are going to see a bunch of damage coming in here, just trying to push this Regieleki away, and unfortunately they just don't make it out with much here. Losing out the Leafeon as well, this tree is going to get chopped down and become firewood for himself. Coming back, he's able to just back away just a little bit.
Hydro Typhoon into the Psychic Solaire, into a Livid Outrage, allowed Secret Rare to get a push onto that base. They've increased the lead by 105 points inside that bottom part. Beautiful Reverent Ren managing to take down Dodrio, who's on a HP and a dream, but managed to avoid the living embodiment of forestation right now. Leafeon is here trying to make sure nobody gets away with his blue buff, but I think Cerule Edge got away, and Hooper's just going to make sure that they try to bring that point score back up.
Right, and now as we take a look at it here, it's just not looking too good. They're almost 100 points behind, basically. And Marcos Gaming, they do have the levels in a sense, but it's just not really high enough to catch them up, right? They're still a little bit behind in general, and I would love to see how they really posture themselves up for the Regieleki.
3 minutes on the clock. No Unite moves are usually used after the 3-minute clock, but who am I to argue with pro players inside this area? If you want to use a Unite move, by all means, my friends, go ahead and use them. 15 seconds until Regieleki decides to spawn. Both teams going to go to opposite ends of the play here. Hooper was lurking, menacing in that bottom part, still has that Hooper Unbound able to go, but I think Marcos Gaming are just going to go for this Regieleki, Nightara.
Ooh, I'm not really sure if this is the right call here. Marcos Gaming definitely going in for it. They're going to trade it back and run back down to see if they can stop the menace that is going to be Secret Rare from any other major objectives. 5 seconds on the clock here. They have a Leafeon on the prowl. They have Trevenant locking them out here. They might still be able to get this at least, but I don't know if it's worth it if they're going to lose like 2 for the team.
It's Reggie Ice as well. I think Marcos Gaming are going to try and go for positioning. Look how aggressively Blastoise is positioned. Espeon and Leafeon managed to secure Reggie Ice for the buff going in. Hooper decided to go, but unfortunately it did not. It just teleported right back out. They know exactly where Trevenant is. That Thunder's going to find them. Garchomp hovering over the top side. It's going to go into a fight against Cerule Edge and Dodrio. Livid Outrage is going to come on out. Triple Travel's going to make sure they get it into the Revenant Ren, but Blister Assistance is going to go from the other side of the map, and Cerule Edge is just going to hightail it out and make all the way to Miraidon for a little bit of cover, but Dodrio escapes to secure some points. Rayquaza is at half health right now. The secure could come in.
It's just looking very rough here as they're going back about it. We do see taking in the damage onto Blastoise here, turning it around. But we have a problem here. The Meteor Shower is going to be able to peel for our dear and Lone Zero Edge, but it's just not enough as they lose another one for the side here, which is the Leafeon. The damage is coming out here, and we do see kind of pushing here. They do pick it up. Marcos Gaming with the double swords moving into this one, and they are going to be on the prowl for those points.
The Hondo Burgers could reign in, or the 38 Burgers doesn't have such a good name. Ring to it. 50's going to go inside the top path. Beautiful secure. They had the Dodrio. They had the Cerule Edge up. And that was a great secure by Marcos Gaming. 50 seconds on the clock. 400 points and a bit of change to climb. Leafeon getting taken down by Dodrio there in that last bit of the Rayquaza fight was a big source point for Secret Rare.
Yeah, it was definitely a painful thing to see, especially at the very end. They felt like they had everything going for them, and then just suddenly Marcos Gaming Cerulet just runs in and is like, hey, by the way, Xing Xing.
Xing Xing. That is exactly what Cerule Edge does. It's taken the place of Aegislash with the Xing Xing. We're adding a little bit of fire tick damage as well as they head on inside that top path. It looks like Secret Rare Bliss Assistance has gone off early, but there's the Hooper Portal to defend. They're trying to get some points in, but I don't think how many other points they get in, it's going to be enough. 3, 2, 1, game, set, match to Marcos Gaming.
It's a really tough one to watch, and a pill that I really didn't want to swallow. Secret Rare had so much going for them, and honestly, I mean, wow.
that was the saddest wow I've ever seen. I heard you deliver today. Like, Mike Tyson putting up a beautiful 6 KOs. Sam doing 6 KOs as well. But have a look at this graph. This is probably the closest graph that we've seen today. And look at where those points were so even across the board, heading on into that Rayquaza fight. And you know what they say, where there's a Ray, there is a way. Have a look at this damage stats. Not bad across the board, fairly even, but all the damage coming out from Ghoul, Genius, and Sani on the side of Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, there's not much you can really say about the fights here. The numbers just look the same, and it's not really worth talking about it. What I really want to talk about is how Ghoul actually was down for a long time. I mentioned in the cast that we had Genius peeling for Ghoul as it was very low. And so within that time, Ghoul decided to take a chill pill, went back to base, come back, and somehow managed to deny the entire style of Secret Rare. Just like that. And I gotta give it to them.
I think that's an incredible play. Genius actually pulled out the Bright Future Meteor Storm to really, yeah, you're right, peel everybody away as Sani was taking on Mike Tyson in the duel of the species. In terms of damage, Mike Tyson being able to do a little bit more damage than Sani, but Sani providing those extra scores, those extra bit of damage, a little bit of Chaos Bird coming out from both teams. Fantastic job by Melon and Aldi with the incredible support plays, getting players in and out and surfing them around. Heather doing a fantastic job as well. So big shout out to all these players. Marcos Gaming is going to take it, but it's not over for Secret Rare just yet. It is a double elimination tournament. They are going to go down into the losers bracket where they will take on Thunderclap Blackout, guys.
Right. Now, as we take a look into that, we are going to actually see the brackets real quick and just figure out what's going on here. I mean, it's been a good long 20-30 minutes, so let's just bring that back in. True Rippers, once again, pushing themselves back out here into that. Ranked Demons going down with at least 1 point to the name here. And so we are going to see the 6 Upper Moons move up against Secret Rare, or I mean, we all know who their name is. Changing it back and forth. True Rippers and 6 Upper Moons, they're going to be fighting off in the winners finals, but into the losers quarterfinals here. Secret Rare is going to be fighting against Thunderclap Blackdrop, which is going to be interesting to see because Wa is a menace, but Thunderclap Blackdrop, they've got something scary they woke up for. So let's just see how that goes.
And the Ranked Demons pulling up the bottom side of the losers quarterfinal inside the losers bracket, with they're going to take on QRS. Guys, we have got an entire night of Pokemon Unite action for the Winter Showdown Town Season 6 coming representing the Asia region. The teams are showing out, the players are showing out as well. But for us, we are going to take a quick short break. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab a drink. We will see you all very shortly.
Wow.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go straight into this best of one inside the losers quarterfinal. We've got Secret Rare on the purple side, Thunderclap on the orange side. I know Nitera is very excited to see his new favorite player fight it out and try and make their way through the losers bracket back into the grand final.
I love to see my new favorite team. Actually, it is not Secret Rare. It's Wa and Friends. But,
Okay,
you know, remind me.
All right, mate. All right.
Jokes aside,
Who says casters can't be biased? But, you know, we move on from that. Cerule Edge and Mimikyu being picked up as the bans. The fact that Cerule Edge is being picked up as band number 1 spot is a really interesting one. Sylveon's going to pick the Umbreon to join them in that band slot. I wonder what's going to go forth. Of course, it's going to be the annoying pink egg.
What could you possibly say otherwise? I mean, Blissey definitely needed to be shut down at some point here. And arguably so, it's one of the only Pokemon that has the ability to really heal your entire team efficiently. Right, I should just put it efficiently. But as we take a look at how they're going to pick this one up, it definitely looks like they want to go on for a more, range fight here. We might see potentially a little less bulky Pokemon coming in here. I opened my mouth too soon, but otherwise it is all good.
The caster's curse follows us wherever we go. Sam's going to pick Garchomp inside that first pick. Hero, looking to be a hero with the trickster himself, Hooper. Heather hasn't decided what they're going to pick. We've seen a few Pokemon hovered over. What are they going to go with? An attacker? They're going to go with the defender to support, and it is going to be a defender with Nagoose. Is that how you say it? Ngoose? Ngos. I'm just going to go with Ngos.
All right,
Nagoose is going to be Nagoose is going to be picking up that Blastoise. Wow! Is going to come out with the Wa Beams once again with Miraidon. Heather is going to pick next, and I think they might either lock in. They might have to go for a defender here, Nitera. Or,
I'm liking this.
Yeah, I don't mind the crossover, but there's still no healing on the side of Secret Rare.
How much healing do you really need if you're just going to be dishing out damage, like big amounts of damage as a bulky Pokemon? I feel like, there is some healing that needs to happen here, but I'm fine with this. I mean, in fact, we might see a Eldegoss come in here with a Leaf Tornado instead, just to try and give them a little bit of that speed to catch them up here. And as I do say that, we are seeing that Eldegoss being hovered here, and I'm liking it.
Nitera's got his crystal ball out again, seeing into the future, predicting what these players are going to play. Sylveon hovering over the Eldegoss. Mike Tyson hovering over the second God of Secure. 2 Gods of Secure in Urshifu and Blaziken have hit the map. It's going to be a secure contest between these 2 Pokemon, or either team could just go for an all-out fight. Shiro is
going to be it.
Shiro has locked in the Mew, and we know how much damage Mew can dish out with those solar beams. Heather could. What do we have? We have 2. I just realized we have 2 Heathers. We have a Heather on Secret Rare. We have a Heather on Thunderclap. What is happening? I was like, I know I saw a Heather on one side, but now they're on the other side. We've got the battle of the Heathers, the battle of the gods, and the battle of the Wa about to be fought inside the losers quarterfinal.
But have you seen my crystal ball? Have you seen my crystal ball? Shivam, change it.
We have seen.
I feel powerful.
We're gonna see a. We're gonna go back to the caster scams. Nitera's gonna be holding up a crystal ball. I can just feel it. I can feel it in my bones. I like these comps either way. Both teams very, very strong when they come to fighting. Blastoise is gonna be able to displace anything that comes through, but we're still seeing a full heal on the side of Kite, on the side of Thunderclap, which is going to be interesting. I don't know what is going on with my co-caster, but he has pulled out the predictions with insane predictions. So, well, what do you make of this? We haven't seen a full heal. Could we see a rapid strike Urshifu come out, or is it still going to be single strike?
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't see with this in my eye. I do believe that the secure is going to be very important, but also on top of that, what Wicked Blow does bring to the table is a lot of damage, which is something that cannot be understated. If Garchomp is running to you, you have the invulnerability, you have the unstoppable, and that really helps you to kind of just secure the hits that you need to on certain Pokemon. Like maybe Blaziken, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
Single
But as we saw, both of the secure gods are heading into that central area. Eldegoss is just going to take that red buff away from Blaziken. Hooper is going to do the exact same to Urshifu this time around. Both of those supporters getting those red buffs are very, very important inside that top lane to help their respective top laners. Electro Ball is going to go on to the Crossel, but unfortunately, the boosted went on to the little Bunnelby instead. So Crossel gets out scot-free.
Right, and as we go about it here, we are going to see a little bit of a back and forth coming in from the supports here. Hoopa versus Glossifer here, which is not looking too good on the side, but Secret Rare picks himself up for that, and the Gibbo's looking mighty stronger just from that alone.
Mew and Squirtle versus a Miraidon and a Dwebble inside the bot path. We have both central lanes heading to that top path. Urshifu is online. I'm very curious as to see what moveset they've decided to go with. I have a feeling that it is the Rapid Strike build. A move we have not seen in a long time. It is Rapid Strike. It is Rapid Strike coming up. Blaziken had to Blaze Kick all the fun while going to pick up that Citrus Berry, but Urshifu's going to chase it down, and the buffs to Rapid Strike are finally going to be seen today. Gabite is on an HP and a Dream boosted ornament. It's taken down. Combination play from the side of Thunderclap.
Really showing them how they're gonna storm through the front here and make it work with that 2KO moving in forward. That, as we do see Lobo drinking his radioactive drink. But otherwise, we're gonna just continue push in forward for that, as we are fighting in for the next set of mini objectives here. The Altaris and Swabbles in the center here, and they're posturing themselves up for it right now. Solar Beam coming out here, not nicking into the Crossel, but the teams are slowly gathering up, with Secret Rare actually postured a lot earlier. And a nice Rock Water just stopped them from coming forward.
4 versus 2 inside that top part. Charging is going to secure all that. Rapid Strike going to head in. Crossel caught out in no man's land, going to have a quick KO. It does not matter if they secured the Altarias. They managed to get the secure taken down on the big rock crustacean. Water Bear is keeping everybody hydrated, including myself. Overheat and Charge Beam makes sure that indeed goes to the side of Secret Rare. Both teams playing well, but Nightera donuts across the board on the score front.
Ooh, I really love the fact that they've played it really slowly, which means if anyone's running stacks, which very likely we know one person is, right? We have a Steenie there who loves to get their stacks up if possible. It's going to be a little bit rough, right? You're just kind of stuck in the corner. Push back from it here. We do see the Water Bear going in, trying to make something work here. As we do see Gabite pushing back from the corner, trying to pick himself out Citrus Berry and defend with his team here against a 4. But we're going to see a lone Elder Gods almost going down for the count here. But they put themselves up for a 99 points. And that is all she wrote here. Moving into that is Regieleki.
We went from donuts to 12 and 99 across the scoreboard. Blastoise is getting a few stacks in as well. It's going to make sure that it makes itself a nuisance. Hooper is here, bringing everyone down with the Hooper Highway. Is Surf going to go in? I believe it is. They tried to secure with the Hydra Beam, but the Scottish secure is there. Beautiful Rock Tomb, and Hooper had to force its eject. Blastoise going to go down. Nobody's coming into the ball part. Serena is here. Urshifu is here, and now Secret Rare have to move out, but a beautiful Rock Team stops him from escaping. Crossel picking up a beautiful streak of 2, and Thunderclap being clapped back by the Thunder Pokemon. But no, Urshifu picks up a beautiful hunt-down KO on the Miraidon, picking up a KO streak of 3.
What? The bear is going in! Oh my god, it's so strong! Man, we saw that fight really starting off with the Crossel, and it just made it out so well. Just not enough HP to sustain here once the Elder Gods had to back away. Another fight ensuing here. They do pick up for 1 here. A little bit Outrage trying to make something work here. They might be able to pick up this Hoopa with a little bit more to work with. He pushes back, but nobody is responding to him, and that's gonna be a bit of a problem.
Mew, I think it was trying to make its way up, but Urshifu is here as well. So is Blastoise. Hooper sent up the signal. Nobody took it through the Hooper Highway. They just decided to run their way up. And now Secret Rare have decided to push back. 5 minutes 30 on the clock. Thunderclap 100 points ahead at the moment. Looking good on the levels. And that Water Bear, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, is making the difference. What a debut to make on stream.
As we do take a look at how they're going to turn this around, though, scoreline is 67 to 178. As they're trying to make another fight here, taking a lot of damage. But numbers across the board, averaging 9, moving into 10 is going to be Thunderclap, with Secret Rare actually hovering around towards the higher ends of 10s here, which is looking really good here. Fight ensues here as Bossy pushes the serve, and Crosso's just in such a weird position. Rubber Rosa being popped off here, and they're going to try and push fight. Hydro Typhoon pushing out for 1 here, as basically is going to overheat and hit for a massive amount of damage here. Pushing it down is going to be Warthog Turtle going down for the count here, as Hu Ring Zanbao pushes back in for it. They're unable to continue because this Rock Tomb is actually blocking them out. They have the fight, they have the numbers, they have the advantage. The Reggie's going down here, but they're going to try and force their way in here. Serena going in. Rubber Rouser man is going in, as we do see the pick up onto one. Pushing into Queenly Ascenders, trying to make it work here, but fire is stronger than grass as he takes a fight into them. He's taking so much damage, able to barely run away from this, and they have a winner for this with 2 Reggies to their name and a Blastoise to finish it off. Turtle soup for you, just to note.
These rock tombs are absolutely gorgeous. They're trapping, they're zoning, they're doing fantastic work, and the stealth rock is putting on damage that we're not seeing, but is really affecting the health of these Pokemon. Secret Rare Mew gets taken down by an overheat from the Blaziken. They're hoping to get some big stacks in here, and there goes the final tier 1 pad for Thunderclap, which means Hooper Highway not going to be as effective for that movement. Now Hooper's just going to have to focus on healing rather than moving their team up and down. Both teams playing very strongly here in Itera. Remember, this is a best of 1. This is the losers quarterfinals. 40 seconds until the 3-minute mark. Unite move still on deck. Only Garchomp with their Unite move for Secret Rare. And Urshifu and Blastoise with access to their Unite moves on the side of Thunderclap.
They still have a minute 30 more. Let's kind of be fair to them on this one. I mean, they have Wow on their side, and we're gonna see if they can make it work here. Already picking themselves up. The Blaziken has the Unite move. We also have Miralem back onto the Meteor Showers, and we're gonna see how they can turn this around here. However, the problem is that a lot of the objectives are being taken up by Secret Rare, and that's why they have a very massive lead. How can they turn this around is making one good fight here, but that means burning potentially their Unite moves.
That's okay. Well, I guess that's not okay with the 3-minute mark coming up. You really want to make sure that you go into Rayquaza with your Unite moves. 20 seconds until a bottom Reggie decides to spawn. Garchomp is inside that top side, going to rip that top Reggie. Mew and Blastoise are here. Miraidon and Crustle are here. Eldegoss headed to that top path. 3 members of Secret Rare heading to the top side for the Regieleki. They want to get as many points as they can to try and increase that lead and put the pressure on Thunderclap heading on into that Rayquaza fight. Blastoise spinning to win, even though it doesn't have any spin moves, but it's going to come up, and the rest of Thunderclap have headed to that top path to help and stop this Garchomp from securing, but Blaziken is there, and now Urshifu is causing a problem.
Uh-oh. Overheat might be able to secure this. Not enough, though, as we do see the Hydro Typhoon pick themselves up for their last hit, and that's going to be so devastating coming from Secret Rare here with the push the damage here, but Wah able to push them back here for 1 with the Mew. The Wah Beam takes another 1 for the count.
Another beautiful rock tomb. They don't have access to Hydro Typhoon inside this Ray fight. That's going to be a big hindrance for Thunderclap. They might just want to stall out this Rayquaza fight, but I think Secret Rare sensing blood in the water. They're going to try and rip this Rayquaza. They've got Garchomp in. The Charge Beam's going in. Urshifu has decided to Rapid Strike in onto the Eldegoss. Eldegoss managed to bank out. Bright Future Meteor Storm comes out to peel. Overheat Blaziken is stuck in the middle of all that. Urshifu, look at where he's positioned, taking damage. Serena's come out to help. Live It Outrage is going to target the Hooper. Hooper goes down. Blastoise is living on an HP and a dream. Serena trying to get out as well. Mew putting on Suppressive Fire with the beams, and both teams have just decided to disengage Itera. We might get a refight after we wait for Blaziken and Miraidon to return from Nurse Joy. I
don't even think there is a forced fight here. There's one more fight that's going to be coming out here, but I think the game might just be decided over the fact that we might see a random point drop somewhere along the lines. Because this is going to be a little bit rough for them to fight without the right moves to come out. We don't see Rubber Rosa from Crustle here. There's not a lot of tanking coming in from them. And we're going to be able to see another problem, which is that the fact that they still have a Hydro Typhoon, which is a massive 5-man stun potentially. So we have to wait and see how that goes.
They could be better served by just going into that bottom tier 1. It might be on low health. They could just get it in, but they just need less than, I think, 93 points to secure. So they need a full 50 dunk.
They have level 15 Garchomp.
You need a level 15 Garchomp has hit the fray. That is dangerous. We've got 40 seconds. They're going for the refight. Serena's gone in. Garchomp goes in as well.
Limit Outrage.
Overheat. Limit Outrage. Hydro Typhoon comes out. The Surf's going to hit. It's Mark Crustle.
They won. They picked it up. Secret Rare.
Crustle. Woo.
That was a crazy fight going into it. Maybe the level 15 was the dream.
Level 15 and a dream. Crossel gets a hundo burger in, takes the lead from Secret Red, takes the lead. 100 going into the central area, and Secret Rare are gonna win your winners quarterfinal, sending them into a loser's semi-final against ranked demons. My guys, what a game we just witnessed.
Literally raring to go on that one, and we're definitely going to see how they continue to push on from that. Secret Rare has shown that they were able to almost win the first fight on top just now into the winner's side, but there are no slouch here, and it's proven true. However, that is not to say that we didn't see a very good amount of fights coming in from the side of Thunderclap. Nagoose definitely had a lot going for him with the Hydro Typhoon, actually making it out with a few good knockups here. I do at least see 2 people not getting knocked out almost every Hydro Typhoon, and in fact, one of those we're gonna hit is gonna be the Regieleki. And so you gotta give it to him. He's doing so well, and with the side of heroes positioning as well as moving the team up and down, it was really anyone's game. I'll be real.
The battle report was incredible. We saw the graph just momentarily. Very, very back and forth. We talk about a pendulum swing of momentum coming through for both teams. Kai pulling out a 58k on the Rapid Strike Urshifu. It's the first time I've seen it in such a long time, Nitera. It got buffed in the recent patches. I never thought we'd see it. I thought the Wicked Bear would just be the way to go. Sam bringing it up there, holding up the damage for his team with 68k while not doing too bad with just 10k less. Level 15 Garchomp is nothing to scoff at. But I think before we're going to take ourselves a break as we bring you guys the winners final, I believe. The winners final between True Rippers, 6 Upper Moon / Marco's Gaming. Guys, we're going to be joined with the wonderful Kilosaurus and Spartan Tano to continue the rest of this broadcast. They are wonderful people. So Nitera and I are going to leave you in their capable hands. It's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very, very soon.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to Unity Clash, Season 6 of our amazing show here. My name is Nitera, and I'm sorry, I think Lobo split personalities now, and so we have actually a Keelsaurus and Spartano coming into the fray. How are you guys doing?
Great, doing great, Nitera. I'm really
Thank you.
excited. I was here yesterday. Actually, you were here yesterday, Tano, as well, doing that second half. So getting to see a few of these teams that have made it into the finals, which is really exciting.
Right. And what about you, Tano? How has it been for you, though?
I've been absolutely loving it. I love watching the other regions competing and being able to cast over it, but I'm gutted that Fly ended up losing and are no longer in the tournament. I'm absolutely gutted, but I'm excited to see what the rest of these teams can bring for the rest of this.
Right. Just a reminder here, we are into the Asia side of things here, so this is a little bit my own home turf, but we can take a look at the brackets real quick to see how it is going about here, because I think you guys have seen the teams compete and you roughly know who's who and what's coming up, actually. Yeah, so True Rippers and 6 Upper Moons will be in the winners finals, and in the losers semi-finals we have Secret Rare versus Ranked Demons. In fact, we just saw Secret Rare take up against Thunderclap Backdrop into the losers semi-finals, and so I guess now I have to hear what are your thoughts going into this next game for both the loser semi-finals and the winner finals.
One word for you, Nitera, and it's
Oh,
wah.
Yes! Yes! We have truly peaked.
Yes.
Yes, and what about you, Tano?
I mean, listen, Wah is there, Mike Tyson is there, Secret Rare have everything in their arsenal, but We did predict yesterday True Rippers and Six Upper Moon would be the teams to beat. They're currently competing in the winners final, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see True Rippers versus Secret Rare in the grand final.
Ooh, are you saying True Rippers, who is currently in a win streak here, same as Six Upper Moons, is gonna drop down into the losers finals?
I predict. That's going to be my prediction, but you never know. It's Pokemon Unite. Anything can happen. So, and Six Upper Moon are a fantastic team. Marco's game, and they are a very tough team to beat. So, if anyone can do it, though, it's True Rippers.
Well, my time is slowly turning itself over here, so I guess I'll just leave you guys with one more thing here, and that's what are you guys expecting to see moving forward in terms of the roster of Pokemon that we can pick here. We had a lot of bans coming in from Psyduck, Darkrai, Mimikyu. We had an Umbreon ban as well as a Miraidon at some point, so I want to hear what you guys think is going to be coming into the fray here on our next match.
Blastoise.
Blast.
I expect we'll see a lot of Blastoise, whether being picked up or banned. That seems to be up there right now. I mean, I guess
right.
considering the buffs that it received, yeah.
Alright, we've got Blastoise for you, Hilo, and what about you, Tano?
Aegislash. I'm going to throw it out there. We had those changes in the patch, and I know it's a different region, but I know in the EU region, we've been seeing a lot of Aegislash since that patch changed. So I'm hoping we get to see some absolutely amazing sword play today.
And I do agree, right? Because it has an overall 30 stat increase for its special defense, and I believe its defense as well, making it a lot more tankier as a whole, but as well as the fact that White Guy's buff, so its early game's a lot stronger. So, you know, I'll hold you two to that. If you guys ever see a win here, you know what to scream, alright? What's the word?
Wow.
Alright, with that said though, I do believe that I'm going to take a dip in just a bit here as we do set up the games here, but please do let me know how you guys are feeling over for Unity Clash Season 6 here as we go about it, and who your favorite teams are going to be coming up. That being said though, I'm going to slowly dip into the bottom and make this really awkward 3-screen.
You gotta look like you're going down the stairs. Oh, hi, Danner. So, yeah, we do have True Rippers going up against, well, says, is it Marco's Gaming, Six Upper Moon? They've had some changes here. I guess looking at who's left in this top four, we have True Rippers, Six Upper Moon, Secret Rare, and Ranked Demons. So we have the two. Did I do my math correctly? Well, Secret Rare being from the Philippines, so one of the C representatives up against the 3 India teams. So we have majority of India sign on up. I guess, you know, they are such a large region, and in terms of opportunities that they get, I'm glad that Unity Clash is able to provide that for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, any time India get an opportunity to compete, they show up in absolute droves. There are so many teams that get involved, and it's a huge shout out to, I mean, just the entire region in general, but yeah, I love seeing these teams come out and compete. I'm excited to see what happens in this one. Of course, True Rippers, they were taken to the wire in the previous game. Hilo, True Rippers, they were 2-1 against Ranked Demons. So coming up against Six Upper Moon, who currently are on the process of getting 2 O's throughout the entire day. Let's see if True Rippers can take at least a game away from them.
Been majority 2-0s besides that one with True Rippers against Ranked Demons. So whether we're going to actually see ourselves another round 3 coming into the winners final, I guess as the day comes closer to a close, matchups start to get really close.
So true, and what we're seeing here in these bans, we're going to get rid of the Urshifu. We saw that actually in the previous game with a Water Bear that nobody expects to see anymore. They also get rid of the Miraidon from those bans. Psyduck is going to continue to get that ban gel despite the recent nerf that it had, and I suspect Mimikyu also getting a bit of punishment here. I know that that Six Upper Moon don't really enjoy dealing with that Mimikyu.
It's funny how no matter how many nerfs Psyduck ends up receiving, it still just ends up in ban jail. It's just too much of a nuisance. Nobody wants to deal with it. But one thing that Marco's Gaming are going to have to deal with here is going to be a pesky Umbreon.
I do like with the recent changes in this patch that it means things like Umbreon are now managing to squeeze on through Kilo, because previously everybody would be banning that Umbreon just due to the utility that it brings to a game. So I'm absolutely loving this. In return, Marcos Gaming, they're going to steal the Blissey that we see banned so much because of that recent change to its Unite move, and they're going to pair that with a Garchomp. That is a really strong pairing straight from the get-go.
Oh, 100%. Blissey and Garchomp, a match made in heaven. I'm just curious though. Helping Hand did end up receiving a nerf. We know how much Helping Hand pairs up with the Garchomp, so whether they're actually going to utilize this or whether they're actually going to default back to the soft-boiled Egg Bomb build.
That will be really interesting. On return, though, True Rippers, they take the Hooper. If you can't get a Blissey, you're going to go for the Hooper, and they pair that up with the Blastoise that you called earlier. That is going to get a lot of action today, I suspect. Hydro Typhoon still being one of the best Unite moves when you are trying to engage in a fight. But what I'm loving here is Marcos Gaming are taking the Armor Rouge. We don't see that much of it. Usually people try and go for the Glaceon or the Miraidon when they want that kind of rip on the attacker, but I love the Armor Rouge pick here.
Oh, I remember when Armor Rouge was first released. It was so much fun to play. But I guess it did end up receiving those nerfs, so not the preferred style of attacker, especially considering its Unite move can be a bit clunky and easy to dodge. So I'm wondering what moveset it is going to go for. Even though it's an attacker, it feels like an all-rounder because it has a more closer combat melee style moveset, being that fire spin, but then you can also go for the psychic, which is more the range damage. So looking at their composition, I'm guessing it will likely be the range attacker for their side since they have 4 melee based characters already.
Yeah, and looking at what they're actually coming up against as well, this is going to be a really exciting one. I mean, of course, we do have Bora on that Inteleon. The snipe shots are going to be insane, but they don't have an all-rounder over there. It's not that heavily melee. Of course, they do have some good front line with that Umbreon and Blastoise, but it's all about what that Absol can do. If they can shut down this Inteleon and Espeon here, Kilo, it's going to be a difficult game for True Ripper.
Colors, the background colors are deceiving. You're saying they have no all-rounder. Hello, Blastoise. Yes, it's green, but I think it's going to secretly be purple there. I think we might be, do you remember that dress thing where it was like, is it blue, is it gold, or is it one of the other colors? I think it's one of those situations.
Very, very true. And it does bring a lot of CC, to be fair to Blastoise. It's just whether they can protect their attackers, because without probably the Inteleon being there, they lose a lot of range. So let's see what they can do, though. We're going into game 1 here of this winners finals, True Rippers versus Marcos Gaming.
Oh, and we are going to be sending the Sobble into the central area. I know normally we'll see Sobble go down into that bottom path because Water Gun Secure can actually be so good. Otherwise, on the opposite side, we do have the Absol shredding up this blue buff.
We did see a rotation through the top side of the jungle for the Hooper there, maybe looking to go for that red buff, but they've decided to provide some assistance to Squirtle here. Of course, Gibble and Chansey are very difficult to handle. It's quite a lot of damage in this early game from that adorable little land shark.
Well, the thing is, neither of them actually have any stacking items. Normally, we'll see a Garchomp with an attack weight, so I guess they can just play it a little bit more safely. They don't have to be too aggressive. Actually, considering the draft, it's only the Absol that has stacking items, but Blissey ends up getting taken down along with the Hooper, so both of the supporters out of action for the meantime.
Ooh, trying to drop a huge amount of damage onto Absol there. They got very weak. They come on in. They know that that's where the Drizzile is. They've got a lot of damage, but the Squirtle ensures the damage coming themselves, so they're going to be able to take down the Absol. They go for the little Gibble as well, and they grab all that mid-farm. This is all advantage True Rippers right now.
This is a common tactic that we have seen from teams, dubbed the Kirby Chance rotation, sending 4 members up in the top path to just try and get at advantage. Does leave that Umbreon down below, but this pad has been left on 41 points, and at 48-9, True Rippers, I mean, looking at their levels, they seem to be in the lead, considering we still have a Chansey, Tano.
Yeah, that's really tough. They're definitely having more of a level lead and just managing to sneak that onto Absol there. We have the Inteleon on the field. Armor Rouge trying to do what they can with the Armor Cannon, but it's just constant pressure from True Rippers here. The rotations are on, and it's definitely all advantage them.
Oh, but look at this. True Rippers here on time for these birds, being able to just soak them up for themselves. Meanwhile, Blissey has finally reached that level 4, getting in some dunks, but because of this hyperspace hole, Hooper is able to go and teleport and go interrupt their shenanigans.
I love the stored power pick on the Espeon. They're going to try and kite around the Absol as best as they can. I mean, if you pair that with one snipe shot from the Inteleon, it's difficult for Absol to survive that. But I like the quick rotations that they're utilizing. I know the Hooper's on the other side. Absol is trying to balance out either lane here. The 720s are about to spawn. We've got 4 here from Marcos Gaming. A huge snipe shot comes in, nearly picks up the Blissey, but they do manage to grab quite a bit of farm for that important Gabite.
Chipping away that much damage from the Blissey is insane, especially considering the HP that it has. Otherwise, down in the bot path 3 seconds until these objectives do spawn. Hooper and Wartortle are still up here. Hyperspace Hole has been put on the pad, sending up Espeon. The thing is, are they going to have enough time? No. Marcos Gaming is going to lock that in. Psychic Select comes out from the Espeon, being able to knock out that Gabite. And now the Armor Rouge too, and the Absol. So this is massive for True Rippers, despite not getting the Reggie Alecki, being able to pick up those KOs, get in some dunks. I feel like this benefited them even more.
Yeah, I mean, it's all gone their way, to be honest. The Lecky getting taken was the only thing that didn't. And this Inteleon just cannot be stopped right now, Kilo. We've got some defenders fighting it off in this bottom lane, but they're easily managing to lock down this Absol when they pair it with the Espeon. It's really smart play from True Rippers.
Oh, but look down in the bottom path, Espeon is quite low. We do have Inteleon sniping from range. Trevenant is quite low, but yeah, it's interesting to see a Reggie Alecki being taken first over a basement Reggie. Usually teams prioritize the first basement Reggie first.
Yeah, that they do. We do have a Garchomp online now, though, so the Mighty Line Shark has come to play, but of course, Hooper does have the capability of dropping those rotations. The Midnight Slash comes out, but it's not able to take the KO onto Blastoise. The Livid Outrage gets stopped by the wall, but they do manage to find Blastoise, but not before they take down the Absol with that Espeon assistance. 2 KO for Garchomp, but Hooper is going to be able to go back to that home base.
Did you see that? We had Noxie providing a berry for the Garchomp. If they didn't end up taking that berry, I think Garchomp would have ended up getting taken down there. So I guess a bit of unfortunate circumstances for True Ripper side. But 5 minutes 20, we still have that basement Reggie. Reggie Rock still standing. True Rippers are going to look at beginning this. It is at half HP. Who's going to get it, Tano?
Oh, we got a nice Psycho Boom coming in. It doesn't do the damage it needed to, though. So many Unite moves. They do manage to grab it on the side of Marcus Gaming. The Spy Vision is here, though. They fell the tree. They want to take the Garchomp. And with the rings getting let loose with that CC, they do manage to find it. And now True Rippers, they want to push onto this T1 pad, trying to take that Citrus Berry away from the Armor Rouge. They were a bit too late, but their snipe shots are not. That's a 2 KO. The points are going in. The Midnight Slash is here, though, to stop that 38 dunk. And with a good defense from Marcos Gaming here, they're going to be able to get them away from the goal, but not before Inteleon has a field day.
Oh my gosh, and the fight isn't going to stop. Livid Outrage is going to be popped on out, trying to bonk him on the head. 4 KO streak here for this Inteleon. Can they get the Penta? A little sneaky reset because of a well-placed hyperspace hole. Hooper trying to break the goal. They don't have enough points, but in the end, they end up getting... No, they don't get punished. No, they do.
This is crazy. This fighting is absolutely fascinating to see, and they just cannot touch this Inteleon. Whilst those snipe shots are coming in, while you have those defenders in your face, it's so difficult for Marcos Gaming to find an answer. You can't have sustained team fights because that Inteleon is dropping half health on everyone it hits.
Yeah, definitely landing those snipe shots. That's what you want from an Inteleon. Already skyrocketing to level 13, the highest level on the field currently. Otherwise, True Rippers, they're going to continue pushing on. Espeon also forced to utilize the Unite move as well. And, oh, it ends up being Trevenant that ends up receiving the eggs instead of a Garchomp.
I mean, the Bliss assistance there, just to obliterate the True Rippers on the pad, was a really good shout. Espeon manages to find some space to go back to that home base. So a good advantage from Marcus Gaming there. Finally, they managed to win that team fight and break that pad and bring this to a closer game here, Kilo.
Yeah, 217 to 198. points, so it's a lot better for Marco's Gaming moving forward. Otherwise, Blissey with 40 points on hand are going to make an attempt, but Espeon has something else to say about this. Marco's Gaming, though, they're going to focus on this Registeel, hoping to just shred it on down. And now with Umbreon dunking in some points, it's going to leave this bottom base at 2 points.
Ooh, they do try and go for that Umbreon engage, but of course they do have that dash to get themselves away. Blissey, with that good attempt to try and get the 40, does eventually fall down. Took a while though, and Blastoise and Tree kind of want to glance some blows here with Espeon prepared to dive in for the ambush, but they finally decided to retreat away.
This will be really interesting to see whether True Rippers or Marco's Gaming are going to set sights on this Regieleki, or whether Espeon and Blastoise are here more just to defend. Because with those tier 1s down and so close to the Rayquaza, that could create a bit of pressure as it heads towards tier 2. But looks like both of these teams are just going to farm on up whatever wild Pokemon is available and opt for some prime positioning in the tall grass.
Yeah, and with 43 points left between them coming into this final stretch, it's really anyone's game. Wow, a massive snipe shot to just half health that Tree. I mean, I say half health, pretty much 2/3 of it gone. But we're going for a rip here. Marco's Gaming, they've got the Garchomp. They just dive straight into the path. There's the place assistance coming on in. The Living Outrage is there, but they're not able to lock it in. It's the Espeon. They've got the Psychic Solaire. They've got the Psybeam Kilo. They managed to lock in the Rayquaza, and they're going to solidify this first game.
True Rippers are saying, Marco's Gaming, you're trying to be Rippers? No. Let me show you how it is done, right? Getting that secure is huge for True Rippers, despite Marco's Gaming trying to play into their game plan. But you know what? That is the end of that match. They're 241 to 198, but we know that score would have been a lot higher for True Rippers considering they had those Rayquaza shields.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know about the rip. I understand that you have a Garchomp and you have an Absol. You've got some good rip, but they've got so much secure on the side of True Rippers. I know they're called the True Rippers, but the secure that they have, they've got the Inteleon, they've got the Blastoise, the Espeon. They all have secure tools, so I'm really not sure about that rip decision there.
It's really interesting. As we looked at that graph, it ended up being Marco's Gaming that ended up securing all of those objectives. The one Regieleki plus the 2 basement Regis. True Rippers, they didn't need that. I mean, we're looking at the damage. 84k from Bora on the Inteleon. Definitely hitting those snipes. Paid off well, chipping away their damage during those team fights from range. And they ended up chipping a fair bit of damage from Melon, didn't they, come into that final stretch?
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, the fact that your Trevenant is down to half health before the Rayquaza even spawns is such a back foot to be playing from. And maybe that is why Marcos Gaming decided to go for the decision of, let's just rip it. But yeah, I mean, taking 36% of your team's damage and not even being able to be touched, that was the biggest thing. They weren't able to get onto that Inteleon. So I'm really intrigued to see what we do coming into the next game here, Kilo, because I don't think you can let Bora do that again.
No, definitely not, especially considering, I mean, look, they are in the winners final, so there is a safety net underneath, but I mean, what better feeling would it be to just land that first spot in the grand finals, knowing that you're safe, you're secure for the time being, have a little bit of a breather. That's what any team wants moving on forward. So we'll have to see what adjustments are going to be made. I'm kind of curious your thoughts. Armarouge is a Pokemon that we haven't really seen very prominent in the meta at all lately. Do you think Armarouge still has it, or do we just need to go and bury it again?
I think that they went for the range on Armarouge, which, you know, I understand if they had a melee heavy team, they needed some range. I think if you were looking for range, you probably could have gone elsewhere. But if you were looking for that melee kind of approach with Armarouge, I think the Fire Spin would have been a great shout, and I still think it's viable. But for me, if you're looking for that range, I think they definitely could have gone elsewhere with it. I mean, they had some heavy defenders there. You could have gone with the Glaceon, for example. It's definitely viable in this meta, very good at ripping. So yeah, and especially with the way that it's able to kite whilst being able to be locked on, would have been maybe a little bit better for handling that Espeon and Inteleon.
It is the year of the Eevees after all, so Eevees on top. I am not going to say no to that. I think, yes, in terms of Glaceon's kit, especially if they need range. You bring up some really good points. It's the sure hit movements that it has, but also going on into a Blastoise, an Umbreon, and even a Hooper, like they tend to stick close together. It's the splash damage that an Icicle Spear can provide. And I mean, you compare an Inteleon range to an Armarouge, like there is a huge discrepancy there.
That there is. And the thing is, like, I mean, when you look at the Inteleon Snipe Shot, you're probably looking at things to compete with it, like, you know, Spirit Shackle, maybe some Charge Beam from the Miraidon, but the Miraidon gets banned out anyway. And if you don't want to go for that Decidueye, you're kind of stuck in that situation where you have to accept you're not going to outrange them, which is why I feel like the sure hit move was probably the right call. But we'll have to find out, because I don't feel like the Armarouge was the right call there. Maybe they need to build something else around the sense of different ranged attack.
I think there's either two options here for Marco's Gaming. You either pick up Inteleon yourself, if you do have a sniping Inteleon player over on your side, or you switch up the Urshifu. I'm like looking at the bans. Which one would you switch up? Urshifu, Miraidon, Psyduck, or Mimikyu? I'd say probably a Inteleon ban over and risk having the Urshifu out on the field. What would you choose?
I'm actually with you, because I think Mimikyu is too much of a threat. All these teams know how to play Mimikyu so well, and it's so good at snowballing. Psyduck, I completely agree why everybody continues to delete that mon out of the game. So that's understandable, but it looks like we're going to see a possible Umbreon coming in for True Rippers. Now, they use the Umbreon quite a bit, and I'm quite surprised that they thought, no, we don't want to give them the first pick for that one there, Keela.
It makes sense. When you are in that second pick position, you cannot give these Pokemon away. Otherwise, Marco's Gaming, they actually ended up missing their first ban, so they only have access to that Mimikyu ban. And, well, I guess True Rippers, they think that Urshifu is too much of a threat, so locking that in. But this does free up the possibility for Psyduck and Miraidon to be picked up first here.
Yeah, and that's the power of being on the orange side right now, with so many Pokemon being so strong in the meta. We do get that Miraidon, so changing it up from an Armarouge to a Miraidon is definitely an upgrade in regards to where we're at right now. Hooper getting stolen for True Rippers. They want to stick with those rotations, and they used them very well in that previous game, so no surprise there. But I'm really surprised that no Blissey was taken.
Yeah, prioritizing Hooper over Blissey, I guess in terms of Hooper's kit, yeah, you do have that full team reset if you do go for that hyperspace hole teleportation, plus its Unite move can be quite beneficial, but even then, Marco's Gaming, still no Blissey. Are we actually going to see a Psyduck this time round? Oh, no. Blissey and Snorlax. Ooh, okay.
I love where the defenders are right now, Keela. I feel like there's so many that are so strong and they deal quite a lot. Snorlax, brilliant. They have a lot of CC that they can use. They've got the Heavy Slam, they have the Yawn, they've got that Power Nap. So I love the fact that they're picking this up. Usually you would expect to see the tree, but True Rippers now, they're going to take that Garchomp away from Marco's Gaming. We're going to see Magusa taking that one and pairing it up with the power that is the Electric Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu being picked on up. I think in terms of a ranged damage dealer, if it does end up going for the Thunder moveset, I feel like this would be better than an Armarouge. But also you could just go for the lockdown Pikachu. The Volt Tackle can be so annoying to deal with, along with the secure that an Electro Ball can have. We're talking about sure hit moves. Well, that's a great sure hit move, but ooh, two all-rounders being picked up for Marco's Gaming, Blaziken and Nazarena. What do you think about this combination?
I think, I mean, Blaziken still remains to be probably the best all-rounder in the game, consistently just strong as an all-rounder, fantastic secure, but Serena is on a meteoric rise up in the ranks. They are definitely becoming a very strong Pokemon, and these teams know how to utilize that Serena really well. I suspect we're going to see that Volt Tackle come out here, maybe to try and answer that when you have Bora being able to drop that ranged damage. And you still need someone realistically here, Kilo, to try and get onto Genius on that Miraidon.
That's going to be the difficult part, right? Trying to get into the backline towards that Miraidon, whether we're actually going to see Charge Beam or whether we're going to see an Electro Drift Miraidon. I am very intrigued. Which moveset do you think would be more beneficial going into True Ripper's composition here?
I think the charge beam. I think, don't get me wrong, the Electro Drift, it makes it hard to catch Miraidon. But if that is going to be a Volt Tackle Pikachu, I think stick with the tried and tested. You've got the range damage on the Miraidon. You can utilize it for ripping and for that secure. It's just a pain in the butt to even get onto it. If true Rippers have to utilize some of their team comp to try and break through that line and get onto that Miraidon that's doing that damage, you're going to be in a better position.
I think you look at the front line that Marco's Gaming are providing here. That Miraidon is definitely going to be well protected. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge. And I feel like if there's any Pokemon to go and do that, it could potentially be a Garchomp with a Dragon Rush to go and displace the frontliners and then allow, say, Pikachu or even Blastoise to follow on up with some stun and then snowball from there, right? But we always know while these things might look good on paper, actually executing it, well, that's a whole nother story.
Well, it's Pokemon Unite. Absolutely anything can happen. And as we always say, when there's a Ray, there's a way. If you can't give yourself a 500-point lead until you hit that Rayquaza, it's all going to come down to that final battle. And getting that lead is really difficult. But I love the way that these comps have been built. Of course, if True Rippers manage to take help them straight on through to the grand final, Marcus Gaming, they need to keep this one if they want to keep up in this upper bracket.
Yeah, Marco's over on the purple side this time round. True Rippers on the orange. We are going to have Torchic and Subble take the central area. Meanwhile, Chansey and Bounce Sweet heading up into the top. We do have Zarina that has attack weight on, so it'll be interesting to see how aggressive they're actually going to play here.
Yeah, Hooper's going to try and steal some of that farm away from them. They don't want to give any of their own farm for those quick stacks. And the thing is, Miraidon and Snorlax in this basement lane is going to be really tough for True Rippers to handle. They do have the Squirtle and the Pikachu, some of the strongest laners in the game, but that boosted does so much damage from that Snorlax.
Look at this Electro Web to catch out the Miraidon, finish the job. That is something you do not want to see this earlier into the match, because that's just going to slow down this Miraidon a lot. Otherwise, a 3v3 up in the top path. We don't have that rotation like we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, maybe that was the KO that stopped him from being able to do that, but we do see that push there. Serena's trying to take that one away. The big one does go to the adorable Gibble, so positional-wise, they've definitely got a little bit more experience up in this top lane for True Rippers.
Oh, but look at this. Knowing that they have 3v2 right here, they're going to continue pushing forth. Hooper does have that hyperspace hole, so able to give Gibble a reset. Nobody on True Rippers is actually stacking those, so they don't need to play super duper aggressive. As we can see, they've backed on out, and, well, I mean, I see on the minimap, Hooper's gone for a little trip.
That they have. They have to bring in this Chansey to try and at least distract, and the Miraidon's coming for the party as well, but they do manage to get the blue buff. Blissey is online, the Miraidon trying to take out the Hooper, and they do find it. They have at least managed to distract Marco's Gaming quite a little bit with that.
Yeah, but even then, at that 8-minute mark, 16-0 points. No points for True Rippers just yet. And we do have a lockdown Pikachu, Volt Tackle, and Electro Ball confirmed, knocking out that Snorlax.
Oh, this is going to be some punishment coming from True Rippers if they can get there. No, here comes the Serena and the Blissey. It was just that Miraidon trying to defend by themselves. It is the charge beam that we see there, Kilo, so they're going to drop a huge amount of damage in that backline, and Snorlax is here. So is the Serena. They're ready to frontline.
Oh my gosh, you can see the damage that Charge Beam is just providing right now. Melon going to take the chance to go and get a little dunk. Thing is, oh my gosh, the eject button into the berry. That way they don't end up getting taken down. I think, usually you want to save your eject button come those team fights, but sometimes you just have to be a little greedy for some berries.
Hey, you want to take those berries away? You're feeling quite tasty? Go for it. I don't blame you. I'm trying to see a bit of a combat going on between the Blaziken and the Garchomp here. Some all-rounders battling it out. Serena's come to play into the action. A bit of a damage getting dropped onto the Registeel here. It does seem like True Rippers want to lock this one down. Miraidon's there, though, and they have fantastic range. It's going to be easy to hit those double hits with the Charge Beam. It's getting pretty weak here, but Pikachu's got the Electro Ball, and they lock in that objective.
Yeah, Miraidon could not make it past that. War Turtle is very adamant to go and defend, but this is huge for Marco's Gaming. Being able to break that tier 1 and lead the way for that Reggie to crash into tier 2, that is huge for the Blaziken. I mean, they only get the 5 points, but still, it's an attack weight stack and 3 points for anybody that wants to go. But True Rippers, considering all of that, they're going to put that pressure on tier 1 and break that in exchange.
Managing to take that T2 down to 66 points now. Plenty of stacks that both of them have managed to get in there, Kilo. And of course, every Lecky that spawns, they're going to be able to push that. We have a livid outrage onto the Blaziken. Garchomp was not happy with what was happening on that goal. They want to take out the Blaziken, and they do find the answer.
Look, I mean, I don't blame that Garchomp not being happy, considering that True Rippers are behind. I mean, it's not that much, 155 to 125, but Inteleon finding themselves in a bit of a pickle gets up getting taken down. As Marco's Gaming, knowing that they don't have that tier 1 pad up above, they're just looking to steal this experience from their opponents.
Yeah, it's definitely a numbers game. If you can get more experience and get those levels over them, it'll be advantage you all the way. We've got a bit of a defense coming in for this goal here, and the Thunderstorm comes out of the Pikachu. Oh my god, everything gets rained down on the Serena. The Bright Future Meteor Storm is here, though. It's going to buy some space for their team to at least get on out of there. And without that T1 pad on the basement lane, they need to run all the way back to that T2.
25 seconds left to go until both of these objectives do spawn. Looks like Magus is going to do what the opponents have done and go and try and steal those buffs for themselves. But Inteleon just looking for some more levels. They do have their Unite move on hand. But, I mean, even with 10 seconds left to go, you look at the mini-map, it looks like we're going to be prioritizing this Basement Reggie, not Reggie Alecki.
And there's so many Reggies, though, Kalo, but we are going to see possibly the Garchomp go for the Lecky, whilst this Regice has got a lot of action down here. The Blissey trying to zone out that Garchomp. They do have the Blaziken for the secure. The Blissey's the one that is able to find it with the Regice, and that's going to give them a nice buff. It seems like they want to continue this push, though, try and get onto this T1 pad. We do see the Serena diving onto the Inteleon, and that is probably the difference in this game from the previous one. Nice Hydro pump coming out from that Blastoise. Can they pick up a KO? They want to, but oh my god, Blastoise risking it with that charge beam. They are able to get back to that pad. Good push from Marcus Gaming, but an even better defense from True Rippers.
I am actually very surprised that True Rippers managed to hold on to all of their resources there. No Unite moves coming out from the Pikachu or the Inteleon or the Blastoise, which does mean they have it to come in with the push as a Thunderstorm ends up raining down on the Serena.
Oh, Serena just got KO'd from another postcode with that snipe shot. The Snorlax says, well, I'm going to get away from here. They do grab this buff, though. That Surf pushing it out of the way of Snorlax. So grabbing as much experience as they can from True Ripper's side. They've definitely got themselves back to having the advantage in this game. They've got more points. They've managed to get slightly ahead in some of these levels. Wow, this is definitely the way to get yourself back into this game.
163 to 182. We were talking about getting a 500-point advantage earlier on. Well, these two teams are just close as possible. But another attempt for a bottom push here from Marco's Gaming. Ooh, a great Phantom Force from that Hooper there. As Hydro Typhoon ends up coming out, but they end up getting taken down.
Oh, they did manage to get it off. We get KO'd for it. We're going to have some points raining on in. It's going to leave it onto the 42. So they got the 6 and the 48 in. Not that much of an overcap, but it's given them the lead for sure. And they look like they're going to be able to take out the Garchomp as well. A great push from Marco's Gaming. And of course, that does limit the maneuverability you have with that Hooper.
I think it was a good call there from Marco's Gaming to just go all out. They do not want to give True Rippers an advantage come the final stretch. Otherwise, Blissey taking a shot here, being able to get 40 points. The Inteleon snipe shot was quite a fair few inches away. And that is also going to give Marco's Gaming the space to go and secure a Reggie Rock come this final stretch. That's huge for them.
And the fact that Blissey managed to run away as well is just crazy. What a smart play there. 266 to 182 on the board. Blaziken getting a little bit of vision on where some of True Rippers are before we head into this Rayquaza battle. The big green dragon is on the field. The snipe shots just whiff past the Snorlax there, but they're definitely aware of where this tank is. If they can connect, they can take it down, but unfortunately the snipe shots are just missing by an inch.
You've got to give it to the Hooper as well. Once again, the Phantom Force to just dodge that Snorlax heavy slam. Definitely don't want to be caught out as a Hooper. Otherwise, these range attackers, Miraidon trying to lock down this Garchomp as the Thunder is going to chase and lock down on this Blastoise. But once again, it's just chip away at your opponents bit by bit and wait for that perfect moment to go and dive in. Garchomp enraging there. Green Dragon here, and whoa, look at this snipe shot. Oh, wait, Zarina? No, they're going in, they're going out. No, oh, there we go, Tano.
The power nap comes in, though. Snorlax says, okay, this is the engage, and I like it. They do take down the Blaziken. The Surf comes on out, and with the Hydra Typhoon, they've dropped a huge amount of damage. Livid Outrage onto the Snorlax, and True Rippers are finding the KOs. There's 2 down from Marcos Gaming. Blissey is here. Maridon's in the top side of that path, but they've got the Garchomp onto the Rip with Rayquaza. The Surf to push the Blissey away. They need to make the decision on whether they want to get this now, and it's the Hooper that locks in the Rayquaza. Serena tried to make a showing, they get KO'd for it, and True Rippers, if they can score these points, and they've got the shields to do so, will be able to take this as a 2-0 victory. There's the white flag, Kilo. True Rippers are going to take this one away.
Yeah, Marcos Gaming, knowing that they just did not have the numbers to go and stop the 3 of them rushing towards bottom pad, are just gonna surrender. But in the end, 266 to 182. True Rippers being able to take this set 2-0, which means they're going to lead their first spot in the grand finals. Congratulations.
Well earned, and I gotta say, I feel like a lot of that was on the back of Bora's snipe shots. The Inteleon was so good for True Rippers. Of course, they built around it really well with the front line that they've got, and it was just incredible. There were points where Marcos Gaming felt like they were having the advantage. As we hit that 4-minute mark, they looked like they were going to come back and take that one, but then it all comes down to that final 2 minutes, and what a team fight from True Rippers to win that Rayquaza.
I mean, looking at that graph, it was another close match between these 2 teams. I guess it wasn't until the end that bottom basement push to go and give Marcos Gaming that space. But yeah, I guess just come into that final stretch. True Rippers, they played patiently, knowing that Bora was going to be chipping away at the opposing team bit by bit. Magus trying not to go in for a full rip, but more just leaving the bait out by hitting that Rayquaza. And it kind of left Ghoul in a bit of a scramble of whether they're actually going to commit to fully trope kicking in, or whether, like, we saw them go in and then we instantly saw them go out. And it was such a scramble for Marcos Gaming that they ended up having to dive on in. And after all that, well, Noxie seals the deal.
The thing is, like we mentioned it, the poke from True Rippers was so good, and it's so difficult to handle that. This is again the conversation we had where the snipe shot is just so much more ranged, and even the charge beam in that situation. And you have the Blissey for the healing, but there's only so much heal that they can put out. And if you're consistently hitting those snipe shots on Bora, you're going to be consistently dropping that health down for the majority of Marcos Gaming. They either have to go back to that home pad to give themselves that healing, and then you have a little bit of time where it's a 5v4, or Blissey ends up using all of their healing utility, and you're kind of in a fight where you haven't got much more into it. So yeah, I think that poke was really good from True Rippers coming into that fight, and the patience was 100% key to that one.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, in their name, True Rippers, you expect them to just dive on in and rip as soon as that Rayquaza spawns. So I guess they're playing a little bit of mind games here with us today, choosing this name here. Maybe it's that the threat that their name provides, right? So catch your opponents off guard. But folks, it isn't over here for the Unity Clash Winter Showdown. We still have our losers finals to go. So we have Marcos Gaming going up against Rank Demons, who actually defeated Secret Rare in the losers semi-final. So going to be quite an exciting matchup moving on forward. But do take this chance to grab yourself a drink, to get yourself a snack, because losers final will be coming up very shortly. Break's over, folks. We're coming back early because we are too excited to bring you the action for the Unity Clash Winter Showdown Season 6. For those of you that are just joining us, I'm Kellosaurus. We have Spartan Tano down here with this fantastic new hairdo, nice and blue, and of course, Nitera being overlooking the map here. But what did you think about that previous set, Nitera? He's just sitting there and smiling.
Wow.
Well, actually, Wah, as we just saw during that break screen, ended up being defeated by Rank Demons. So Rank Demons are the ones that are moving forward into the losers final, Tano. What do you think about 6 Upper Moon and Rank Demons going up against each other?
I think this is going to be an amazing game. Rank Demons took True Rippers to a 2-1 game, so this is definitely going to be a difficult task for Marcus Gaming, but they're going to want to get back into that grand final.
Yeah, that's whether we're actually going to end up seeing a rematch between Marco's Gaming and True Rippers, or whether Rank Demons are going to be able to make the impossible happen and make that lower bracket run. But we do have our first 4 bands locked in. 3 supporters? I mean, we were talking earlier. You said, like, defenders in a really good spot. Supporters. I mean, I don't know if this is a really good spot to be in, though.
I think people are finally ready to admit that supporters carry this game. We'll leave that one out for people to discuss.
Hey, look, an attacker or rounder. I mean, the teams aren't anything without their supporters. After all, they are the backbone. They are the foundation, right? I mean, you try to go in without a supporter. 9 out of 10 times, you're probably going to have your attacker saying, "Where's my team?
Where's my heels?
Where's my team? Where's my heals?" Nah, you have to do it yourself. I'm sorry. You know what? If there is a Pokemon that cannot heal you, that isn't a supporter, why not pick on up an Umbreon? Because, well, that also has a healing kit too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think if Umbreon's available, you're never gonna not pick it in a game with the way that it is currently in this meta. But we have a Sableye coming out to play, Keeler. There's so many supporters banned that they want to go for the CC damage with a Sableye.
Sableye is one that I love seeing because it's exciting. It's new. We don't get to see it very often. But if my bias is going to start showing here, I don't like Sableye. It is a nuisance, but it's also just in terms of, yes, it does provide that disruption. But depending on what Marco's Gaming ends up looking on up here, if it is going to be a defender, they have no healing over on their side. So that is a massive worry for me, considering they, on the opposite side, Rank Demons, they have an Eldegoss and an Umbreon. So their sustain could be out of this world and really tricky for Marco's Gaming to deal with.
Yeah, they also don't really have any range. I suspect Genius is not going to go for the Solar Blade. You never know, they might decide to do so, but with Ghoul being there, I suspect that's going to be a red bear for the Secure as well, Kilo. So Marcus Gaming have gone for a very interesting comp coming into this game. Rank Demons, they're going to pick up that Dodrio. Will we see free hats on it? We'll have to find out, but they've got a really good front line there, and as you mentioned, the healing is definitely more on the side of Rank Demons.
I'm wondering, because they have that Eldegoss on hand, whether we're going to see more of that foul play Snarl Umbreon this time round. However, they do have the experience share along with the Eos cookie, so could be more of that supporting Umbreon. We'll just have to wait and see as we finalize our final preparations. But yeah, very, very unusual team composition from Marco's Gaming. So I mean, maybe they're just trying to pull something out of their sleeve, and we were talking about catching your opponents off guard. Maybe this is just the play that they're going with.
I mean, go out or go home, I suppose, is the opinion that Marcus Gaming are coming in with. Let's see whether it pays off for them. I know you mentioned that you're not a big fan of that Sableye, and I think maybe if you're trying to utilize it as the annoyance that it can be, but then, you know, Greedent did get a recent nerf, but it's kind of like those two, isn't it? The Greedent Sableye, very esque on what they try and do in a comp, but we'll have to find out whether it works out for them as we head into game 1 of this losers finals.
Yeah. folks, while the rest of the losers bracket was best of one, our losers finals is going to be a best of three. So there is some room to try and make a comeback and fix things. Otherwise, Sableye did try to make an attempt at running across the map, but with Gossifleur and a duo shredding up those buffs, Sableye was just a little too slow.
Yeah, Glossifer is always going to be a fantastic mon in any part of the game, and especially with that passive that it has, it's just so strong in the early game, especially if it does get the red buff that they haven't given it. They've given it over to the Squirtle, I believe, here, which is really interesting, Kilo.
No, I think that's a great recognition from Ranked Demons, knowing the threat. Sableye earlier on, most likely to go and invade, so making sure to take care of those buffs as a collective rather than risking that slowly. Otherwise, Sableye trying to go behind a Dodrio does end up getting caught out and hit by the try attack. And we do have 4 members of Ranked Demons up here.
Oh, wow, and they absolutely delete that farm as well. Squirtle just ends up a little bit too far behind there, and they do manage to find the KO. Gabite is on the field. Leafeon, though, gets taken down. Back to the Pokemon Center for you. Shifu manages to find the Dodrio, and they're not just happy with that. They want to continue pushing on, but with that jump over the wall from Miraidon, Shifu has to get on out of there.
I know earlier on in the day we ended up seeing the liquidation, the water bear, but this one we're going back to our roots with the dark bear build. I guess you cannot go wrong with a wicked blow secure, plus the lockdown that an airborne fist can have, just that big burst that it provides. But otherwise, down in the bottom path, just fighting it on out once again. Sableye. Oh, okay, they may have not been successful the first time round, but if you fail, you got to try again, right?
Try and try again, and they managed to succeed there. We do have Eldegoss on the field now, and it seems like Ranked Demons want to get on this Sableye and get it away from this jungle. Of course, all that farm's gone, so they just let it go and kind of don't let it annoy them too much. Miraidon's going to grab the next part of this farm, but it seems like they're all over the shop right now, Ranked Demons. I'm liking the way that they continually rotate into each lane here.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of having a Dodrio. They're able to go to the top, they're able to go to the bottom, cover all bases. Umbreon ends up getting denied that 18 dunk from that Sableye. And after all of that, Trevenant is the one that ends up getting punished and taken down. So some more points do end up going on down, 27-39. So it is still quite a close game, as we do have 10 seconds until these first objectives do spawn.
Trying to sneak a 30 in the face of a Wartortle was an interesting decision. They do have the damage, but Leafeon is here to answer as well. Ooh, Gabite getting pretty weak, but they do manage to get that 30 and 28 dunk in. The rest of Ranked Demons have managed to come provide some assistance, but the points have rained in. Kilo 85-39 right now. They do manage to find that Leafeon. The evolution has been defeated, so has the Gabite. The points are raining in return.
Oh, but look at this. This goal is left on 9 points. Is there going to be enough Eos energy to go and break it? Wait, Umbreon, are they actually going to go in for a clean break? They did, knowing that this Regieleki will be heading towards down that T2. Thing is, we always know you've got to maximize on the wait! Sableye! So, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, there were so many people there from Ranked Demons, but Sableye finds the secure. That is illegal, and they managed to grab the Reggie steal as well. Both objectives for Marcus Gaming, and the pressure is on to Ranked Demons.
I was going to say, hopefully this decision to break this goal isn't going to cost Ranked Demons a little later on. You know, yeah, it goes towards T2, but when you end up putting in all of that effort only for it to get stolen away by a sneaky Sableye, that is definitely a stamp in the foot. But Regieleki ended up getting dealt with as Garchomp is here playing with some Thunder. Can they make it away from 2 of these members as they're utilizing their Dragon Rush just to try and create some distance?
Oh, they're chasing though. Sableye has come and the pincer movement is paying off. Ranked Demons, they do manage to find the Garchomp, but they've been KO'd in return. 2 for the price of 1. I'm not going to be too happy with that if I'm too unhappy with that. Sorry if I'm Marcos Gaming there, Kilo.
Oh, 15 seconds until jump pads are available. Marcos Gaming playing a risky match here as Leafeon ends up utilizing their Unite move. They have managed to leave it on 65, but with meteors raining down from the sky, I think it's time to escape.
It's definitely the time to escape. We do see Shifu just trying to see if they can sneak that buff there. They do go over to the Umbreon, and they're going to throw the Miraidon up to the sky. The Ebon Fist, but it isn't enough. The rest of ranked demons are here. Miraidon not able to find the KO onto the Shifu there. Huge wood hammer comes out of the tree to bear them all up, and the Phantom Forest is there. Can they get the KO? Eldegoss has got the healing on. They do find it. Sableye trying to distract them and get out of the way, and the pincer movement is back in here, Kilo. The Hydro Typhoon is going to save the Blastoise. The Surf to throw them around, but the Trevenant, they're just doing whatever they want with them. The ping pong is on. Garchomp has to retreat with a really weak Blastoise in the way.
This is what defending is all about. A huge Horn Leech on 4, and the fact that they were able to distract them for that long is insane. But even after all of that blood, sweat, and tears, they're going to attempt to dunk 38. They do end up getting denied from that range attack from Miraidon, though.
Ooh, it is all kicking off in this game. 223. The triple trample comes out just to make sure the Leafeon doesn't manage to survive much longer. The Lecky is here. It does seem like Marco's Gaming are not going to show too much attention to it, but the Sableye is here again. They're weary of it. They don't want to let that get through. They do manage to pick up the Blastoise, but the damage comes in and actually makes sure that they don't go home there, Kilo. But they're not happy with that. The Sableye is going to continue to be around. They don't manage to get the lock-in. Dodrio takes the Lecky.
Yeah, they do not want to make the same mistake that they made the first time round with the Sableye coming and getting in the secure. But I actually noticed the Regieleki, it ended up saving Blastoise there. It ended up getting caught out by the Sableye Unite move, but because of the hits that it made, Blastoise didn't get sent home. But we're going to have a push here from ranked demons on the bottom. Tier 2 pad. Blastoise ends up popping out the Hydro Typhoon, and Sableye goes down.
Oh, that's huge. It's all coming up. Ranked demons down here. The defense is huge from the Blastoise, the Hydro Typhoon, and then the Hydro Pump. But Leafeon answers a 2 KO. And with this Razor Leaf, can they pick up the Blastoise? They're still alive. They do eventually go down. And it seems like Marco's Gaming have managed to find the defense. They did get some points in, though, did ranked demons, but they're still slightly behind on those scores.
30 seconds left to go until the final stretch. I'm looking at that mini-map. There is so many yellow dots, so lots of experience to be gained, considering we have a Leafeon that doesn't have the Unite move, along with Umbreon, Blastoise, and Dodrio on the side of Rank Demon. So it's just going to be playing Farming Simulator until Rayquaza spawns.
Yeah, and all the levels, they seem to be pretty decent across the board. I'd probably say that Marco's Gaming have an advantage. Level 14 on the Leafeon, 13 on that Garchomp is definitely scary, as well as the Shifu. But here comes the Rayquaza. They should try and pick up the Umbreon there with that Dragon Rush. They were just missing it. But the engage seems like they want to go into it. There's a try attack onto the Shifu. Umbreon trying to pick them up in return, but they do manage to get back onto that pad. And now it's all positioning ranked demons right now. But that basement pad is there for Marco's Gaming. Oh my god, they do go in. There's the Living Outrage, and they're able to pick up the Shifu. Yes, they are. The try attack is there. The Hydro Typhoon eject button's going to throw the CC into Marco's Gaming. The tree is so weak, but they weren't able to fell them. The Garchomp's trying to find the answer, but they're also with the Dragon Rush into the Leaf. Though is still not enough damage, and Blastoise finds the answer, and this Umbreon is not going to be felled. A 2 KO for Big Boy 2 Cannon, while Eldegoss tries to distract this Trevenant.
Ranked Demons were the ones to get the most KOs during that fight, but only an Umbreon and a Blastoise here to try and shred down the Rayquaza. Try attack is also going to come on and help them out. No Unite moves just yet, but one thing they have to be wary of is a Shifu! But nonetheless, Eldegoss, Red Ducks is the one to lock it down for a Ranked Demon. So now they just need to get their Hundo Burgers in.
Wow, what a fight that was. It was really electric. I honestly felt like the Shifu was going to be able to get in there and just sneak that one, but luckily there was enough damage coming from ranked demons. If they can continue with these scores, they'll be able to take the first game away from Marcus Gaming, but I honestly felt like that was a close one, Kilo.
It was a really close one. They were able to pick up KOs either side, but I guess with the timing of when the Miraidon and the Dodrio end up respawning after all of that, it ended up just falling in their favor. Otherwise, Sableye trying to make this a close match as possible, getting in a dunk of their own in the home base, but with Eldegoss and the Umbreon still with shields, they're just going to go and even that one out to counter and take the lead still.
Well, chat, of course, Losers Finals is a best of 3, so Ranked Demons are going to take the first game, but Marcus Gaming are still not out of this yet. They very well could come back into it and get the next game. We'll have to see what they shake up, though, with the way that their comps are built. I honestly felt like the Sableye was quite fascinating in that one.
It had some really good moments for sure. Especially, you know, with the steals on some buffs, even that top basement Reggie. And I think in terms of Marco's gaming, they did play well in the end there, right? They had the benefit of the tier 1 pad available, but I guess because they relied on that to get the shielding and healing, Ranked Demons, they ended up backing away. So they knew not to push on in, and then that just kind of scrambled up Marco's gaming plan, because Ranked Demons were just able to go and ambush as soon as they come back in. So yeah, they ended up losing their positioning and ended up ultimately losing the fight.
Yeah, and again, it's the fact that like Ranked Demons had quite a bit of healing on their side, so they didn't have to worry about that pad, right? So get out of that basement lane. That's exactly where Marcus Gaming want to fight, because of that healing they're going to get. Go back into the pit, and your team naturally has more healing, so you've definitely got the advantage in that position. That was great play from Ranked Demons and a great decision to do so.
I think there was a moment that I remember my jaw dropped. It was, I think, unfortunate timing from Ghatlue, who was on the Urshifu. They charged up their Wicked Blow in the tall grass, but it didn't actually end up landing the hit on anybody. And we know, you know, the cooldowns can be quite long when it's such intense fights. That, you know, if anything, that's the hit that you need to actually connect, because it does that big burst damage. But then, yeah, when you have the Eldegoss to go and replenish the HP and everything like that, it was just really, really well played from Ranked Demons. They recognized the threat of the tier 1 pad and then just played it into their favor.
Oh, these games have been absolutely electric today, though. We've, of course, got the rest of this Losers Finals, and then we have the Grand Finals. And, of course, True Rippers, they're in them. You can bet they're going to be keeping a close eye on this game. They want to get as much information about the opposing team they're going to be going up against as possible. And they already have some comfortable mons as well. So, Ranked Demons, if they take this one, that's who they're going to be coming up against. Marcus Gaming, they're not going to be happy. They really want to come into this game and play really aggressively. Do you think they're going to shake up any part of their comp with that one, Kilo?
Of an actual traditional supporter over on their side, I think, is my suggestion. I mean, if we are going to end up having the same bans, Blissey, Hooper, and Psyduck, either pick up an Umbreon or an Eldegoss over on your side, rather than actually giving both of those up to the opponents. So I think that's what they really, really needed. Like, yes, disruption is key, but it's also just being able to find that balance. Like, there's a reason why these supporters are in high demand.
That there is, and yesterday, actually, in day 1, we saw quite a bit of Clefable coming out to play in the latter half of the day. So, you know, there is also that option. Of course, when you have an Eldegoss there, that's definitely the number one you want to be aiming for. And I couldn't believe that they actually gave both of those to Ranked Demons. We'll have to see if they do shake up that. But you're absolutely right. You know, at least, you know, coming down to the bottom of that supporter pool, you have the Clefable that can provide the healing. And I think getting that standard support is definitely the right shout. We'll have to see if Marcus Gaming do make that shake up, and we might actually have a very close game coming into this.
I mean, if worse comes to worse, you could always go with Comfey. And I think, like, in terms of Comfey, yes, it only connects to one player and heals up one player. But when you have so many options, be that the Leafeon, a Garchomp, and a Shifu with a Comfey, that could actually be quite the nuisance, especially if, you know, you go the Grass Knot build or Magical Leaf. That also provides some stuns there. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what Marco's Gaming and Ranked Demons are going to lock in for this round. So far, exactly the same, a Psyduck and a Blissey ban.
Ooh, they look like they're going to get rid of the Miraidon, though. No, they do shake that up and move it on to the Shifu. That is the debate, isn't it? Do you want to get rid of the Miraidon, or do you want to get rid of the Shifu? They go for that one. Mimikyu in return for Ranked Demons. So we do have a couple more supports that are able to at least play that. Hooper is available alongside that Umbreon for this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it was Ghoul that ended up playing the Urshifu last round, so interesting that they decided to ban this. So really, if they were to pick something up, it would be the, Miraidon of Ranked Demons, or I was going to say the Hooper would be a great first pick as well. But, well, Ranked Demons, they've recognized that you get the Miraidon, well, we're going to take the Hooper and the Umbreon for ourselves.
That's crazy because now they have their entire support for their team built out in those two picks, right? You've got the Hooper, and as we've mentioned already, Umbreon could really be used in both ways. They've got the foul play, they've got the wish, they can really be used with the snarl. Like either way you want to use it, but that's just the core of their team already selected. Now they can look at those all-rounders and even some speeds to play.
We were saying, speedsters, they're the foundation. They have built the base from the ground up. So now they can start building higher and higher. Oh, I don't know about this, Tano. Like, I don't want to be judgy, but like Lucario as second pick?
I was gonna say.
I feel like if they want to look at a Lucario, that's probably more a last pick, more than anything. Considering we didn't even see Lucario, but I'm just really interested to see what Marco's gaming game plan is moving forward here. And I heard Nitero in the background. Oh, it's Lucario.
I was going to say, of all people, Naito is going to be very happy with that pick. I'm with you. Like, picking it so early is so surprising.
Oh.
But they knew they wanted to go with the Comfey Zoroark. So they saw your advice, Kilo, and they was like, you know what? A Comfey is the shout. They have to win this game. There's no way that they can progress if they don't. They're out of the tournament. But the Zeraora coming into play from Firefly as well. So we do have speedsters in here. What a game this is going to be.
I see why the Lucario has picked up second pick now. You know, you cannot judge a book by its cover. That's what I've done. I've judged a book by its cover without actually reading the full story, right? And come to my conclusion. So it makes sense. Looking in Zoroark Comfey, I actually really like this combination coming out from Marco's Gaming here. Yeah, have that Lucario in replacement of the Urshifu for that secure, but also the maneuverability that it can provide. But Zeraora? Now, this is interesting to see. What do you think about Zeraora as a speedster?
I mean, I'm on board with it. I want to see that action. I love having the unconventional picks coming into these games, and the more speeds, I'm a speedster fan, the more speedsters we see, the happier I am. Let's just hope we get a Gengar at some point. It may not be the best in the meta, but I beg, let's have some Gengar play. But no, the Zeraora is very interesting. Are they going to go for Discharge? Will they go for the Wild Charge? Typically, the Discharge is so good for diving in, dropping that damage, and coming out, very much like that Zoroark does, Kilo.
I think Discharge would likely be the play here, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see as we are heading into our second match for the losers finals. It is a match point here for Ranked Demons, so if they lock this one in, they're going to land that spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, they're going to be sharing out as much of this jungle farm as they can, but it does mean free stacks for this Lucario. Free real estate in the top lane. Can they steal that one away from the Gibble? They likely will. The pressure is on, though, from Marcus Gaming already in this basement lane here, Kilo. The Eevee is getting a lot of damage put onto them. Can they pick up a KO? The boosted from the Snorlax definitely has a lot of damage. They aren't able to, but at least they do get a tasty stack in.
Yeah, definitely not the sight you want to see as two little Eevees in the bottom path. A huge Miraidon and Snorlax coming at you. Yeah, the Eevees have that good early game, but they actually need to get the farm first. But Zeraora already here to join the party along with the Zoroark. And Comfey is going to... no, they're actually going to switch onto the Zoroark here.
No surprise there. This is going to be an interesting battle for these 850 birds as Zeraora's prepared and Zoroark dives in with that combo, manages to take up most of them, and with the boosted puts a huge amount of damage onto the Zeraora. They have to use the Hooper portal to go home, and it looks like Marcus Gaming are just going to look for the defense here. There's quite a bit of points on Ranked Demons Mons there, so they're not going to be able to score quickly, and it seems like Zeraora wants to go for the dragon. They're not able to pick up the KO, and we're just going to have a bit of a disengage going on here, Kilo.
Well, we were speculating whether we're actually going to see a Discharge or a Volt switch move. We have a Spark I'm guessing Volt tackle Zero Aura this time round. So really interesting to see. Oh, are they going to be able to make it away from the Snorlax? Yeah, safety in the flux zone. Oh my gosh.
The very definition of 1 HP and a dream. And yeah, as you mentioned, it is that spark. Will we see Wild Charge? I'm so on board with that. It's actually my favorite moveset to use on Zero Aura. We do get that illusion coming out of the Zorak there just to make sure they don't get CC'd, and they're going to pick up Go on the Gabite as well. Zorak is a tough mon because if it continues to get these KOs, it's going to snowball this game.
Going to try and dunk, however, recognizing that 2 of them are there, so going to quickly back on out. However, they managed to take down their fellow speedster, create some space for Snorlax to dunk in 9 points. It's only Umbreon and Gabite here trying to defend this pad, but with such little AOS energy, Marco's Gaming are able to get in some points and some more KOs.
Oh, wow, that's so strong from Marcos Gaming. This Zorak is completely unstoppable with that Comfey on them. They half-health the Espeon, but they do manage to get away. They're very close to their Unite move as well here, Kilo, and Nightfall Days drops a massive amount of damage.
Oh, yeah, 100%, especially if ranked demons are going to be bunched up together. That is really what they could need here, but I don't know. We have our first objective spawning. All presence from Marco's Gaming is up here for this Regieleki. One thing, ranked demons, they don't actually have to contest this. They do have the Hooper space, Hooper portal to send them down, but they're just gonna lurk about and let Marco's Gaming take that one.
Yeah, and I mean, if they do grab that basement Reggie as well, that's some really important experience they need. Of course, they do have a Garchomp. They do manage to score that, though. They're just going to let it go in. Of course, it does open that extra lane of experience that they actually really need right now. Garchomp is still not on the field, and we don't have a Unite move on the Zero Aura.
I think, yes, sometimes you just have to give up those tier 1s. But hello, huge Psychic Solaire coming out from the Espeon to catch the 3 of those members. Comfey's healing, unfortunately, just isn't enough to sustain that Snorlax. So they're managing to find a new host onto that Lucario, which means, I mean, below HP Zoroark is in a risky position. They have to play it safe. What's going on here in the mid?
I mean, it's just destruction. Lucario comes out on top despite the Wild Charge being there. Of course, the Hooper portals were dropped and they went back for their healing. That might have been what saved them with that Comfey. Are they going to pick up the Zero Aura on the Zorak? No, they have to get out of there because the stored power has come to answer. The Charge Beam does find Zero Aura, though, and the Miraidon is such a problem in these games.
Oh my gosh, this match is insane. Ranked demons, I mean, in terms of their levels, they are falling quite behind. We already have 2 level 10s on the side of Marco's Gaming, so they need to just farm up, get some experience, find some KOs, but Hooper is playing with fire here with that Phantom Force, just poking on out, able to get themselves back to safety, but, oh, wait. Oh, Garchomp, the recognition to go and stop that is massive.
Oh, they do manage to use that Night Slash to get themselves over the wall there. They definitely need to get on out of here. They've got Free chasing them down, and they use the environment to get themselves away over that jump. And it looks like they're going to rotate for the Lecky in the top lane now, whilst nearly the entirety of ranked demons are going to come on down. They recognize Zorak may want to still score, so Hooper shows their face, but it's definitely advantage to ranked demons down here. They've got the more Mons. If they can pick up the Lucario, the close combat comes in, but there's the Aura Cannon, and it deletes the Garchomp. The Bright Future Meteor Storm falls as well, but they're not able to find a KO with it.
Oh, Hooper left unattended here up against Zoroark and a Comfey. However, Zero Aura coming to save the day. Who needs a hero? Because clearly Hooper does. But, oh, look, Nightfall Day is going to pop on out, and Zoroark is going to show they are the better Zed speedster here.
This is why Zorak is such a threat, though. You've got those boosters, but even when you get it low health, it just pops that Nightfall Daze. Does a massive amount of damage, and it's really hard to get away from that. The Grass Knot from the Comfey is working a treat as well with those stuns. It's enabling Zorak to just go in and go out and be able to run about. Garchomp taking that Red Ice for ranked demons gives them some really important experience, but points-wise, and even to be fair, they've managed to catch them on the levels, but points-wise, we need some more in here.
One thing I've noticed is Hooper has managed to hold on to their Unite move after all of this time. So if there's any time to use it, it will be now or never, as we just see that Hooper go into the rings unbound. And Comfey and Zoroark, their reign has finally ended.
Oh, they get a reset on their respawn timer. They do fell the Snorlax. No Pokeflute needed here. They try and see if they can sneak some points in. Lucario is the only one defending this right now. Miraidon's on the way, and I love this from Garchomp. Let that distraction happen while I go for the rip. Lucario spotted it. Are they able to dive in? Not with that mean look being there. A good lock-in on the Regieleki for Rank Demons here. There's a dive in with the Dragon Rush for the Garchomp, but the damage is so much in the backline from the Miraidon. They do manage to put the power nap off. They find the KOs. Lucario goes down. Can they get this Lecky into the goal? Yes, they can. Rein in the points. Give yourself that lead. Let's see. They're going to do some quick maths here, and they do manage to get themselves a nice overcap.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty decent overcap there coming out on top. Zoroark, though, ends up getting knocked on down by the Zeraora, so a little bit of sneaky revenge come the final stretch. But at the moment, I mean, there are a lot of yellow dots on the map, so just a matter of trying to get these Unite moves on hand. Hooper and Espeon have missed theirs. They're still missing theirs, but even then, we can see that a lot of Marcos Gaming are missing theirs as well.
I mean, all the action that was going on there, Kilo, they've kind of, Sableye has got into the system over here. We've got the Gremlins causing chaos because of all that action going on down. What a game this is shaking out to be, though. It's very close between them right now as we see just a couple of scores, and the Rayquaza is literally about to spawn.
Yeah, 4 seconds left to go. We do have Umbreon with some aggressive positioning. Snorlax did manage to pop its passive. However, Umbreon is able to lock them down with a mean look, not able to reach there with the caught out in the heavy slam.
Ooh, Rank Demons, they're getting chased down to this basement part. Of course, you've got to be wary because, I mean, both T1s are up down here. They can both get the healing. Hooper has managed to pull them away, but nobody's gone
back,
to engage elsewhere here. Yeah, Hooper's like, I need to go back. Don't go back into that basement lane.
Don't go back. Zoroark's waiting. Too scary, too scary. But no, they were smart. They actually ended up utilizing their jump pad there. So I'm really proud of them for that one.
They've learned. I love it. Zoroark is such a threat, and they're prepared with an ambush. They're getting ready for... The Hooper seems to want to just fight out in this basement lane. Maybe they're getting ready for that Unite move. They've gone for the back cap as the Garchomp. Wow, that's going to give them the lead. Of course, when you have a Hooper, you do open up the possibility of these back caps. The rings have been let loose. Here's the fight. The Psychic Solaire comes out just to buy some space for the Umbreon. They have managed to take them out, though. The Bright Future Meteor Storm falls down, but the Lucario is here. They've got the 2 KO, and the Zoroark does find the Umbreon. I think that might be enough. We've just got the Hooper here, but they're not going to be able to defend it. They are zoned out. Lucario manages to... Now they can go score. Marcos Gaming are going to take this one. We have a game 3.
Holy macaroni. Marcos Gaming are not out of this one yet. They are going to fight until the very end. But yeah, with a team wipe on the side of Rank Demons, they know they have to surrender. But even then, look at how close this match was. It was a 3-point difference. But, I mean, shields in hand, we know that this Marcos Gaming would have ended up skyrocketing. I mean, I would have said... Comfey Zoroark actually played really well. 11 assists on the Comfey, 8 KOs for Ghoul there on the Zoroark. But yes, okay. We can see why Miraidon has been banned time and time again here. 78k damage, excuse me?
Yeah, the thing is, like, you're so distracted by what's going on with that Snorlax in your face. The Zoroark can be constantly diving, and then you've got that Lucario as well, so you can't even show the attention to the Miraidon that you need to do, and they just go drop 78k damage.
I've got to say, I was a bit unsure about the Lucario up first, the pick, but I've got to say, Tasni actually played that really well. Selecting that close combat move, that way they can just go and dodge the stun from the Snarl that the Umbreon was providing. We even saw one of the moments there where they were in a close combat animation, and they ended up dodging the Psychic Solaire from Espeon. So, great. Yeah, they're the ones that ended up receiving the MVP. So, you know what? May have been a doubter to begin with, but showing that Lucario as a pick is still very much valid, especially when you are experienced and know their kit, as Tasni just has demonstrated.
100%. And, me and Night Terror have a debate every time we do casting. Is Lucario better? Is Gengar better? Unfortunately,
We are not doing this again. We are not.
I'm just hearing in my ear saying we're not doing this again. But you do make a very important point, Keela. When you have a character player that is very comfortable on that Mon, it's always going to be a good shout to go for it. And that if you do take out that Shifu, you know that you can go for that close combat power-up punch, Lucario, and it works so well for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that coming into this next game.
I think it always brings up the debate, especially the competitive scene. Do you stick with those meta-type Pokemon, or do you just go for those comfort picks that you have actually practiced and utilized and tested time and time again? Like, sometimes it can actually pay off, and I guess because we don't really see them as often, it catches the opponents off their feet.
It absolutely does. And when you pair it with a Comfey as well, giving Comfey the Lucario or giving them access to the Zoroark, what more can you want? We mentioned that, of course, Comfey can only do that one-on-one healing, but you have options. And if you give a Comfey options, they're going to utilize so much more out of that Mon. And it was really great to see. They didn't just sit on Zoroark for the entirety of the game. They were hopping off. They were getting on the Lucario, and they were really pivotal in ensuring a lot of those fights did end up coming out to the side of Marcus Gaming.
Yeah, that is a really good point. As a Comfey, yes, it's safe and secure only on the one team member, but you've just got to share the heals all round, especially when you can. And, I know people rouse on Comfey as being one of those easier Pokemon to play, but I don't know, if you ever have experience playing a Comfey, especially taking that into, say, a solo queue or ranked game, it's actually quite difficult, right? There is so much pressure on you because if you are not providing the heals to those who actually require it, a lot ends up falling onto you, right?
It does. It's a lot of responsibility. I will say to play a Comfey well is definitely not an easy task. So, and this is coming from a speedster player. This is coming from someone that actually doesn't like Comfey, to be honest. But yes, to play it well is definitely a big task. But we're going to see the Mimikyu get deleted alongside the Shifu. No surprise with these bans, the supporters of the Blissey and the Psyduck. It just means ranked demons are going to lock in the Miraidon yet again.
Well, we actually have a switch in sides here. So Ranked Demons that first pick position, Marcos in the second. So Ranked Demons are going to take that opportunity to actually take away the Miraidon from Genius. So it'll be interesting to see what Genius is actually going to select here. But Marcos Gaming with that second pick. Once again, you've got to build up those foundations up first, Tano.
That you do. Everybody knows it. If you've ever done any Lego, you've got to build the foundation. That's what Marcos Gaming have gone for. We do see the Trevenant coming out for Ranked Demons. Last time this was going on, we saw a bit of that Snorlax coming into play. They're going to stick with the core of these meta picks. They're going to go for Goat on the Garchomp as well. We've actually seen a huge amount of Garchomp in this set, Kilo, and I love where it is in the meta right now, but it definitely takes a lot to get it up to that higher level.
A Garchomp honestly surprises me time and time again. How on earth did Garchomp end up rising in the meta despite not receiving any buffs? It received a nerf, but it's just the popularity of it. But okay, we have Genius locking in at Espeon. We did see some great play there from the opposite side. It was Tens that played it, so securing that for themselves. And once again, Wait, Clefable? What? Sorry, Serena. You've been pushed to the side. What? What?
Unconventional. I mean, the thing is, like, there's an Eldegoss there, but they've decided to go for the Clefable. Maybe they're concerned about the possible Zoroark, so they were looking for a Gravity, but I mean, there was no Comfey coming in. Of course, you don't need a Comfey for the Zoroark, and it looks like Marcus Gaming are actually going to go away from it, pick up that Cerulege. They've got themselves some good front line there with the Serena and the Umbreon. And I like what's coming in on the side of Ranked Demons with that Zacian and that Garchomp. Some really strong all-rounders. And of course, the level 5 power spike is huge for Zacian.
Very curious to see whether this turns out to be a Metaclaw Zacian or whether we're going to see a Sacred Sword Zacian. Metaclaw did end up receiving a nerf in the previous patch, but I guess considering there are quite a fair bit of melee Pokemon over the side of Marcos Gaming, the Zarina, the Cerulege, and the Umbreon, a Sacred Sword could be the play here.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of the Sacred Sword yesterday as well, and I like you, was surprised. Like Metal Claw is typically the one that we see people play the most, but this is why I love being able to cast different regions, because if that was EU, I could give you £100 bet that is going to be a Metal Claw Zacian, but we're here in Asia, and they did play quite a bit of that Sacred Sword, so I like the way that the different regions play these different mons and the different abilities that come on out. I'm excited to see where this game's going to go.
I think it really demonstrates the meta right now. And this is, I mean, for the past couple of months, one of the best metas that we've had, because it's that versatility between a lot of these different Pokemon that we have to choose either moveset. It really just has us questioning. But folks, this is our final match for the losers finals. Ranked Demons on the purple, Marcos Gaming on the orange. Whoever wins this is going to land themselves a spot in grand finals against True Rippers.
Oh, what a set we've already had. Zacian's going to take the jungle for Ranked Demons there. Hooper's going to go provide the assistance for Marcos Gaming. And again, these Eevees are going to get a lot of damage coming their way in the basement lane. They don't get any free time whilst that action goes on in. We get the 4 dunk in from the Clever, but it was so weak, the Clefairy, they managed to pick up the KO.
That is the definition of int for stacks, right? Clefable needs to get the special attack specs online if they want to try and maximize their healing. Sometimes you just got to pay the price. Otherwise, Zacian has recognized that, come up into the top part there, and is just playing aggressively while Clefable's going to come and join the party.
Everybody knows they're going to be in that bottom bush if they're going to be anywhere. We see that coming in from the Cerulean. They're throwing that Psycho Cut. Are they still there? Have they moved to the other side? Here's a rotation from both. We've got a Cabbage chance rotation for both sides here. The dash onto that mid farm. It got destroyed by the Cerulean, and there's the pressure from the Zacian. They do find the Cerulean. The Hooper portals, though, they're going to come on back into this. Are they going to be able to drop enough damage to pick up the Gibble? Yes, they do, but Miraidon is here, and that is such a huge amount of range.
Yeah, too much range that Espeon and Hooper just need to play it safely, grab themselves a berry, and pivot down into the bottom path. Only a Phantom so far, so haven't reached that level 5, as Umbreon is going to chase them back to pad.
Finally, we get that evolution for the Clefable to be on the field. The Cerulean, though, they're going to stay here while the Serena actually takes the rotation into the jungle. I really like this from Marcos Gaming. Spread that out and make sure that your mons get their power spikes as quick as possible. Serena's going to make sure that they've got that boosted on up, ready to roll, dive in with a lot of this. But there's so many people here from Ranked Demons. The flank is on, though. They do fell the tree. They need to dive on out. Zacian thinks, I don't want any of that smoke, because they do pick up the Gabite as well. 2 KO for the Espeon.
Yeah, taking out 3 members of Ranked Demons there is huge. Zacian, realizing they can't really do much, is just going to secure some farm for their levels. But, okay. Oh, it's a Metal Claw Zacian this time round, Tanner, as well.
Yeah, I mean, they want to chase down Marcos Gaming and keep that aggression on. It's interesting, rather than going for some sort of ambush and being able to do the melee. I love it. Let's go. Let's see what they can pull out of this. Ranked Demons, they do need to get this Garchomp up. They do use the Dragon Rush to grab majority of that midsection farm if they can take down their Serena, but it's such a hard one to do so. The Stomp does so much, and they drag the Hooper away from the portal, but they trick them. They break the ankles, but I think Miraidon could lock this down. The Citrus Berry does get them the health they need, and Hooper does manage to survive, Kilo.
They survive after all of that, grab themselves some extra HP from the berries, but we do have a Trevenant going up against a 1v2, unable to lock that and steal that away, and ends up getting chopped down in the process. And Ranked Demons locking in themselves a Regieleki as well.
Wow, this game is absolutely electric, and I say that as that dragon drops down the thunder and the charge beam. They're going to dive on in here. They've got their damage. The Psychic Solaire comes out to buy Espeon and their team some space, but Cerulean just gone hunting. They found the Sword Doggo. They found the Miraidon. Garchomp falls. Cerulean isn't happy with that. They want to get more. The fly comes out of the wish from the Clefable, and it seems like Cerulean still wants to continue this push. Umbreon is there. They're prepared with that Midnight's Recital, but no, they're going to back on up here. Good retreat coming out from Marcos Gaming. You know you can't push that when you have that Miraidon coming as well.
I mean, it is left on 3 points, so you could either go in for a little dunk or continue push on through, but a huge Horn Leech from that Trevenant to isolate the Zarina. Zarina has something else to say about that by kicking on back and going to go and reset through that portal.
Oh, this action in the top lane is absolutely fascinating. They want to continue to push this, and it's just on 3 points is that T1. It seems like they want to buy themselves some space, maybe for when that Lecky spawns. The Woodhammer, though, to pull the Umbreon away from the portal, but of course, they do have the capability of just dashing around with that foul play.
And you know what? They're all sticking up here. They really want to try and create some space up in the top path, despite no Reggie Alecki actually spawning here anytime soon. But I guess this Clefable Moonlight is really paying it off for Rank Demons, even though they get poked on out, able to heal on up. Garchomp going in for the dive, trying to set their sights on their Umbreon. But even with the Dragon Rush, they didn't end up catching anybody out. Livid Outrage!
The Livid Outrage has missed nearly everyone. Not being able to get that much from it is huge, but the Sovereign Sword does answer in return. The Ceruledge has been felled, but the damage from Marco's Gaming might be a bit too much. Umbreon managing to try and zone out this Miraidon, and with that Psychic Solaire, they have managed to find the answer to Rank Demons in this top lane. The Trevenant, though, they've got the health. They do have the Psybeam coming at them, and they finally managed to break the pad. Kilo, 198 points to 60 to Marcus Gaming. Garchomp wants to take the KO, but going in against 3 of them is probably not the answer.
Things are looking good for Marcos Gaming here, being able to break that T1 pad. If they secure this Reggie Alecki and Basement Reggie, this is currently uncontested. Wait! Hyper Beam secure from Clefable? Absolutely no way that just happened!
Oh my god, Clefable screams at the Lecky, steals it away from Marcus Gaming, and I tell you what, out of all the Unite moves you could have got with that fair play Clefable, what a good bit of luck that you had there, and it's going to at least mean that the pressure is taken off your top lane.
Oh, yeah, that's the Wonder Wish that you all hope for to get at the perfect timing. But Zarina is going to send that Garchomp into the sky. They have something else to respond back, or a Livid Outrage of their own. But Regieleki is already at quarter HP. We do have Ceruledge also going in with a Revenant. Ren ends up connecting, but not taking anybody out yet.
Oh, they managed to take out the Lecky, but of course, the KOs are coming in return. Umbreon is 1 HP in a dream. The Zacian wants to chase them down. They've got the Metal Claw. They managed to connect. They do fell them. But of course, the rest of Marco's Gaming are trying to chase down the Sword. Doggo Hooper is here. They throw them away. They can pick up the KO with the Espeon being there. And that is a clean them out of level. It's a level 12 Zacian is that one.
A little more than a minute left to go until the final stretch. It's currently 60 points to 198 in favor of Marco's Gaming here. They still have both of their tier 1s available, so have most of the opportunity to put the pressure onto Ranked Demons. But, I mean, the thing is, Ranked Demons, looking at their levels, they have ticked over to a level 13 Miraidon, so still looking on parity to Marco's Gaming here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be scary, but I do think Ceruledge has done a really good job at managing to dive into the backlines here and try and pick up that Miraidon. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as we head into the Rayquaza battle. We're 30 seconds away from the big green dragon spawning. Both of these objectives are going to have time for a team to grab them before that does spawn. Marco's Gaming going for the basement. Reggie Serena is here in the top lane, but it looks like this Lecky is going to be ripped from Ranked Demons.
They want to try and secure this for themselves. Otherwise, Marco's Gaming, if they lock down a Reggie Steel buff, that is going to give them the attack and special attack buff, something that all teams want going into a huge team fight here. Zarina making sure to stack up their boosted. That way they do end up getting their shield, but Zacian ended up interrupting and popping that.
I love that. Go in, drop the damage, get that shield away, and come on out from the Zacian. Quick moves. They were able to get away from that Ceruledge, though. They're looking for a flank on here. They were spotted by the Trevenant. There's so many people around this arena. They do drop the Queen Ascendant. The Queen has to get on out of there, but they did manage to pop the Bright Future Meteor Storm from the Miraidon. They've not got a huge amount of utility out of that. They have managed to at least half health the Umbreon. The Psychic Solaire does come on out, but Garchomp manages to find the answer to it. And of course, Ceruledge doing what they've done all game, Kilo. They find the Miraidon in the backline, but unfortunately this arena is getting pummeled right now. The Revenant Ren to stun 3 of them. There's the Phantom Forest, and unfortunately they've grouped up so much of Ranked Demons that Ceruledge cannot beat them. But of course the Moonlight Prance is there from the Umbreon, but it's bought the space for them to drop the Livid Outrage on the Garchomp, and now the rip on the Rayquaza is here.
Oh, but Umbreon and Hooper are lurking about, hoping to try and get a steal. Snarl ends up being utilized, but after all of that, Zacian is the one to get the last hit, lock in the shields for Ranked Demons, and now it's time to go and score those points. 264 to 198. Another Hundo Burger is going to come on in from Ranked Demons, and this is going to be a tough mountain to climb for Marco's Gaming, considering 2 members are already obliterated.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough change on the field for them to be able to get there and score these points right now. They've got 27 at least on the Cerulean, but with those KOs, yeah, there's definitely not enough here. And they're trying, of course. You don't want to give up in a game of Pokemon Unite, but Ranked Demons managed to find the sneak onto the Rayquaza with that Zacian, be able to take it on out. It seems like Cerulean just doesn't want to get KO'd here, but Zacian does manage to find it. And it's Ranked Demons that are going to progress on through to the grand final.
That was such an insane losers final match. I mean, the fact that we ended up in a round 3 just goes to show how close these 2 teams are. But final scores, as we can see, it is going to be 528 to 198. So congratulations to Ranked Demons. GOAT being the GOAT with the 7 KOs, 3 assists, and receiving that MVP as well on the Garchomp.
Ooh-wee, what a set that ended up being. Ranked Demons showing us what kind of demons they are. That was so good. The damage from the GOAT and, of course, the Zacian onto the Rayquaza, they're just so good at ripping Kilo. I gotta say, though, a shout out to Ghoul, because that Miraidon has been a problem the entirety of this set. They did manage to get through into that backline and pick up the KO onto it quite a few times. Still managing to drop 66k damage, though, because it's Miraidon. That is an XEX-mon that just drops a huge amount of damage.
It really does, but I mean, you've got to give it up to Redux there on the Clefable. Not usually conventional supporter that we see being picked on out, but they work so well with the team. 95k healing. You saw during those team fights the way that they just stuck together and really capitalized on that. But I mean, we're looking at the graph here. All the Reggie Alekis over to Marco's Gaming, whereas, Ranked Demons and Marco's Gaming prioritize the basement Reggies. Normally, teams, I guess it's like you find more value in the basement Reggies because they give you those buffs. They give you the global experience. But I guess things just didn't end up panning out for them, considering they ended up flatlining at the end.
Yeah, it's kind of like both teams. They did a gentleman's handshake. There was like, we go for the top, you go for the bottom. We'll fight it out at the Rayquaza. And of course, they did manage to find the answer, did Rank Demons. What a set that was, though. That's the losers final. And we've got a grand final coming up. Rank Demons versus True Rippers. What an exciting way to come to the end of Season 6 of this Winter Showdown.
I'm very, very excited to see this finals game. It is going to be a best of 3 with the potential for a bracket reset if Ranked Demons are able to defeat True Rippers. The thing is, they have to do it once. Well, they're going to have to do it again. So that is going to be a really tough mountain to climb, as we do have Nitera being a statue there, folks. But you know what? Take a breather. I think we all need to take a breather, a reset, hydrate, grab yourselves a snack, because this grand finals is one that you definitely do not want to miss. We'll be back very soon. Oh, we have to do it again. Tano! Never mind, we're not going for a break here. Bamboozled ya. Tano, engage. Tell us all about it, please.
Yes, okay, so Engage have a lot of action going on just before EUIC, and by the way, I'm going to be there, so come say hello to me, but they have got a lot of action going on. So, on the Thursday before EUIC kicks off, not only are Engage doing the pro boot camp for a lot of these pro teams, and I'll go through the teams, or at least a couple of the teams that are there very shortly, but we are also doing a giveaway for a grassroots camp that we're doing just before that. So we're going to be giving away 500 AOS gems. That's 5 big ones to 2 lucky random winners. All you need to do is go onto the Twitter, retweet and like the post, and follow Engage GG. We'll try and put a link to it in the Twitch chat for you. And also 5 other lucky people will receive 20% off the tickets. Now, what is Grassroots Camp? Well, it's aimed at those looking to enter the Pokemon Unite scene or wanting to learn and improve in the game, with coaches and experienced players willing to deliver sessions on both the game and the competitive scene. This is not one that you'll want to miss out on. There's going to be a lot of attention there. If you want to get a little bit of more information on how to play Pokemon Unite, how to become a pro at Pokemon Unite, there'll be plenty of people there to give you some advice. And of course, I'll be there. So we'll be able to fight it out in some games. But yes, it's going to be an amazing giveaway. Get yourself over to the Twitter. Make sure that you do that. And we're going to have an awesome EUIC, guys.
Are you saying that there's more to Pokemon Unite than just mashing the A button, Tanner?
I mean, the B button at least, you know.
The B button. Okay, fair enough. You gotta, target the wild Pokemon to your opponents. Distinguish between that. Adjust your settings, folks, if you haven't already.
100%.
All right. Thank you so much for explaining all of that. And I believe we'll end up having a link in the chat right there if you do want to learn more about that. Otherwise, yes, it's 3. We're going to count down. We are going to actually take our breaks here in 3, 2, 1. See you on the flip.
What's cooler than being cold? Ice cold! And these games have been electric today, Kilo. And now we have True Rippers versus Rank Demons for the grand final. Kind of a playback from the semi-final, but True Rippers managed to take it 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it was a 2-1 just demonstrates how close of a matchup these two teams are. So whether we're actually going to see that repeat again, or whether True Rippers are just going to be on an absolute roll and look to take this grand finals 2-0. The thing is, we mentioned just before the break, Tano, Rank Demons, they need to do it once, and then once again.
That they do with that the bracket reset. And we know from watching True Rippers previously that they've got a lot of comfortability on that comp where they build the front line and then have some good ranged attack in the back. The Inteleon, being that main slot for them. So it's whether Ranked Demons are able to find the answer to that in what I suspect is going to be this first game.
Yeah, the Bora on the Inteleon was absolutely insane. So whether we're actually going to see a respect ban coming on out here from Rank Demons onto the Inteleon, or whether they have a Inteleon player over on their side to go and steal that is the potential. But I feel like if you give Bora the Inteleon, that is going to be a huge risk for them.
Yeah, there's nothing better than being on one of your most comfortable mons, and they were not missing. It was rare that they missed a snipe shot, and that's so difficult to handle. So it's one of those where it's like, we need to work out a plan of handling that. But the thing is, there's other people on that team that you need to worry about. The all-rounders they use and the defenders they use are scary in themselves. So this is going to be a really electric match. Of course, Rank Demons did manage to find the answer to at least take a map away from True Rippers, and it is a grand final, so they're going to have to do that at least twice because they're going to need to get that bracket reset. What a mountain to climb, Kilo.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. We should probably show up the bracket before we head on into our next match. Where have these teams gone? Where have they come from? Yeah, you can say they're True Rippers and Rank Demons. They did go up against each other in that women's semi-final. It was the only best of 3 match that we had so far, up until the final set that we just witnessed, the losers final, which was also the 2-1 game. So, I mean, the fact that these two teams are going up against each other, I mean, I feel like we could have asked for a team matchup here, Tano.
No, we really couldn't have done. I mean, the whole tournament has been absolute fire. It may be the winter showdown, but these teams in particular, of course, you've got Marcus Gaming and True Rippers battling it out, and then it was Rank Demons and Secret Rare. But here we go, the first draft of this grand final. Let's see what they're looking for with these bans.
Wondering whether we're going to see the stock standard Blissey bands, Hooper bands, Psyduck bands, or whether we're going to see something a little bit different. I mean, Urshifu, I feel like we've seen that a fair few times here today. But okay, Miraidon, it makes sense. It makes sense.
We say bye-bye as well to the Psyduck as expected. Miraidon, yeah, you mentioned, does get banned. Mimikyu, so pretty much the kind of bans we've been witnessing all day. What are they going to go with for a first pick here? Of course, you do have the Umbreon and the Blissey available.
Okay, so Umbreon is going to be the pick here. So Rank Demons, in theory, should pick up the Blissey or Hooper. Oh, okay, yep, Hooper. It makes sense. Once again, we're talking about building up these foundations, locking in your supporters and your defenders up first. Umbreon, well, they get to do both of that. So even if you only have the one pick, there's defender and a supporter in one.
Wow, True Rippers trying to get that base, that foundation down as well. They're going to go for that trusty Blastoise. They were going to go for the Elder Goss, but there's the rotation onto that all-important Blissey.
I think this is actually a really smart play here from True Rippers to lock in Blissey and Blastoise, even though Rank Demons were likely not to select them themselves, considering they have a Hooper and Trevenant, but it leaves the surprises until the end. True Rippers can't get counted as easily with these last 2 picks, but Rank Demons, they're going to start building up that house, locking in an Espeon and a Scyther. Scizor, which one is this going to be? I'm very, very intrigued because I feel like this is an all-rounder pseudo speedster we don't really get to see very often.
No, it isn't. I'm really excited that they've thrown it out. Bora is going to look to lock in the Inteleon, so I actually wouldn't be unhappy with a Cypher coming out to play here, to be honest with you, Hilo. But with that Talonflame, I think we know where it's going now, right?
Okay, this is the thing. I think when we are up in the grand finals, these are the plays that we love to see, right? Rank Demons, they initially lost against True Rippers, so learning from not only their own matchups, but also spectating the winners final themselves, knowing that Bora is such a threat. And I think Talonflame, I mean, there is no better answer to take down a lizard than a bird.
I mean, nature says so. So obviously Pokemon Unite has to follow that. And yeah, I think it's a really inspired pick. I'm so excited for it. We've already seen a lot of Talonflame play in this tournament in general. Will it go for Brave Bird? Will it go for Fly? Of course, the Brave Bird was the recent change on Talonflame, and it does do a huge amount of damage. I prefer the Fly, but either way, they have a way of diving in, dropping a huge amount of damage, and just getting out like those speedsters do so well.
Yeah, so I'm speculating here. If we already have a speedster on the map, being that Talonflame, I don't think we're going to end up seeing a Cypher here. We're going to see Goat go with the Scissor, the more sustainable pick here as that all-rounder, because we know that Bullet Punch, who needs a healer? You can just heal yourself. But you know what, folks? We are heading on into our first match of the grand finals. True Rippers over on the purple side, Rank Demons on the orange, and we have a little Fletchling taking that central area for Rank Demons.
Yeah, we're going to see Bora doing it for True Rippers on that Sobble. They've done that already today, quite a bit. And the thing is, both junglers have such strong moves for this early game. Acrobatics and Water Gun being huge for both of those those mons.
Yeah, it makes sense. But we do have that Scyther currently has attack weights. So does need to get in those early stacks, putting in 2 points as they are going to continue pushing on fourth. Try to get a stun with the Astonish Hooper. Can they save this Scyther?
Oh, they do manage to at least get them on out with a bit of healing coming in. Oh, Squirtle did really want to go onto the Cypher, but the Talonflame shows up. The Fletchinder's there ready to drop the damage, and they retreat. We're at 9 minutes here. We've got 3 across the piece. Espeon rotating up for Rank Demons.
Oh, Scyther needing to grab themselves that berry, so there is no sustain for Rank Demons here, as we have a 4-member rotation up here for Rank Demons, a reset, but unfortunately, the Fletchinder ends up getting taken down before they get sent back.
Yeah, that is actually a huge KO there. We do see that Drizzle just trying to keep that pressure on, but not having that Fletchinder in the lane anymore has meant that they've been able to get more out of it from True Rippers. They do head into the jungle, though, does the Fletchinder. We're going to be seeing a Talonflame very shortly, but it is the Scissor that comes on to the field. They've got the Bullet Punch. They do try and get pushed away by the power of the War Turtle. The Headbutt is going to buy them some space here, but Scissor's not happy with that. They're going to try and steal this farm away and keep the pressure on.
When they did, they locked it in, having 20 points on hand. They're unable to get in another stack, but they're able to just keep this Blissey and War Turtle at bay. Hyperspace Hole, in case they need to get reset, but you know what? 2 members, they're looking quite healthy, so no need to take the portal back home.
The mid farm has gone to the side of Rank Demons there because we saw the evolution on the Talonflame. Is it going to be Fly or Brave Bird? We're going to be able to find out. Espeon has come on up just to see if they can provide some assistance to True Rippers, but recognizing that they seem to be a rotation from them. They go back down, but Inteleon has gone there.
Oh, Hyperspace Hole, Hooper unable to take it, but Scissor is safe from the... Oh, never mind, they're not... Oh, they safe... That was risky, diving on in. It's all of it, but Talon dives on in, but ends up getting punished.
Not quite the connection on the Brave Bird that they wanted. They got them so weak, but without managing to land it centrally, they haven't picked up their KOs. So definitely True Rippers managing to find some experience and some important KOs in that top lane. They've got the advantage, but Hooper is here. These rotations are going to be huge for Rank Demons.
Yeah, I think this is a smart play. Keep that Hooper up in the top path to try and prevent any dunks going on in, as Espeon is beginning to shred on the Registeel. We do have Talonflame also joining the party, but the Snarl is going to come out from Umbreon to just try and delay this, as Bora is going to charge up their Snipe Shot and they take it, Tano!
I mean, when they're sat there with that invisibility up, don't be suspicious. Steal that Reggie away from Ranked Demons, and now they're going to push onto the T1 pad. The Azure Spy vision came out. They're aware that nobody is in these bushes, and they're just going to try and continue to push. Talonflame gets deleted by that crit damage. See if they can score some really important points here. The Psybeam does at least drop a bit of damage across the board to stop it, but they're on 11 points now. The Thunderstorm comes out from their Pikachu, and with that Electric Ball, Ranked Demons have been deleted off that pad, Kilo.
3 KO streak for that Pikachu. That is what we want to see. A 37 over dunk in that bottom path. Hooper does have 20 points on hand, but this isn't going to be enough to break this tier 1 pad. Talonflame going to also whittle it down, but I mean, even then, not enough points on hand before going and locking down this Regieleki. That does provide True Rippers the chance to come up into the top path, though.
Ooh, they do use the Brave Bird to get away, grab up a lot of farm there as well for Talonflame, but this Pikachu is a threat. The Volt Tackle, the Electro Balls, Hooper managing to get away from it. Talonflame needs to be weary from that the Pikachu, which is why we see it playing around the Inteleon quite a bit, just ready for any dive onto it.
Oh, but Ranked Demons, they're taking the chance to go and do this Regieleki, but True Rippers are up here to try and contest it. A great surf to go and take down that Hooper before they end up getting taken down. Psyshock also ends up being taken out, but Brave Bird, the Flame Charge ends up knocking out that Talon despite them diving on in.
Yeah, and Pikachu just does what Pikachu does best. Hey, I see a Speedster. That's free experience for me. And now True Rippers, they break that T1 pad. Hooper is here. You take what you can. A Volt Tackle and a Snipe Shot. Hooper's back to the Pokemon Center.
Holy macaroni. We're looking at the levels right now. True Rippers coming out on top, being able to pick up all of those KOs. Pikachu already at level 11. Inteleon at level 12. There's 4 level 9s on the side of Ranked Demons.
This is such an electric game. I'm loving it. 236 on the board for True Rippers. We do see Talonflame coming on down where this Regirock is, but there's an ambush set up for them. Umbreon's prepared. They do manage to grab a huge amount of experience, though, on the Talonflame. They've managed to hit that level 11, very close to 12, but it seems like True Rippers, they want to continue pushing this Lecky. Of course, it does a lot of damage, but Blastoise, unfortunately, did get pushed out of the way. Will we see a dive into it here? There's the stored power. Oh my god, Blastoise is so weak, but Blissy's there to provide the healing.
Some risky maneuvers coming out from that Blissey and Blastoise, knowing that it was after the 5-minute mark, so Ranked Demons did have the pads, but those soft boils are really paying off dividends there, keeping that Blastoise sustained and back to safety. Nonetheless, after all of this, we still have that second baseman Reggie on hand as Talonflame and Sizzle are going to begin the shred.
Let's see whether the Umbreon has the capability of diving in. Of course, we mentioned they do have the Snarl. They're going to drop that, but they're not able to. Talonflame finds the answer, takes down the Regirock and Hooper. Oh, this is inspired, Kilo. They pop the Rings Unbound. They can push into here, but oh my god, there's the Hydra Typhoon. We saw the Red Illusion dive. They do manage to protect it, but the goal does get scored. Can they pick up some KOs? Inteleon definitely can. They've got 1, they've got 2. Blissey getting in on the action as well. Scissor has been defeated, so True Rippers may have lost the goal, but boy, did they get a plenty of experience from that.
Holy macaroni. That was such an insane play from Ranked Demons. The thing is, was the price of getting KO'd worth it in the end? We're looking at these levels. Yeah, Inteleon, level 13. No level 13s on the side of Ranked Demons as they ended up getting picked on off. Like they were an apple tree. I mean, the fact is, we do have that another Regieleki spawning up here, but a lot of wild Pokemon experience to pick on up.
Yeah, and it seems like True Rippers aren't even showing face for that Lecky. I like it. Usually teams do decide to go for it, but they're just going to get nice and prepared for this upcoming Rayquaza battle. They want to get themselves in the right position. I think this is smart from True Rippers. They need to at least get vision on where Ranked Demons are going to be setting on up.
Yeah, they have the advantage here, 236 to 112. So Ranked Demons are the one that have to play. But this is what we've seen time and time again in their previous matches that we spectated True Rippers. Bora having the knowledge to just charge up their Snipe Shot, whittle away this Trevenant. They're going to Horn Leech out, not looking to risk actually waiting on the hyperspace hole to trigger before getting sent back in. But now Hooper is left unattended, utilizing their Phantom Force quite smartly there, though.
Rotation into the top lane from a lot of ranked demons here. They do spot the Blastoise, and it's the Scissor alongside that Espeon. But look at where the Pikachu is playing here, Kilo. They are sticking to that Inteleon like glue. They are aware if Talonflame dives in, they need to be able to get that Volt Tackle onto it and take it out. I love this from True Rippers. They're prepared for this back cap as well. Blastoise is going to sprint over there and stop that coming on in. Very close, but the engage hasn't quite happened yet. The Trevenant gets so much of its health deleted. That portal needs to be used.
Yeah, they managed to actually reset themselves in that portal that time round, but now we do have Umbreon going in with the style, trying to get the stun. Pikachu ends up getting isolated. Psychic Soleil also ends up getting popped out. Thunderstorm is raining down in Thea's sky as the Flame Sweep is going to knock out the Pikachu in return. I mean, there's no better thing to deal with a mouse and a lizard than a bird as they are still left standing.
And whilst all that's going on, Scissor's having a field day up against the Blastoise until the Hydra Typhoon comes. It does stop that snipe shot from being able to land, and they're still continuing to drop the huge damage, but Bliss is keeping Umbreon around, and Inteleon is doing what Inteleon does. Boran hasn't been touched for the entirety of this battle. They felled the Scissor. That's a huge amount of damage no longer there, and they have to go for the rip here. There's the Phantom Forest from the Trevenant, but the bird gets stunned. This Rayquaza is so weak. Espeon's ready with the Psybeam. Who's going to lock it on down? But you also have to score the point. But of course, it's Bora. The lizard comes out on top.
Oh man, well, with 10 seconds left to go, even if ranked demons were the ones to secure that Rayquaza shield, would they have even had enough time to go and make up the difference in points? But after all of that, True Rippers once again bamboozling us by actually not ripping the Rayquaza there and just putting up such a great defense. Take that first match 236 to 112.
I like the smart play from True Rippers to just, put that as your name when really you're just true snipers. The fact that they weren't really that worried about what ranked demons go for because they were prepared. If somebody dives onto our Inteleon, we have a Pikachu ready to lock it down with a Volt Tackle and at least able to get a KO onto it. I think it's a really inspired play, and it just shows how you can really build a comp to complement each other.
Oh my gosh, look at this graph. I mean, True Rippers. I mean, we were talking about what a close matchup this is. True Rippers, I mean, look, you've got to give it to Ranked Demons. They did have some incredible plays during that match, especially that rotation from the Hooper. But I think just True Rippers being able to just keep that advantage throughout. So all of this set, they never really let Ranked Demons catch up.
No, and it's so difficult when you need to catch up in a game of Pokemon Unite as well. Of course, there's plenty of catch-up experience around, but the game is so quick, Kilo. And of course, if you don't have that huge of a lead, it does come down to that Rayquaza battle. And I honestly feel like with the recent sets that we've seen from True Rippers, it all stems around the fact that not only is Bora untouchable, because they just know exactly where to be sitting with that Inteleon to dodge pretty much anything coming their way.
Oh, 100%, especially when you have an Umbreon, a Blissey, and a Blastoise in the front line. You've really got to give credits to them. Noxie on the Blissey ended up hitting the 6-digit number, the 100k healing, and we really saw them just working out those eggs on that Blastoise to keep them sustained. I mean, after all of that, actually... yeah, Bora was untouched. They only took 11k damage during that match. It really demonstrates just how well True Rippers played that match.
The front line that they pair up with the range damage, it's just so smart from them. And the fact that, they had a Brave Bird Talonflame against them with an Inteleon in the game, and they only took that amount of damage. It's just great play from them. We go into the second game bans here. It looks like we're going to have more of the same, Kilo. But the thing is, Ranked Demons, they have to win this game.
Oh, I thought we were going to have a Hooper ban there, but it looks like Firefly going to ban up the Blastoise this time round, so shaking things up. And okay, no supporter bans this time. The two all-rounders and the two defenders. This is going to be interesting to see which team secures which supporter. Tano, the side dock. Ooh,
we've got some side-eye action coming in. It does mean True Rippers could take the Blissey. Looks like they want to go for the Hooper, and I do not blame them. They use that Hooper so well, but they do get access to that Electric Dragon bike. Miraidon is going to do a huge amount of damage in this game.
Oh, I mean, knowing that ranked demons have a play here, they can go for more of a tankier composition to try and counter this Miraidon. They are going to lock in their Garch. Are we? I was going to say, are we actually going to see Wigglytuff come on out? I know Wigglytuff ended up getting some buffs itself in the latest patch, but nobody's really utilizing the Wiggly. I want to see some Wigglytuff action.
I agree. I don't play supporters. Wigglytuff is one of the few that I enjoy playing, but I'm surprised they've gone for the Clefable here rather than the Blissey that was accessible. I know that they want to go for like the healing. Maybe they want to go for the Follow Me or the Gravity. It's quite an interesting pick, but what is also interesting, Championina is coming out to play here, Kilo, alongside that Lapras.
I know True Rippers have some room for just considering they are one up in this, right? If they do lose this game 3, but then even then they're the ones that are ahead in terms of grand final. So are they just looking to have a little fun, knowing that not much is at risk? But I mean, wouldn't you just want to take this a 2-0 anyway? I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm with you, Keel. Maybe they're going for comfort picks, Maybe they're going, well, let's go for our comfort picks. Will we see an Electrodrift Miraidon because you've got Bora there with the snipe shot? Maybe play a little bit Speedster-esque on that Miraidon. Of course, they do have the Lapras. The front line is less than what they're used to using, but we also have a Machamp. They're going to come out to play. Will they take the jungle? It's usually the Sobble that grabs it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. I think Bora is still going to be the play in terms of sending them into the central area, but Firefly locking in Dodrio. I mean, look, we did say birds are a great answer to dealing with lizards. Talonflame didn't end up pairing out well with them, so you've got to try one with 3 heads. I mean, you don't have one chance here, you have 3 chances to actually peck out this lizard. Is this going to work out better in their favor, Tano?
Well, I think if you don't manage to peck out the lizard this time round, the birds are not working for you. The Dodrio is coming out to play. Are we going to see that try attack, Kilo? That's what most people run at the moment because, a while ago, Drill Peck got those nerfs and we don't see a lot more of it anymore. And at least it does give them the capability of having a bit more range over on that side.
Yeah, well, speaking of range, we have a Mewtwo Y also out on the field as we are heading on into our second match for the grand finals. This is match point for True Rippers. If they win this, they are going to be your Unity Clash Winter Showdown champions. But Ranked Demons, they're really going to have to fight hard for this one.
What a meta we have in this game. Again, Hooper going to be able to take that red buff and give them extra utility in this top lane. Machop's just looking to sneak on round for some stacks. Gibble is aware of it, though. They're going to try and stop them.
Yeah, they're gonna stop them, get a Dunkin' or not the Dunkin' themselves. The Machop ended up getting it. Clefable able to get in some stacks for their special attack specs, though.
Ooh, trying to take what they can away from the Gibble. I like it. If you can get this Clefable, though. Oh, they do get the evolution. They've got the stack. Well, they don't get the stack, but they do get an evo. They do get KO'd in return, though, because Drizzle is here.
Drizzle is here, Machop here, trying to potentially steal this away from the Gibble, but Gibble is still the one to secure. Oh, Dodrio coming to join the party, instantly takes out that Machop, a reset for 2 of those members, but Miraidon, also coming on up. It is actually going to be the charge beam Miraidon, is it?
It did look like it, yes. I think they went for that first hit onto them. But it does feel like Ranked Demons actually have more advantage up here until that water gun comes on in. Miraidon manages to find the final KO onto the Dodrio. And now do they want to push? There's 4 of them here. And of course, Machoke is on the field. They want to sneak some more stacks in as well.
Oh, but a perfectly placed hyperspace hole. Timing coming on in a clutch as both of them end up returning in. But Mewtwo Y has entered that mega form, so is going to actually take it down that Hooper as Dodrio also gets knocked down in return.
Was that an Electro Drift?
It is Electro Drift.
Okay, I like it.
Oh.
We have Champ Cena throwing them into the submission, the Electro Drift to back it up, getting that KO, and now True Rippers, they score plenty of stacks in that top base. It's 59 points to 7 right now, while Dodrio cleans up this midsection farm.
Oh, and I think this picking up the Dodrio into an Inteleon, it's going to be really difficult to actually land those snipe shots. Bora not able to land then hits on any of the birds, being the Dodrio or Swablu's on Altaria.
Oh, I am loving this game already. This is a really interesting action from both of these teams. And of course, the Hooper is still working for True Rippers. They need to try and look to break some goals soon to rank Demons. Of course, you don't want to do it too early to give them that experience, but it seems like down here, a lot of it is going to the side of ranked Demons. The Dodrio just dive on in. They fell the Lapras. They want to continue getting the Miraidon, but it's so hard to catch with the Electro Drift. They do find it because Mewtwo Y, they've got some great range damage.
If there is one Pokemon to lock down a Miraidon, it's going to be Psyduck with that Psychic. Leashing them up and pulling them back is insane. A great submission to go and knock down that Dodrio. And now True Rippers have the space to lock down this Regice for themselves.
Take the Regice, maybe rotate to the top lane and grab that Lecky while you're at it. True Rippers do like to grab these objectives, and Bora's fantastic at locking them in. That's exactly what they're going to do here, Kilo. Ranked Demons, they don't get a bus. They've got to hike it all the way there.
That's the benefit of having the Hyperspace Hooper on your side, right? Just that instant teleportation to bottom, to top, wherever you are needed. True Rippers locking in another objective uncontested. So that is going to put the pressure onto Ranked Demons here, as we do have more action in the bottom path. Only a Clefable to try and defend?
Oh, they are definitely up a creek without a paddle with that one. And we finally have Machamp on the board as well. They've hit the gym. They've finally got the evolution they needed. Will we have a barrage blow coming up? There's 3 of them there. They do use the submission onto the Clefable, and they do dive on in with a huge amount of damage. They pick up the Miraidon as well. They get so weak. The Garchomp comes in with the livid outrage. Are they able to find a KO? They do take the Inteleon, and Psyduck throwing in that damage as well with the Psy damage, and they do manage to pick up the Hooper here, Kilo. So Ranked Demons have come back after that and cleaned up True Rippers.
After all of that, Ranked Demons are looking all up there, being able to lock in those KOs, and now it has evened out the scoreboard, Tano. 126 to 126. So, you know what? Ranked Demons might have been looking a little bit rocky to begin with, considering they gave up both of those objectives, but slowly catching up here.
Yeah, they finally have their Garchomp carry online, but over on the side of True Rippers, they also have the Machamp there, level 11 on the Inteleon, so this is such a close game. What more could you want from the possible final game of the day?
No, well, we don't know if it's going to be the final game. I mean, Ranked Demons, as I said, they're going to be fighting hard for this one. They do not want to go home or give up just yet. But we do have our second basement Reggie. It's going to be a Regice. But Ranked Demons, they're going to take the time to just pivot on back, as True Rippers are looking to take this one over.
Oh, the Garchomp finds an answer to dive on in, the infinite Cyburn, but Lapras is the one that takes out the Regice for their team. The Xur Spy Vision comes out from the Inteleon, but they're so weak right now. They have got little health, and the Sai pops off for Psyduck. They want to chase down the Machamp, and they do manage to do so. We have a Mega Mewtwo Y trying to block out this Lapras. They use the teleport to get away from that beam. Wow, what a game this is becoming.
It's still even points here. Nobody has been able to dunk in. Instead, they have their sights set on just fighting each other. Hooper reset the Lapras and themselves, and now Dodrio is looking to target them down. Instead, they just need to play it safe, considering True Rippers are also collaborating together.
Looks like they want to poke this goal out down on this T1. Of course, Hooper is there as well. Machamp is now actually taking a rotation into the top lane, maybe trying to be wary of that Lecky. But of course, there's a Garchomp and a Dodrio up there. Lapras trying to cause some distraction to the rest of Ranked Demons. They've got vision on where the entirety of them are, and there's the Hooper portals. Machamp makes the decision to let that Lecky get taken while they push this T1 pad.
Yeah, interesting to give up that Reggie Alecki Dodrio. It didn't actually end up breaking it. That was left on 1 point. How it was a 39 overdunk because of that Lapras dunk. But look at that up in the top path. Garchomp dunking in 50 points. So while the scores aren't exactly even now, it is still really close at 227 to 203 with a minute left until the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the final stretch, this score might as well be 0-0, of course, with that double scoring that comes on out. We do have another basement Reggie that's going to be showing here. If that's a Reggie steal, that will be a massive buff for a team to take into the battle. It looks like True Rippers want to at least entertain the idea of seeing if they can take this.
Well, we've had 2 Reg Ice spawn on in. Is it going to be it's a third Reg Ice? Absolute no way. What are the chances? I mean, this isn't really the basement Reggie you want to see, but I guess going into the team fight, you are going to have that extra HP regeneration. But because of this, Ranked Demons, it looks like they're going to take some positioning in the tall grass to try and catch True Rippers out.
Ooh, looking like they wanted to try and sneak an ambush in, but luckily Bora was able to find someone with that snipe shot to get some vision. Oh my god, they're pulling back the Lapras. They do have the portal to go on home, but they were trying to get away from that one, and they were dragging them in. Psyduck here with a lot of CC. Moonlight just trying to keep up their team. That Dodrio is really low health.
But once again, this is something we see in the previous matches. Bora from a distance using those snipe shots. The question is, can the Clefable Moonlight actually sustain their team as they are grouping up together? It is such a risk because going into a Machamp Barrage blow, you want to try and separate yourselves.
Yeah, you really do. Garchomp looks like they're getting ready for some sort of flank, but Machamp is coming around that top lane as well. They're wary that somebody is in that bush. They find him. They're trying to go stop the Dodrio backcapping, but I'm not sure whether that's the right call because now the fight's going on down. There's the Infinite, the powerful Psy-I-I, and of course the Inteleon does manage to find them eventually. The Infinite Cyburn comes out as well. Lapras says chew, chew the Express onto the Mewtwo Y. All the action is popping on off. There's a triple trample onto 4 of True Rippers. There's so much damage coming their way, though. They've managed to take out the Dodrio. Clefable just sprinting around trying to see who they can heal, but the team is so split up right now, Kilo. Garchomp has been isolated. They're trying to take out the Hooper. They do manage to find them. They've still got a huge amount of health left, and Ranked Demons have managed to get their Mons back into this fight.
40 seconds left to go. Ranked Demons might actually end up sending this to a round 3 if they're able to just keep this defense up. They don't actually need to rip it down. But True Rippers, they're going to take the risk as they're all diving into the Rayquaza pit. Garchomp pushing them around, knocking them out. Maridon ends up getting interrupted by the gravity.
Oh my god, they do take down the Garchomp, but Psyduck and Dodrio were there to answer. Now Inteleon's here. We got 10 seconds left though, Kilo. The 46 dunk going in from the Clefable is going to be enough. Ranked Demon. Oh, they're going to take it to a game 3.
Oh my goodness. Something I cannot wait to see in this recap is going to be the graph. How close it was between these two teams. But Ranked Demons, knowing the team they had, Dodrio getting the back cap, Redux going and dunking in an extra bit of points if there was that risk of True Rippers getting the Rayquaza. But yeah, after all of that, 403 to 203 points. This was such an intense one. I am so surprised at the turnout of that.
Yeah, me too. I feel like, you know, the Dodrio goes for the score, and of course, it is very quick, and it also has triple trample, but I feel like that might be the opportunity to at least sneak a 5v4. If you can pick up some quick KOs there, at least you're going to have the advantage for the rest of that fight. But I mean, even with the 82 damage coming in from Bora, Ranked Demons managed to find the answer. It seems like Redux was able to heal a lot of that. 94k coming in for that healing.
Look, just the graph, that whole middle section, they were on parity with each other. But I think it's to see True Rippers ahead at the beginning. It obviously evened out, and then Ranked Demons knowing that they did have a Dodrio, and that is the benefit of Dodrio. It can just wander off and go in and get in some sneaky dunks. So I guess in the sense of True Rippers, knowing that Dodrio was off and isolated, would that have been the perfect time for, say, a Rings Unbound Hooper to come on out and get some stuns? It happened so quickly. I can't actually remember too much of what ended up happening in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, what we do know is that Machamp went to go stop the Dodrio, and whilst that was going on, that's when it was all kicking off. Kilo, we saw those Unite moves coming out, and I think I'm with you. I think maybe that was the opportunity for True Rippers to have the engage, because even if it is just for a couple of seconds, you're in a 5v4 fight with some huge Unite moves. If that Barrage Blow came in and managed to get a couple of them, you pair that with the Hooper Unite move, you're going to at least be able to pick one person off, and when Dodrio comes in, it's still a 5v4.
Yeah, I guess. I guess it really comes down to those decisions there. We had Bora just doing Bora things on the Inteleon, sniping it out, chipping away some damage and everything like that. They ended up actually managing to take down that Psyduck up in the top side of the Rayquaza pit, but that's only one of them that's at risk. The Clefable and the Mewtwo Y. The fact that Redux actually stuck by Mewtwo Y when they were in the Mega Mewtwo Y form actually ended up paying off, because they didn't end up getting taken down.
Yeah, so true. And also, like, it felt like the fight was going on for a while, but it was kind of like a war of attrition. And eventually, you know, Rank Demons managed to get their mons back to the fight whilst they were getting some quick KOs.
Oh!
Here we go. We're going to watch it. You're amazing.
Thank you to our production. We're actually going to go in with Arisa, and we're going to slow it on down for you folks as well. But yeah, I guess you could see Rank Demons. They knowing that they had the risk of a barrage blow, looking to just separate themselves. I think was definitely the play here. And then even then Bora, you know, attempting with their snipe shots, they actually weren't able to land their hits. And it was just so drawn out. I guess considering it was such a close game throughout the whole set, you really had to play it carefully.
No, you absolutely did. This is where I would have liked to see, you know, them grouping up a little bit more for a fight here, especially from the Machamp. Of course, they do end up spotting the Garchomp, but then here, I would have rather they go back to the fight and then try and, you know, get something off, right?
I don't think that Machamp should have gone to run off with the Dodrio. They should have taken that opportunity, knowing that they had the numbers advantage, to go and dive in on the other 4 of Rank Demons. But that was a huge snipe shot across the map to knock out that Psyduck, who is actually a massive threat to True Rippers. You know, they don't have the annoyance of the stun coming on in, but you can just see Clefable at work trying to heal up their team where that's a huge triple trample, holy macaroni.
Yeah, they managed to get so many, and then there goes the Hyper Beam, and this is the point where Clefable's like, who do I heal? Because they end up getting split up. The Garchomp dies on in. There's the Barrage Blow from the Machamp, but unfortunately, it just doesn't do enough. They try and dive into this Mewtwo Y, but Clefable's like, okay, I need to go heal them. They manage to pop off a lot of damage here and get a good KO, and then it's just down to what Zoning Lapras can do, whilst Garchomp is holding up this Hooper. They get the KO, and Machamp doesn't want any of that.
I also realized that Bora ended up utilizing the portal that Hooper set on down, and when they came back through, it made them in too close proximity to the Mewtwo Y. So instead of going through the hyperspace, the portal, should they have maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, they were obviously off the map, so whether they maybe should have just retreated back home instead of using that portal, and their cooldown timer was so long.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. The decision here is also interesting because obviously they go, right, let's rip it. But, you know, I don't know whether maybe to continue the fight or try and go for some sort of back cap. It's difficult because there's only so many of them and they're already in this space. But they do have an Electrodrift Miraidon, so I don't know. I feel like there's so little time in this game right now. You're not going to be able to rip this.
No, I mean, it did actually end up getting quite low. And then Clefable knocking out the Machamp saw the opportunity, knowing that 3 of those members are down, are going to go and dunk in a 46 for free. So I guess just in terms of timing and everything like that, just Inteleon, one of their biggest threats, being knocked out for such a long time in the end, knowing that they didn't actually need to rip the Rayquaza because of the back cap from Firefly on the Dodrio. But you know what, folks? We're getting treated here as we have our match 3 in the grand finals. We're going to actually have a switch up. True Rippers are in the first pick position, Ranked Demons in the second pick.
Yeah, they still get rid of the Blastoise, and the Miraidon also gets banned here, so they could go for the Blissey in this first spot, but no, Bora's going to lock in the Mimikyu. We haven't seen any of that just yet.
Wow. Mimikyu. I'm just wondering, is Bora actually going to be the one to play the Mimikyu, or are they just locking this in for somebody and then switch up during the final preparation phase? I feel like in terms of the play style, it is quite different from an Inteleon, but if we've seen the snipe shot lands, are we going to expect some incredible shadow sneak plays here from Bora?
That would be amazing. Noxie manages to get the Blissey as well because Ranked Demons wanted to get their pair of all-rounders. Of course, Mimikyu is really strong when it has a good all-rounder paired with it as well. It's definitely more speedster-esque with that Shadow Sneak that we talked about. But then they're going to pair that with the Slowbro, so now they've managed to get that foundation. And of course, Redux, they were huge on that Clefable in the previous game, Kilo.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They were able to just heal up and keep their team sustained. So, I mean, considering they are very melee-based, what is Ranked Demon's final pick? Is it going to be a Venusaur as their ranged... No, never mind. It's a Mewtwo Y. Actually really like to see some Venusaur here, I'm not gonna lie. But I guess when you have the potential of a Mimikyu shadow sneaking into the back line, you probably do want a little bit more maneuverability that a Mewtwo Y can provide. And we saw, the teleports in that last round, so providing that utility instead.
Yeah, it definitely worked for them. They were able to kite around a lot of that CC coming their way. I'm with you, though. I would love to see a Venusaur just because it's one of the most enjoyable mons to witness in this game with those mega beams. But definitely Mewtwo Y being the more utility for Ranked Demons. So, of course, if True Rippers get the win, they will take the grand final. If Ranked Demons get the win, we're going to have a reset.
Oh, anything can happen here. It's such a different team compositions that we're seeing from both sides. Having the Urshifu come out of jail, being locked on him. But even then, we actually didn't talk about this Crustle pick. I think Crustle, in terms of this team composition, I'm liking it. A Rock Tomb to block them out and then just allow the combination of Mewtwo Y basic attack or even just a Garchomp with the Dragon Rush. This could potentially pay off well for them. So,
I'm with you 100%. Very excited. Here we go. It's going to be the game 3 of the grand finals. True Rippers on your purple side, Ranked Demons on the orange side.
And we are going to send that Cubfu into that central area. We know Cubfu struggles at the very beginning. They're actually not going to get any assistance from either their defender or their supporter. Left to do it on their own, as we do have Clefairy looking in for those early special attack spec stacks.
Oh, and they do manage to grab a Citrus Berry. There's no damage on the Zacian, so they also get the second one. So they could have an advantage here, Ranked Demons, if they do manage to push on up with that Cubfu coming in when it gets to that Shifu level. Right now, though, they have managed to grab a lot of this farm away from the Zacian.
They've managed to lock it in, but unfortunately weren't able to escape the Sword Doggo at this time round, leaving the Gibble unattended. Mimikyu is also going to come and join the party, but we are going to actually have a Dark Bear, a Wicked Blow Urshifu this time round as well.
Okay, now we have a Blissey evolution. Of course, Mewtwo Y is here as well. They've not hit level 5 yet, so they're not going to have the Mega. So the advantage is True Rippers. They try and dive onto the Mewtwo Y, but in the meantime, Shifu's going to lock in that midsection farm. They're going to be prepared for the Wicked Blow, but they decide to come away from the Espeon, and now they're going to go their separate ways here, Kilo.
Not having a Clefable on hand just yet to provide that Moonlight healing. They want to make sure to lock it in before actually pushing on forward, which you can see Mega Mewtwo Y is out on the field. It is going to be a 3v2 up in the top half as Urshifu is attempting to dunk in 22, but they quickly get denied. So that push came to no fruition.
I mean, even with your team on the goal, that is definitely a decision to go for. I mean, it would have been sneaky to get it off, but it seems like they want to continue with this top lane aggression. Can they take down the Clefable? No, the Moonlight's going to keep them around for a lot longer. Whilst this midsection farm spawns, Crustle is here. They can cause some damage with that Rock Tomb, but they are managing to take it away, True Rippers.
Oh, but look at this. Half HP are Rank Demons. Crustle ends up getting taken down, but Rank Demons are looking for some revenge. But, I mean, Mimikyu. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's actually going to go with a play rough Mimikyu with the Shadow Sneak.
That's an interesting combo. They do fell the bear. They're going to go back to the Pokemon Center, and that Rock Tomb's going to disrupt the 30 dunk. But the rest of True Rippers are here. It's just Sash and not. The Blissey does get caught out by that Rock Tomb. They're able to run around, but can they get away? They're 1 HP in a dream. They are. They've got the eggs and the X speed, and all that farm, though, does go to the side of Rank Demons right now. This is just a constant battle for this top lane, Kilo.
Yeah, I mean, a 4v4 up here. I mean, nobody has their Unite moves just yet, but with these objectives now spawning, it'll be interesting to see where they're going to actually end up pivoting to. Shifu is able to grab themselves a berry, sustain themselves, but the thing is, in terms of Wicked Blow secure, this could be a risk for True Rippers here.
Ooh, that was risky. The Zacian does manage to get on out because the rest of Rank Demons has come down for this Reggie Rock. So that's a nice buff that they're going to have if they want to push this T1 pad. True Rippers, though, they're not quite sure what they want to do. They look like they were going to go top, but now we've got the Psychic Solaire down here onto this pad. They take out that Gabai, and they want to continue pushing. They need to at least come back with some sort of victory here. They get the KOs. They need to get the scores in as well. Zacian is hungry. They do back away from the Mewtwo-Y, but it's bought them some space to get a huge overcap here, Kilo.
Hello? What on earth? True Rippers, despite losing the Reggie Rock buff, coming out on top during that team fight, they have managed to gain all of that experience back. We now have a level 10 Mimikyu on the field. Zacian also has their Unite move on hand. Still no Unite moves for Rank Demons, though.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. Finally, Garchomp is here, so they have delivered Outrage at least. Are they going to make the decision to push on in? The Rock Tomb does catch out the Blissey again, and this is a huge issue for True Rippers. They're getting caught out a lot. There's a Livid Outrage. They do pick up a lot of damage, but the Bliss Assistance completely explodes. The Shifu, the Dragon Rush there onto the Blissey. If they can take out their healing, that will change this, but the Mimikyu says, play with me, Garchomp, and they take that one down. True Rippers, they've managed to find the answer to Rank Demons at this push, and now they can get themselves some space and retreat away.
Just having the shielding and the healing from that pad, but it's 3v4 as Urshifu is going to rush on forth, going to charge up that Wicked Blow and take that out from True Rippers' noses. Reggie Alecki, the Secret 6 member, is going to continue to put the pressure on, but an eject button Psychic Select combination to take down 3 members of Ranked Demons.
Yeah, that worked an absolute treat for True Rippers. Now they can defend this Lecky, and they got quite a bit of experience from those KOs as well. So this is such an awesome game right now. The levels, they've managed to catch up slightly, have Ranked Demons. There's definitely more points on the board for True Rippers, though. But still, as we hit this mid-game, it is anyone's game right now.
122, 42 points. 3 level 11s over onto the side of True Rippers. Ranked Demons, they're not going to give up on this top tier 1 pad. Clefable able to get themselves another stack, as we do have that, was that the Wonder Witch that actually ends up coming out, healing their team, and continuing to dunk in more points. But, oh wait, Mimikyu coming to join the party.
Yeah, Zacian was like, nah, I don't want any of this, until they saw Mimikyu and was like, you know what? Yes, I do. Mimikyu play rough onto the Crustle, but they're going to drop the Rebel Rouser, so they're able to get a huge shield. And they do take down Mimikyu despite the play with me. You've got to give this goal up now. You don't want to give more KOs here.
It's still left on 11 points after all of that. They don't have enough Aeos energy on hand, but they are just so persistent with this top tier 1 pad. Meanwhile, the Garchomp and Urshifu managed to actually break the one down in that bottom path. So that is actually going to provide a lot of comeback experience for True Rippers here. At the same time as they're brawling on out in the Swabblers and Altaria's hit.
Oh, wow. They pick up 2 huge KOs. The Psychic Solaire comes out as well. The Crustle is becoming really tough for them to take down, and they're protecting the Mewtwo Y really well on the side of Ranked Demons. But when we do get to these team fights, as soon as that Espeon and Mimikyu are there, they're managing to pick up some important KOs, Kilo.
Oh, but look at this. 9 points does end up going in from Slowbro there. Zacian needing to make their way out, knowing that Clefable has gravity. Don't want to continue pushing that one through, as we do have another Reggie Alecki spawning on up here. But True Rippers, they're actually not going to contest this, considering there is a lot of yellow dots over on their side.
I like that decision. Let's go, Pac-Man. Grab all these yellow dots. Let them take that Lecky. We can defend it. We've got plenty of time, and it seems like Ranked Demons are going to do the same. Just grab all the farm from their side. This is going to come down to the Rayquaza battle yet again.
Well, with, less than 40 seconds left to go until the final stretch, it's a matter of making sure that all members on your team have their Unite moves on hand. We are still missing 3 on the side of True Rippers. Well, 2, as Blissey has just got theirs. Clefable still doesn't have that. Wait, goat. What are you doing? Hello? Are you trying to pretend? Is this a Natu imposter? Hello?
Possibly. I mean, that Natu now.
Is trying to be Zatu? We need a pause. Hello? What?
I mean, guys, a question mark there. Are they go, or are they Azatu? That's the question here, Kilo. We are going to pause it because we're a bit weary that we may have had a possible disconnect before the most important objective in this game. And obviously, the decider of this game depends if True Rippers get the win or Ranked Demons get a reset.
Okay, wait. We're going in. 3, 2, 1, 0. We're going back into the action. 10 seconds left to go. However, Goat does end up getting taken down with a 15-second cooldown timer. The show must go on, Tano, and True Rippers, they have their chance here with only 4 members of Ranked Demons available.
Yeah, you've 100% got to take that chance as well. There's a slow beam onto the Mewtwo Y. The Psychic Solaire comes in as well. They fell the legendary. Can they push onto the Clefable and take them out? The gravity saves them at this point. They definitely need to capitalize on this Garchomp not being here at this moment. There's the KOs too for the Zacian. We're going to have the damage put onto the Rayquaza. They've got the rip with the Zacian, but they need to be wary, of course, of that Shifu. Garchomp has come back into the battle. They will have the Livid Outrage, and they pop it. They're trying to find the Zacian, but they're running. The Infinite Cyburn comes down as well, but the Rayquaza wasn't weak enough for them to lock in a KO. Shifu with that Wicked Blow, though. They're so weak right now. Oh my god, True Rippers managed to find it, though. Mimikyu manages to lock in the Rayquaza, and they're just a couple of hundo dunks away from taking this day and taking this tournament.
Oh my gosh, the Wicked Blow was just a tad too early. It was on a slither of HP, that Rayquaza. But unfortunately, True Rippers are the one to lock it in, get in all of those dunks at 635 to 188. 45 seconds left on the clock. 3 members are still down. I think we can say, Tano, that True Rippers have this grand finals in the bag.
Yeah, and to be honest, what a team they have been in this tournament, Kilo. They've been mightily impressive. We've seen a lot of Pokemon used on their side that typically we don't see in these tournaments. We've seen Bora absolutely cook on that Inteleon, and it's been an absolute joy to watch them compete. We're going to see a little bit of glancing blows here. But to be honest, a huge shout out to Ranked Demons because they made this a fantastically interesting game.
They really did. It was such a fun one to match, the final match of the day. And you know what? You just got to pad those stats up. But True Rippers being the true winners here, taking that match. So, I mean, in the end, there's no bracket reset here today, Tano.
No, there is not. We have just got a bit of information about True Rippers. They have taken 9 wins and only 1 loss in the entirety of this tournament. That 1 loss coming by the hand of Ranked Demons.
Yeah, but we gotta look at these KOs and assists. Kale, 16 assists on the Espeon there. And Bora, you know, this was a different look from them. From what we've actually seen at the Inteleon, also picking up a few KOs and assists there. Oh, hello? Kale with that 1, 2, 3 there?
Beautiful. This is the power of Espeon, right? People look at it and they're concerned about the Mimikyu, they're concerned about the Zacian. But in the meantime, Espeon's just sat there silently dropping 123k damage.
Yeah, unsuspecting. Don't be suspicious, as you mentioned earlier. And I feel like Kale, it was a suspicious goat. I don't know if goat question mark, Zatu question mark. But no, that was such a fun set to watch. And you've really got to give it to True Rippers there. Noxie on the Blissey once again, just providing the heals for their team. Some great Bliss assistance as well. And Aizen, just being the defender. It was a lot. It was a really fun time getting to watch them during this set.
And if we ever needed more confirmation that supports are the backbone of this game, Kilo, both of them locking in 96k recovery for their teams. And a huge shout out to Redux, because we don't see a lot of Clefable in the game right now, because there's a lot of supporters that feel like they have more utility and more healing that they can bring. Huge shout out to be able to do that in a team where there's a lot of damage coming your way.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's I'm wondering if we're actually going to see more Clefable moving on forward. I know it tends to be a Blissey, Hooper, and Eldegoss on top. I mean, besides Umbreon, I don't know if we can really include Umbreon amongst that, can we?
I mean, I personally include Cypher as a speedster, so in my opinion, I'd include Umbreon as a support. So that's my opinion. But that is going to mean congratulations to True Rippers. You take away the Winter Showdown Season 6. And what a fantastic season this has been.
It has been a lot of fun to begin the year with Unity Clash, and I'd say that Shavam has likely got more in the works cooking for all the regions, right? I mean, normally, we see them covering, and I hear the yes, we can confirm. So keep your eyes peeled on those socials if you haven't already. But I think to be able to provide the Asia region with a tournament, especially because we do have the winter tournament coming on up next month as well. It's just been great practice for all of these teams that have signed up to come and participate. So big shout outs and a big thank you to all these players.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to our sponsors, Engage GG. Again, I'm just going to go through the giveaway that they've got going on here, chat. EUIC is upcoming. It's going to be next month. It'll be here before we know it. And on the Thursday before, we're going to be hosting a grassroots camp that people can come and get involved with. A lot of coaches and a lot of pro players that are going to be there. We're doing a giveaway of 500 big ones. 500 EOS gems are going to be given to 2 lucky random winners. And also, we're going to be giving 20% off tickets to 5 random winners as well. The grassroots camp is aimed to those looking to enter the Pokemon Unite scene or wanting to learn and improve in the game, with coaches and experienced players willing to deliver sessions on both the game and the competitive scene. You don't want to miss out. And hey, I'll be there. I'll give you some coaching on casting if you like. We can do it together. It'll be a lot of fun. Come and join us and get involved in that giveaway over on the Engage GG Twitter.
Thank you so much for that, Tano. Please go, check them out. But as we are going to be wrapping up the day here at the Winter Showdown, we obviously have to say our thank you. So big shout outs to all of our casters that were involved over our 2 days. We had Orion Night Terror, Tano, of course, yourself, Lobo, who joined us earlier, Fu, who joined us yesterday as well, and Hageshi, who joined us on this channel, but also all of the Hashigi, sorry. I keep on accidentally mixing up the order of the letters in their name. But not only the casters that did the coverage over here, we also had Kato Unite and Full DY also doing coverage over in their languages. So thanks to all of them.
Yeah, huge shout outs. There's so many people that go behind the scenes to put these kind of tournaments and productions on for you. Of course, we have our amazing admins as well, Caldwin, Jeju Kun also doing it on the streams. And it doesn't get any bigger. We've got our observers, Bemko and Yamin. Thank you so much for being amazing on those camps for us casters. And it doesn't get bigger than the one and only Shivam. A huge shout out to them as the producer. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without such an amazing team in the background, guys. And of course, a huge shout out to all of our teams that came to compete, especially those teams that got here and really 4 on out, and our viewers. We wouldn't have Pokemon Unite Grassroots without our viewers. So a huge love to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tano. All the thanks all around, all the love. But folks, that is going to be the wrap up for the Unity Clash Winter Showdown Season 6. So congratulations once again to True Rippers for being the champions for that. Over for this one, but I guess we'll see you in the next one. So that is going to be myself and Tano signing out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you next time, folks.